Transition. Hopefully, we won't have any issues here. Let's get it started in a 3, 2, 1. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to TCG University. It's me, Noah, here with
James.
We're going to be going over the set review for Final Fantasy, Opus 25, Tears of the Planet. I'm not going to say Kingdom, I swear. It might slip up. Obviously, quick housekeeping stuff out of the way. Please feel free to support us on Patreon at patreon.com/TCG University. Like us at Facebook at facebook.com/TCG University. You guys are already on the YouTube, so feel free to like, comment, share, subscribe, all that fun stuff. You can check out our merch. I don't actually think we have too much, but if you're curious to see what we do have, it's tcguniversity.myspreadshop.com. Hopefully we'll have a link put down later on this or on the actual video, not just the live stream. If you're looking for singles, we also have our TCG Player Pro at tcguniversity.tcgplayerpro.com. And then also, shout outs to Chris McKinney, who runs Midwest Card Dealership. Midwest Card Dealer, not dealership. Jesus Christ. Midwest Card Dealer.
He's selling us cars.
He's selling us cars. If there's stuff that he doesn't have, we might. If there's stuff that we don't have, he might. And he's the guy we get a lot of our stuff from anyways. And his site should just be midwestcarddealer.com.
Cars, cardboard, and cardboard accessories.
Cards, cardboard, and cardboard accessories. Shout outs to our Patreon sponsors of Chris Bromley, Josh Hillers, and Sean O'Brien. And then also Dex Protection, which hopefully we'll have the affiliate link down here after the stream as well. Let's get kicking on this set. So the first card, we have the Legacy Full Arts that they've added. The first one is Ovelia. James, what are your thoughts on making Ovelia the Legacy Full Art?
They hate competitive format. They hate us. They hate the player base.
Explain.
Nobody wants this. Nobody needs it.
But I want it.
Do you actually?
Yeah. I'll be honest. If I ever play Knights, I'm probably just going to play a more mid-rangey Knights because I like Ovelia. And she works really well with them.
It's real weird that they chose this card. Because Knights doesn't play it.
No, it does not at all. But she looks nice.
Yeah.
I won't say she doesn't. Next card. Oh, also, we're not going to give it on the legacies, but once we get to the actual set, we're going to do rankings of 1 through 5. 1 being the card is absolute garbage. We'll never see play. 5 being the card is absolutely busted. I personally will be scoring cards as they should be played. James will probably just be scoring cards overall.
I'm just going to score a card based on what I think it's worth.
Yeah, he'll be like, this card's a 2.5, but in a certain specific deck, it's really good. Like that's how he's
do it that way because that's the way we've always done it.
Yeah, but I'm trying to be a bit better on it. Next card is Squall for the Legacy Collection. I think Squall.
Why?
I think Squall getting a full art
not
is
a played card. It already has a full art.
Does it really?
Yeah, it comes in full art from the set.
Does it?
I believe so. Yeah, let me see if I'll look it up.
Careful with Materia Hunter now, because if you use Materia Hunter and they've updated, then it'll show the foil for this.
Yeah.
I don't remember if Squall got a full art. I think he just had a foil. He may have gotten a full art. Either way, it's a reprint, so that's fine. It should be it'll be a higher chase, maybe. I think Squall's cool. I think Squall's an okay pick. I think him and Ovelia are okay picks. They don't feel terrible. They're still somewhat playable if you want to use them.
They feel garbagey to me. Not because I don't like them. It just feels like this Squall was really useful for 2 formats.
He was really good.
And then dropped off the planet.
I think potentially he might have a way of coming back now, only because he's a little expensive for it. But if you play him in a Fire Ice.
Apparently he didn't. I swear he had a full art.
Oh, so he does. So now he does. If you play him in a Fire Ice Soldier deck, I think he's really good if you can keep their hand low via a card we'll get to. Everybody's seen Sephiroth eventually. If you're able to use Sephiroth to keep the hand low, I think Squall is pretty good. He's a good closer.
We'll talk about it, but they gave a bunch of the fire.
And then next one is Griever. I think Griever full art's cool. I don't think Griever deserved a full art. I say Griever is probably the most deserved for this set specifically for a full art. There are 3 specific categories. 3 specific categories that got support, which will be Mobius, Type 0, and 7.
I was gonna say Warriors also got support.
And Warrior, yeah. So 4 specific categories that got support.
Here's the thing: I don't think Mobius got support. I think we had a bunch of cool cards that work kind of in conjunction, but
that's support.
I would not call it support.
Whatever, James. It supports the archetype. It's support.
Yeah, sure.
Or the tribal.
Well, there's a bunch of it in there then.
So yeah. Griever's cool. It's whatever.
Griever I like because now it means I can continue
To foil your Marv
foiling
deck.
out Marv
Your
for no
Versatile
reason.
deck. That's what it is right now because it's probably not going to stay Marv forever.
It's not going to say Marv. It's going to go back to
All right.
being named Versatile.
Cracking in. First card of the set. Armstrong. Armstrong's a 2 CP fire monster, mobile artillery, that says tap to discard a fire card, choose a forward the opponent controls, and deal it 5k damage. And then pay a fire, put Armstrong into the break zone, choose a forward the opponent controls, and deal it 7k damage. This will be, it's multiplayable. This is going to be a reoccurring theme for each set. It'll have a monster similar that does things specific to their elements. I think Armstrong specifically because it's a fire card just gets a bit more out of him, but I think he's really only good for sealed, realistically. James?
If he has a realm of possibilities, if you were trying to do like a
realm.
Yeah, that's actually literally what I'm about to say. If you're trying to do a fire water like realm monsters deck, he's a 2-cost, comes out pretty cheaply. Like he gives you like 2 kill spells essentially with himself. If you 2 different styles of kill. If you need to 5k something to round something off, that trades with a monster. If you want to straight kill something with a 7k hit, you're good. Like, I also still think he's probably about a 3, but
I wouldn't even put him at that. Personally, I put him a little bit lower, probably like a 2-ish. Jeffrey, yes, I realized that after I got everything set up going through IGN. So unfortunately, I'm just sliding through IGN as I do it.
I'm on IGN right now, so let me change real quick while you do the next one.
Oh, you just gotta go to FFTCG?
Yeah, just so I could read it easier.
Yeah.
Because IGN for me, because I'm doing it on my phone.
Oh, it has the whole thing. Yeah, I made
like,
sure to take it off of that, as you can see.
Where it like gives you like this bubble that says, "Here's the slide for
Yeah,
what you're
I
looking
hate
at."
it.
Yeah, thanks. I can't read it.
Next card. Iron Eater. I'm going to show the full art because he has a full art. I don't know why they gave it to him. Iron Eater. I did write notes, quick scribble notes about every card in this set. So my notes on Iron Eater state, good late game kill card, otherwise not worth looking at. Basically because he has the potential to deal 8k damage, that's after you have 5 or more job warrior, card name warrior in your break zone. He's not really useful early game. So you're never really searching him out unless you're using him as like pitch fodder. So like late game is really where he's got to shine. Mid to late game, is where he's really got to shine because of that 8k ping. Once you start dumping warriors in the break zone, but also you need to play your warrior deck specifically to not overdump warriors and not underplay warriors. So it's really weird. There's a lot of good targets already. This just doesn't feel like anything that you want to put in off the gate. James?
I think it's going to be really, really neat with the warrior deck. Warrior Megisa would be cool. 3-drop that pops out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's already a thing.
What I'm saying is, like, there's more cards for her to play.
Yeah, if they're playing enough warriors for him to trigger.
Yeah.
So yeah, what's your number on it?
Oh, sorry. I'd go like 2 on the Armstrong. I don't know if I said it. Go like 2 on the Armstrong. It's not going to be a staple in most things. It's probably be a rounded. Here's a cool 1 over 2 of that I'm trying out. If it works out, it'll probably stay. If not, it's a throwaway card. Iron Eater, I'll probably go with a 3. When it's going to do its job, it's going to be fine. When it's not, it's still an 8 KP stick. So like.
Cool. Next card.
Clue.
Avalanche Member. Avalanche Member is... Oh, sorry. I didn't even read the stats on Iron Eater. I'm so sorry, guys. 3-drop, Warrior, Mithril Musketeer, Cat 11, forward of 8k. Next one's Avalanche Member. He's a 2-drop, standard unit, Cat 7, forward at 5k. When Avalanche Member enters the field, you may discard a Category 7 character. When you do so, choose a forward, deal at 7k damage. James, I want to hear you first before I...
It's not on FFTCG.
Oh, fine.
Give me a second.
It should be. They did say they updated for 25. You might have to actually click the Opus set.
I went to just search, and it's not in...
Yeah, so click on...
the thing.
Look for the set of Opus 25 is probably what you have to do. So I'll go through. Avalanche Member, I wrote down, not an Avalanche operative, costs 4 CP for actual value. So it's a 4 CP 5k is the way I look at it.
That's funny.
Bad card. I think he's good pack fodder, I guess. He's good for sealed just because he has there's enough Cat 7 cards. He has the potential to kill something. He deals 7k and in a sealed format, that's pretty good. But otherwise, yeah, Avalanche operative is like a 2 in my opinion. You can play him in sealed. So he's not a 1 because he's not absolutely garbage. It's also on the screen there if you want to look at it. James.
Yeah, sorry.
See,
Yeah,
this is
they're
why I
not
told
all
him to
on
get
here.
ready.
I'm not finding them all. That's crazy.
Then just go back to IGN.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
I don't think you can read what he says, but if you can,
I can read them enough. There's a cool who played it? Probably Kyle. Oh no, I think it was Zach. Played a cool soldier candidate deck that played around with just
standard unit stuff.
Standard unit stuff, and I think that's really cool.
Do you think this functions well with that?
They're all Cat 7s.
Okay.
That's about it. I think it functions in that deck specifically. But that deck's also like me and my friends are having fun at locals day. We're not trying to win. We're trying to win a game and say we did it.
Yeah. Next one. Ifrit, it also has a full art. Ifrit also is going to be in a collective group. I mean, we'll talk about each card, but in a group of summons that all say do a cool, remove a backup for their element to do cost reduction or extra cool thing. So Ifrit's a 4-drop summon that says before paying the cost to cast Ifrit, you can remove a fire backup you control from the game to reduce the cost required to cast him by 2. So he's either 4 or 2K or 4-drop or 2-drop. Choose a forward and up to one other forward. Deal the former 9K damage. Jesus, and deal the latter 4K damage. I am stroking. I think Ifrit's cool. What did I write for this? I wrote gets rid of sticky backups. Special use cases. If Frida ever becomes popular again, the Ifrit's really cool for Frida.
I think it's neat. I don't know if it's cool. Here's the thing. We say get rid of sticky backups, but a lot of the times...
Well, Fire wants to keep it, but for you...
For a lot of decks...
I've seen you play Mono Ice enough times to go, man, I wish I could just get rid of backups to play this other backup.
We'll talk about that some we're going to see later. Here's the thing. I think they're all mid, these summons. Mm-hmm. Each element has their own summon that does this. Essential, remove a backup to do extra stuff, basically. Mm-hmm. I think it's really cool concept-wise. Most of the time, I think most decks don't need to get rid of their backups. You're getting rid of your backup because this is I need to kill this thing, and this is the best card to kill something with kind of thing, where it's just I need this 9K, you don't care about the 4K, or you want the spread for some combo or something. I also hate that it has a full art.
Yeah,
here's the thing, so. I like the art. I don't think it needed a full art.
I think I like the art if they took Garnet out of it. Garnet just seems awkward.
Yeah.
Next one.
But I think the biggest issue is a lot of decks by the time you want to get rid of your backups, when you want to get rid of your backups is a little earlier when you have a lot of free form and space, and then when you're going to probably want to play this card, you're not going to want to play your backups next because you're trying to make moves. So it doesn't function to me.
Yeah. So I'll give them a collective. I'll give this one a 3. They might all collectively start at 3.
I was going to go 2 because I don't think Fire ever wants to get rid of backups. Well, actually.
Depends.
I think Fire's the best at getting rid of their backups.
Because sometimes you might want to play things like maybe if you go to 5 and you're like, well, this sucks. I want to play this Larcacus, or maybe you want to play a...
Actually, it's a good way of getting rid of your Larcacus.
Yeah, but then the forward comes back because it's gone as... I think it's gone as long as Larcacus is on board.
Yes. 100%.
But then he never restands. So yeah.
But what you do is you do it when they play something with the same name. You Larcacious it. Larcacious forces it back in.
And then you pop the
break both of them.
Yeah.
Combos.
Right. Next one. Ace. Ace is a 6-drop Class 0 Cadet Type O 8K. The cost required to cast Ace is reduced by 1 for each job Class 0 Cadet and or Fire character you control. At the end of each of your turns, if your opponent has 5 or more points of 5 or less points of damage, Ace deals your opponent 1 point of damage. Jackpot Shot, special, pay 2, 1 being fire. Choose a forward, deal 2K damage for each Class 0 Cadet and or Fire character you control.
Cards are 4 and it should not say and or fire.
It's a 4 and it should not say and or fire. Ace works in cadets, obviously, but he also just works in Monofire. Actually, I don't see a reason Monofire wouldn't slot at least one of this in because it's just Monofire's version of Sophie.
Do you know what would be really?
You don't get the draw, but you still get the damage up to 5.
You know what would be a really cool deck to play?
Oh, I lied. He goes up to he deals up to 6 points by himself.
Yep.
At damage 6 is when he stops.
You can't deal the game when he won. You know what would be really cool? Turn 1 Luso. Top check. Dude, Ace. In turn, deal 1.
Yeah, that's some luck. You're paying 6 to hope that Luso doesn't get spat because it's a 5K.
Well, like here's the thing: the idea of the Luso mono fire deck is
Luso is just high roll.
Yeah, you play Luso to high roll.
Yeah.
So I mean, high roll with the best card that says turn 1, do you a point of damage.
I think Ace is a 4. I think Ace is solid. There's not too much.
I think he'd be a 3. He'd be a solid 3 2 if it was just class 0 because you'd be stuck into that one thing, which isn't terrible. But like the fact that it's just fire.
So I wrote down timer because he sets a timer.
Yeah.
Virtually free because he basically is.
Yep.
And then has a special to use any extra copies you draw. So overall, he is an engine in and of himself.
I'm gonna still like. Here's the thing. I don't think he's gonna break fire, but
I think he will help fire.
He's gonna help fire get some good stuff out.
Yeah. And
100%.
He's a 6-drop 8K. So 8 is a number that's a little rough to deal with because a lot of things are hitting for 7 right now.
Yep.
But also on top of that, he's a 6-drop, which means he skips a lot of Odins except for 9 CP Odin or the 5-drop that makes you
I don't know
remove
why he's a
cards.
6-drop. You might as well just main him a 1.
Or 0 because he can be 0.
Yeah. But like he's free, so like.
Next one.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Cloud. That also has a full art. The full art's beautiful.
Full art's real cool.
The Mako in his eyes are so nice. So Cloud is a 5-drop 9K Merc. Good thing they didn't make him a soldier. Cat 7. When he enters the field, choose up to 2 of the 4 following actions. Choose a 4, deal it 8K. Choose a monster, break it. Choose up to 2 cards in your opponent's break zone, remove them from the game, draw a card, or play a Cat 7 character 4 less from your hand onto the field. I wrote versatile, name clashes, feels a little overcosted sometimes, and has really sick art. Some of the things that he does that I care the most about, which is the removal in the like getting rid of a monster or dealing with a forward, things like Dorgan do, but Dorgan needs 3 casts to do 2 of his 3.
Yeah.
This one is just an extra CP to do it, so it's a trade-off.
Confirmed too.
I don't like paying 5 because sometimes paying 5 feels like that's your whole turn, depending on the cards you play.
We'll get to a lot of the complaints I have about the Cat 7 stuff they put in this set.
Here's a lot of complaints.
This Cloud by itself, I don't know why you would like. There's obviously specific reasons you would play this Cloud over other ones. Cloud Pod in most decks can function to do more than this card can. The 6-drop Cloud, the multicolor one, definitely functions better in the decks it's going to be played in. 4-drop Cloud, the protection Cloud, what is it, the Omni / Cloud or whatever, definitely does more than this card does.
You saying the 4-drop Legend?
Yeah.
That
the Omni /
protects itself?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that card is much better than this card. I think the problem is, one, it name clashes 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the other Clouds do more for Cat 7 as you want it, outside of him wanting to play another dude. But other Cloud does that. Cloud Pod trades in your dudes. We'll get to
this. I will say this for 1 less CP plays any Cat 7 character costs 4 less, but it's only from hand, while the other one only plays an Avalanche operative from your break zone. So it's a weird trait because like one you essentially pitch and you play it back.
The other issues in the 2 colors that you'll probably want. Well, there's at this point with this set, I think there's 3 colors you'll optimally want to play, like this Cloud or any other Cloud in would be Wind, Earth, or Fire.
Mm-hmm.
And Wind, sure, he gets to play the stuff that Wind will want to play, but for Earth and Fire, all your stuff is mainly Avalanche anyways. Mm-hmm. So like. The 6-drop Cloud being just mono
That's
Avalanche
part of the issue
doesn't
is
change
like,
anything.
honestly, if I think you just wanted to play Cat 7 without playing Avalanche support, which I mean, be my guest if you really feel the way to, if you really want to do that, you can. I am tempted to just play Cat 7 without it being Avalanche based because you still get 5 CP Barrett that top checks. You still get
here's the thing. I think you
Tifa
could do it.
that's
I think
super
you
cheap.
could do this. I think you switch into.
I think this Cloud's really good to help build your board state faster.
I think you switch to Ice, Lightning, Fire. And you play soldiers.
Oh, that's just playing soldiers. That's not playing just Cat 7.
But I'm saying you could do other Cat 7 things.
Sure.
You just get the soldier
What I mean by
core.
this is like when Cat 7 used to be a deck of its own before Avalanche became like a full thing. It was just Earth Fire. I think you can get away because of this Cloud to play a better Earth Fire Cat 7 deck. Mm-hmm. Not better than Avalanche, just better than
the
what
previous
it's been.
one. Yeah, I get that.
So yeah, I'm
here's
gonna
the
put
thing.
this Cloud
I
at
think
3.
he's
I think he's got a lot of versatility. I think the versatility is the important thing. He kills a dude. He kills a monster, which is also killing a dude. He has removal, which Fire has very little of. Though, if you're playing it in an Earth Fire deck, you're gonna more than likely play Mist Dragon. But you essentially have another one off of him. And he plays a dude on field. So I think his versatility is what makes him good.
I think he teeters in 4 just because he gets to do 2 things automatically.
Yeah.
But the issue is, in the deck, in 7 specifically, you're going to name Clash, and in other decks, there are other things that do this thing as well. Mm-hmm. Like if you're wanting removal, Demon's a much better removal.
I'll give him props. He does not die to Ratsu.
He does not.
So next one, Glenn. You want to read Glenn?
Give it a second. Let me. This ad needs to roll so I can click the next.
Oh God.
Glenn. 8
change
drop.
Change it to desktop mode. You'll skip the ads. They'll be on the side.
Oh, let me. It's because I'm viewing it inside the Facebook app.
Yeah, I changed mine to desktop mode. I'll read Glenn. Glenn.
Sorry.
8 CP, soldier, cat 7, 8K, brave. When he enters the field, you can search for up to 2 job soldier and add them to your hand. Then you may play up to 2 job soldier forwards of cost 2 or less from your hand onto the field. Glenn is a pipe dream. Glenn is the same as the 9 cost from the last set. What's his name? Takaguru.
Takaramatsu or whatever.
He has really good synergy with soldiers. He is high costed, and I feel like a waste of a Genesis trigger. And when I say a waste of a Genesis trigger, I mean Genesis to make him cost 5 still feels bad because he's able to be Ratsu'd. Or if you pay the price for him and you play him, sure, Genesis will trigger to do something else, but like if your opponent has any sort of auto cancel, this card just feels bad. And right now, wind, fire, and water all have auto cancels that will just tell this card no.
Also, your only cost 2 job soldiers are not good soldiers.
Matt's fine. Matt's protection's good, and honestly, we'll get to her. I think Lucia's not terrible. I think your 2-cost soldiers aren't bad. I just think they're off-colored, which is the biggest issue.
They're off-colored, and they're, depending on your game plan as a deck as a whole, almost not worth it.
It's only good, in my opinion, for sealed. I think in sealed, this card's really good.
I think the sealed this card's cool.
You can't cancel it.
You can't get canceled.
Turn 1, you can just slam it down, and then if you want to, you can use Lucia, which we'll get to draw, and then just retain your shit and go ha ha ha. And then Matt says you can't touch me. But yeah, in sealed he's really good. Otherwise, I'm gonna put Glenn at a 2.
I was also going to.
Cool. Next one. Security Officer. Security Officer follows the same trend of standard unit backups that you will see for each element. So Security Officer is a 3-drop backup standard unit, cat 7. When he enters the field, select up to one of the 2 following actions. Choose a forward the opponent controls and deal it 5k damage, or draw a card. He's a solid 3. Drawing a card on a backup never feels bad.
Getting the option to trade that draw for a kill or an add to a kill would be nice too.
Also not terrible. Like, oh, are you playing a Laswell? Dang, I'll kill it. And you're building your back row still, so like it's not terrible.
I love this cool standard deck we could build of all just free play draw standard unit backups.
Basically, not free play, but Cease. You want to take Cease on?
Sure. If you control Cease is a 1-drop type 0 class job class 0 cadet. Why are there so many things?
I'm glad I'm not the only one spazzing out.
Forward. If you control 5 or more class 0 cadets, job class 0 cadets, Cease gains haste. When Cease enters the field or attacks, choose 1 forward or controls, deal it 3k. It's neat. It's pretty cool in certain scenarios, but I think very underwhelming in what they've given us for the rest of everything else.
The other 2 Ceases are both lightning. One straight breaks and costs 1 itself, basically. And the other just negs equal to your number of cadets on play and is a 2 cost. But
this one is haste.
This one has haste. This one has haste, and I will say the best thing about her having haste, as long as you control 5 or more, which realistically shouldn't be hard. She adds for a cast counter, because I think at this point with the win cards that cadets have, which we'll get to, they're able to play semi-storm decks. So she adds your cast counter. She gets haste more than likely, and on play, she can kill something potentially because she has 6k worth of pings. She has 2 3k pings on enter and on swing.
Question sidebar because my brain's thinking of it. The 6-drop 9. Do you cast it or do you play it?
You cast.
You tap 2 to cast?
Yes, alternate cast.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it says tap 2 dudes to cast, so it counts as a cast. Yep.
That's funny.
Trust me, I know how funny that is.
That's funny.
So yeah, I put Cease in cadets. I mean, I again, as for me, as the card's meant to be played, I think Cease is a solid 3. She does what she needs to do. Cease has never been an outstanding card except for in my opinion, the Lightning 3-drop. I think that card is outstanding in Cadets. I think she's insane. But I think this Cease, once you play it on board, just has more versatility to her because she doesn't just sit there. She does more. She is a 3K, which is a little weird. Feels a little bad. But she realistically can trade with things up to 6K worth of damage. So
I'm going to go with a 1, only because I just think you would rather choose the other Ceases.
More than likely, yes. But if you're playing a Firewind list, for instance, which I'm going to end up having to build because of a specific card we'll get to,
well, it's not the ace. It's not the ace, the 6-drop ace, or
no, it's not the 6-drop ace. We'll get to it. I made mention of it. It's in fire anyway, so we'll get to it eventually. What does he say? Looks like there were some catching issues for some, but new refresh should work.
It's fine.
Oh, he'll get there.
It's whatever. I'll get it. I can deal with this.
Next one is Salamander. James.
Salamander 3, or from
Opus Salamander 3. It's Cat 3.
From Category 3, Salamander forward. Salamander 3 is also Guts Go in card names in all situations. When Salamander enters the field or attacks, which is nice, you may pay 3 fire, 2 colorless.
So 5.
Yep. Or 2 crystals. When you do, choose 2 4s, deal them 9K. This card's real cool. I think this is a sweet Magisa target.
So here's the issue. I thought about that, and I go Salamander counts as a Guts Go, meaning Magisa can't bring out Guts Go, which is like one of her big forms of getting cards back. The only reason you play this in Magisa is if you're playing crystals as well, because I'm not paying 5 to 9K 2 dudes.
No,
when
but I
my
paid
Magisa
2
deck can get
crystals to do
around.
it.
I will pay 2 crystals. Meaning, if you do like fire water crystals or fire whatever, if you can make a consistent fire whatever crystal deck,
Here's the thing.
it's a good card.
You
It's
can
a
do
great
it in
card.
Magisa. Cyan says just pitch cards get crystals, and you have the backups that do it.
As long as you, yeah, but you gotta. It depends on how you want to play your 3 drops out.
You just have to plan for it. But
Yeah,
like,
that's
I
the
think
goal.
you could. This Salamander
But my
gives
issue
you a
is,
cool.
if
double
Guts goes
kill.
out, he can't be played, and if he's out, Guts Go can't be played. And I just think Guts Go's just.
But
a
this
better
says
card.
every single time you attack, so all you gotta do is find a way to get an engine going for you to gain crystals,
Mm-hmm.
and then it makes it to where they have to deal with it, which just means at some point you just go, now we'll play the Guts Go.
Yeah. Honestly, I can put Salamander at a 3 though. I think he's got a lot of good potential with crystals, and I think especially because he's an ETB 3 drop that just says 9K 2 dudes is insanely good, and he's still on curve for his cost.
Yep.
My notes go good with crystals. Magisa and crystals don't mix super well unless you're playing Cyan. Eats up a Gusco spot, and unless playing crystals, it's not super worth playing. On to the next one. Deuce. Yeah, let me fucking talk about this one. This card is the only reason I want to play Fire for Cadets, and it's because now not only do I have 3 EX backup or 2 EX backups, this makes it 3 EX backups, and it replaces the Deuce under Win. Deuce is a 3-drop Class 0 Cadet Type O EX Burst backup. When she enters the field, reveal the top 4 cards of your deck, add a Class 0 Cadet among them to your hand, return the others to the bottom of your deck in any order. She's just a Cascade backup, which is really good. One of the biggest issues Type 0 has is getting to its cards in an efficient manner, and she gets you there. Not only does she get you there, but if you're playing Fire, you're probably going to play the 5-drop ace as well, and that also goes 7 cards in to grab 2. So, like, realistically, it's not bad. Your backup lineup, if you wanted to play 3 colors, would just consist of Deuce, Trey, and Rem, and you have 9 cards in your deck that say get a Cadet, which is so good. Especially because they're EXs. Deuce is in, with the way Deuce is meant to be played, Deuce is in my opinion, I think it's a really good addition to a Cadets deck, especially if you're doing Fire X or just Mono Fire Cadets, which you can virtually do anyways.
I think Fire was getting slowly, like, exited out of
And then they printed this!
And they printed this one.
If they did not print this, I would not care about Fire. That's how crazy it is to me. By the way, if anybody's wondering, you can go ahead and check out our stream that we had done the night before recording this one. But there's a stream on there, I think it's Hojo's Lab 3, where I'm playing a Lightning Wind Cadets list, proxying some of the newer cards before all of them are revealed. And I think that deck list is just really solid. I think, obviously, there's a lot more work to be done, but I think a lot of the new cards make Cadets so playable. It's so good. But yeah, James, your thoughts on Deuce?
I think she's solid 3. Cool EX Burst. Funnels for a card.
Mm-hmm.
It is in their weaker of the 3 colors right now.
It is in the weaker of the 3
But
colors.
it is in the strongest of the top ends.
Ace.
So, like, Ace 9.
9.
Yeah.
Ace 9.
Yeah. As a top end, as a top end, the Fire has the best top end. Lightning has the best core, and Wind has the best maneuverability.
Wind has the best support.
Yep. where lightning has your best like core elements.
If you were
fire
allowed
just
6
gives you your
backups in this
kills.
game, this would feel nice. But we're allowed 5, so your colors are going to be a little skewed every time. Next one is Trey. For Trey... Oh, wait, sorry. I just want to state, for Deuce, my notes go, why the fuck did we make her fire? EX Cascades gives a card back. So she Cascades to get a card. She's really good. I wish they didn't make her fire. But they did. My notes for Trey just say, bomb. That's it. Because it's basically just Morald for Cat Zero.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue. It takes away your main backup for...
It takes away the lightning backup, but if you're doing Fire Wind, who cares?
Yeah.
Yep. Why would I play Wind Trey who protects himself? I don't give 2 shits about protection on Trey when I can bomb people with a dude that does 2k for each cadet I control.
Isn't the lightning backup Trey as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It takes the lightning one away if you play this one. But if you're playing Fire Wind, who cares? Then there's a Wind Trey 4-drop that says if he's active, summons don't touch him. If he's tapped, abilities don't touch him.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really weird. He's an archer. That's cool. But yeah, Trey's cool. He's just a bomb.
Nick's you're gonna tell me about Jinky Minus over there.
yeah. After
that's what I'm getting vibes from right now. Yeah, this Trey. Wait a second, that Trey doesn't make any sense. No, I'm talking about this one.
I think it's Opus 3 or 5 Trey. I can't remember. After you play this card, he just sits there. He essentially just becomes a free quote unquote backup tap. So you can tap a fire forward to get closer to your 9 play.
You're just an AK forward. That's it.
Next card, Palom. James, take it away.
2-drop, Cat 4, Black Mage backup. Black Mage.
Oh, sorry. Trey is put as a 3 for me.
Yeah, 3's fine. I think if I didn't say, that's what I'm thinking. I think a lot of the cadets are 3s, which makes everything better about that deck.
Mm-hmm.
Tap, discard a card, choose a 4, deal at 3k. Tap, discard a Porum, choose 1 4, deal at 7k. It is just the house monster, but
worse.
Yep.
It's just Lulu backup, but worse. Because Lulu backup, I think, does 3k by tap pitch, but also says if you pitch a multi-element, you hit for 5 or 7 or something. So it's...
Do you know what I wish they did?
It's a wasted Palom.
And they would have... This card would have had to get banned?
Actually, I lied. This might be good in Magisa. For a tap pitch 3. Oh no, Magisa needs to take 4. This card sucks. This card's a
That's
1.
what I'm saying is that's what they should have done was make this a tap pitch 4.
Yep.
Tap pitch, make it 4.
I take it back. This card's a 1.
Yep.
I don't think I'll ever see this card get played.
No, there are 4 other good Paloms.
It is a black mage though, so if anything,
cool discard
pitch fodder. Next
cool
card.
Fodder.
Oh, it's
Volker.
Volker, who has a full art as well.
Yep.
Volker's a 7-drop cat 11 warrior mithril musketeer, 8 cost. When he enters the field, due to your cast, you may search for up to 2 job warrior and or card name warrior, add them to your hand. During this turn, the cost required to cast your next job warrior or card name warrior is reduced by 3. When a job warrior or card name warrior you control is put from the field to the break zone, choose a 4 the opponent controls and deal it 4k damage. He's Ratsuable, which sucks.
Yep.
My notes state high risk, high reward, and loses to Ratsu. But if you, think of it like Gigawool, realistically.
Yeah.
Though you can Ratsu Gigawool, I think it's a 9k, so he still lives. This one won't. But if you get the Volker play off, Volker will essentially search Tavis and something else, and then Tavis costs 2. So you pitch whatever you grabbed, play Tavis, Tavis will search, and Tavis will free play. So the best, in my opinion, the best opening scenario would be Volker into Tavis into Mog, because you get the draw and the cancel.
Yep.
And I think Volker has, again, he's high risk, high reward. He's a solid 3.
Here's the thing. Volker searches for 2 dudes. And then Tavis searches for another dude.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is you're more than likely pitching your entire hand for Volker anyways.
Yeah.
So whatever card you grab is just going to be a throwaway for Tavis. You grab Tavis plus a throwaway warrior, and then you play Tavis. But yeah, I think Volker's cool. He also says it's reduced by 3 and can't be 0. What?
Oh, yeah. I think this specific card is the reason we'll see a lot of warriors this format.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I don't think they're going to be that good.
I think... Warriors has been fine because of Tavis and things like Axstar and Ward and Furion. I think Volker just makes it easier to get to your dudes.
Yeah, but for me, it's
why do I need to play? Realistically, you could if you wanted to. Why would you need to play Larsa to search Tavis? Now you play Larsa to search Volker.
Well, it's like when they release Corella with Knights. The reason Corella makes Knights better
is because you free play it.
It's because you get the free play, and she gives all the Knights protection.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't give protection. He just says search dude, which is neat.
He doesn't get protect. I will say though, it is really funny if they play something and they want to search and they have a body on board. You can pop the Mog to say no on the search and then 4K a dude.
Yeah.
Because when a knight goes bye it he 4Ks. If he 5K, I think he'd be a lot better, honestly. But 4K is still whatever.
But like that's what I'm saying is like for 7-drop Ramza, it's Ramza, Corella, play a dude, right? Play
Ramza,
maybe
Corella, play one or two.
One or two
off
dudes.
Corella.
And then all your dudes have protection.
Corella.
And then Ramza can kill a dude just by tapping down.
Mm-hmm.
He says, go Volker, Tavis, play a dude. And then if any of my dudes die, I'm going to deal some damage. None of them have protection. Tavis may make things cheaper, and he may search more cards, so I essentially spend less than the Ramza deck, but I don't get as much out of it, and I have no protection. So I think we're going to see a lot of Warriors decks because they're going to be they're going to be aggressive and hard-hitting, and like Axstar's
Especially early format. Aggressive decks always come out early format.
Axstar's not going to be anything to sneeze at. Furion controls games sometimes on its own. Just the explosiveness of just being able to pop it all out is easy. And here's the thing. There's also no downside if you just wanted to throw this into a Magisa. It takes a spot of your high-end stuff, which is fine.
One spot's fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't hurt the deck. You just spend the money on that. You spend the CP on that for your game plan, and you get all the same pieces Magisa would get you out there without Magisa.
Mm-hmm.
And it also helps you if you like get Magisa out and put some pieces out. The moment you put him out, you're sprinting even more.
Yep.
But I think it's going to be a trap for the format. I think we're going to see a lot of them. And the moment we figure out that they aren't going to be as protectable, it's just going to be left to the wayside and everyone's going to forget about it.
We'll see what happens.
I do think this card's a solid 4, though. I would say 4.
Cool. Next card, Hell House. I like this card a lot. James, go ahead.
Hell House, 3-drop, Cat 7, Artificial Life Monster. Pay 0 until the end of turn. Hell House becomes a forward with 7k power. You can only use this ability once per turn. Damage 3, when Hell House attacks, deal 3k damage to all the forwards your opponent controls. And at damage 6, when Hell House attacks, deal 5k damage to all the forwards your opponent controls. At damage 6, it is a board wipe.
Yep. Because it hits for 7.
It hits for 8.
8, sorry. 8. You have to get a damage 6
9
first.
was Jin. If you want to play a monsters deck.
Jin Bergen. I like Hell House. The only reason I like Hell House personally is because, one, it's a Cat 7. That's the important aspect. And it sweeps for Tifa from Opus 22-23.
Yeah.
Meaning Tifa triggers for everyone hit because Tifa says not when 1 or more, but when 1 is hit or dealt damage by Cat 7, say things can't block. So Hell House essentially says as long as Tifa doesn't die, they can't ever block.
Yep.
Ever.
And if they don't have something to kill a monster not on your turn, it never dies.
Yep. They have to kill it as a monster. I mean, they can kill it as a forward.
Here's the thing.
He could be Ratsu'd for
it's
sure.
It's a very cool combo, but it's also very counterable.
Yes, but it's a 2-card combo, so it's fine.
Yeah, Tifa's easy to kill.
A 2-drop, and this is a 3-drop. It's 5 CP over the course of a game.
And this monster, outside of that, doesn't do a whole lot outside of just being a 3-drop monster.
Yeah. Which
that becomes a forward.
I think it's only really good to see a lot of play in that deck. It'll be really good for Sealed, because at damage... Oh, no. Just kidding. Sealed only goes to damage 5.
Yep.
So,
but maybe the 3K will come in handy.
Yeah, you never know.
It's a free play 3-drop monster that becomes a forward.
Next one, Hell House is like a 3 to me. I'll give him.
I'm going average. 2. I think it's going to teeter to 3 with that Tifa deck specifically.
Yeah. Rubicante, who also has a full art.
I'm screw this.
I'm fine with them having full art.
I hate that they always have full art.
That's the fun part. That's the collection part that I actually should like dive more into. Rubicante, 4-drop EX burst, category 4, Archfiend, 8k. When a card named Golbez you control attacks, choose a forward, deal 8k damage, and then so that's Rubicante's auto on himself, not auto off Golbez. And then pay a fire, pay any element, name an element, or during this turn, if Rubicante is dealt damage by abilities of the name element, the damage becomes 0 instead. So he dodges Ratsu, technically, which is really cool. Ratsu
really
will
he's
cancel.
He's a 6-drop that dodges.
But he doesn't. He doesn't die. My notes say Rubicante, 2 relying on Golbez, but he is on curve.
He does the same thing the old Rubicante does, except it's not special. So like, there's a really old Rubicante because I was building Warp.
Well, you're just gonna play
stuff.
the 6-drop Rubicante.
No. There's like another 4-drop Rubicante. It was like the first Rubicante.
Oh, is it the barrier shift one?
I have no idea. It has a special for himself.
Yeah, barrier shift.
And it's just do the same thing of.
That's the one that says when he swings, he restands their dudes.
I don't know. It just says on special, I can't be touched by an element.
Yeah.
It's overly costed and he's not good enough for it, but it's essentially the same card.
I put out of all the new Archfiends, this is probably my least favorite of the new Archfiends because it's the most reliant on Golbez. Sad.
I like that it's in the X-Burst.
Yeah, I guess I'll 8K your dude.
It's an 8K X-Burst, like.
But like otherwise, it's yeah.
I'm going solid 3.
I'm gonna say 2. Specifically, he is the weakest link in his Archfiend deck.
8K X-Burst that just says live. Ooh.
Yeah, but then I never want to play the card. Next one is Red 13.
Red 13. Oh yeah, this is Warrior 2. 1 drop, Cat 7 Warrior forward. If Red 13 leaves the field, remove him from the game instead. When Red 13 enters the field, choose a forward. It gets 3K until the end of the turn. Pay 2 red, play red onto the field. You can only use this ability during your turn if you control 2 or more Cat 7 forwards, and if red is in the break zone. This card's a 1. I don't think these are ever
I
good.
wrote cheap pitch fodder makes up numbers. So if you need forward count numbers, he's a 1-drop to do it. But otherwise, yeah, this card is not. He's a 1-drop 3K that basically dies by getting sneezed on, and then when he dies, he actually dies. He's removed. He doesn't just go to break zone. So you will pitch it more than likely as pitch fodder to maybe play it later to give something a 3K boost.
Do you want? I already know.
I will say, his actual ability is usable. Oh no, it's only during main phase. Never mind. Yeah, he's a 1.
The reason this card is better or exists in general is because the Barrett needs 7 dudes on board, and he says play from the discard pile, so you can always find an extra dude. But at that point, why not just pay the 2 and play the 1 from your limit break?
That one's 4, isn't it?
Sure, but I mean, instead of spending the 2 on this one to play from your discard pile, just play the 1 from your limit break.
Yeah.
I'm going 1. I don't think it will ever see play in my opinion, or should.
I mean, he might, but
why?
Moving on.
If you want to do mono fire warriors, I guess, because you can search them.
Moving on to ice. Oh, hold on. I messed
5.
up. Hold on, James. We're gonna do this properly.
So you can cut it up later.
That was the wrong card. That's not the first card to go off of. It should be this card.
Your dumb name.
Gesper.
Yeah. That's not Gesper.
It'll pop up eventually. We're looking at the stream delayed. Yeah, Gesper. Gesper's a 5. That card's banned.
Yeah, why'd they print it again?
Why do they print Gesper again?
It's weird that they didn't put this legacy card at the front of the with the legacy stuff. And it's not a full art. They legacy printed this card and didn't make it a full art.
Stupid. Gesper was a problem because Gesper says discard on turn 1. This card does the same thing in a mono ice deck or anything that plays ice remotely because you essentially you discard an ice card to do it, but it's the same thing. Only usable on your turn, once per turn.
Only once per turn.
I guess Gesper was...
So you could restand it if you wanted to.
Also only usable on your turn, so did not matter.
But you can restand it. It doesn't say once per turn, right?
I guess, but I don't think at the time that Gesper was banned, restanding was that big of a thing.
To my knowledge, the reason it got banned is because the cost for using his ability doesn't exist. The resolution of the effect.
Oh yeah, you didn't really need to have a hand to do it.
You just
did
it.
Fair, I get it. This one requires you to pitch, but if you, it's whatever. It's just like a little bit of a neutered Gesper, but it still feels like Gesper.
As intended. It does the same thing Gesper does.
Basically, card is a 2 to 3. Realistically, I like Gimme Cat. I think it's cool. I just don't see people immediately using Gimme Cat. But if they do, I'll change my mind. I just don't see people wanting to jump to this as quickly, even though it literally is just Gesper. Go ahead, James. It's fine.
I'm going to jump to this immediately.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Because I think Nero and the Weiss and then continuously having Gimme Cat and the Unalesca
it's hilarious.
Means I take away their entire board.
But you lose your hand in the process, so it just becomes top deck wars.
Yeah, but all your dudes are tapped, so who cares? It's
hopefully they're not playing wind.
The other thing was, the one thing I was actually thinking about more than even that was playing Ice Water Monsters and then going Byblos Gimme Cat. Mm-hmm. And I think that's very funny.
I'll lose one, you'll lose one, but then I'll freeze one of your dudes. And then Byblos will swing, and I'll also do it again.
Yep.
Next card.
I'm going 3 on it as well. I understand it's not actually
Necron. Also, on Gimme Cat, I just wrote Gesper.
Yeah, as you should. It is Gesper, but with more text and less cost.
Yeah. Next one. Go ahead, James.
Necron, 4-drop, Pictologica, Cat 9. Necron is its job. Its only job is to be itself. Forward. I like my own joke. When Necron enters the field, choose a forward to cost 5 less. Your opponent controls move from the game as long as Necron's on the field. Seems really lame. It seems like it's not going to work well. And then pay 1 tap, choose 1 card, remove my Necron's ability, and put it into the break zone.
In sealed, it's really cool. Out of sealed, this card is a 1.
This card is a walking lightning rod.
I wrote, hey, he's on curve at a 4-drop AK. Not worth it. Maybe good in sealed.
I actually think this would be really good in sealed.
Well, yeah, because you get the target remover, dude.
Yep.
It's only one guy, but like...
That's my biggest problem. I wish he had a special that lets you do it again.
That'd be cool. They don't like Cat 9. Cat 9 gets shafted.
I get it. Here's the thing. I hate that this Necron does nothing with black cards, with the
like
dark
your other
cards.
Necron?
Yep, I'm going to play Black Ice.
Then play Black Ice with Commandant.
Those new cards are sick.
Play Black Ice with, God, his name gets me every time, and I've played the game so many times. Shuyin.
Yeah, Shuyin.
Next one. Gipal. Gipal.
Gipal.
I don't remember how it's pronounced. He also has a full art. Don't know why. Faction Leader. 5-drop 9k. The category 10 forwards, other than himself, you control, gain 2k power, and this forward cannot be chosen by your opponent's abilities. When he enters the field, choose 1 forward the opponent controls, dull it, and freeze it. He's a cool Anthem. He's a 5-drop 9k, so he's a little hard to get around. I just hate that his ETB is just dull and freeze it, dude. Like, give me something more.
Yeah, he's like a 5-drop 9k that's just a beat stick.
Yep.
Like, his only job is to be a beat stick.
Yep.
And if you're not doing anything actively with your big drops, it feels very bad.
I wrote... Protection costly, lackluster ETB. I will say, with the new Tidus, he's cool, because then he'd be a 2 cost, but like otherwise, bleh.
Yeah, if you have no way of cheating him out or making him cheaper, like he just feels bad.
What's the point? Next one. Oh, sorry, Gipal's number is like a 3.
I'm going 3.
Next one, Chimera Brain. James, take her away.
3-drop Chimera Brain is a Cat 10 Chimera monster. Go figure. Pay 0 until the end of turn. It also becomes a forward of 9k power. That gains when Chimera Brain attacks. Choose 1 forward your opponent controls. Freeze it. You can only use the ability if your opponent controls any dull forwards and only once per turn. This card is slow.
I think it's fine.
I just don't think you're going to see play with it.
I don't, but I think if you play the card's fine. It's a 3-drop 9k.
Here's the thing.
It's
above curve. It's above curve on monsters.
It is above curve. It's a 3-drop 9k that freezes a dude on attack. And that's fine. You have to wait a turn, but it's harder to touch because it's a monster.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to cry about it.
Here's the thing. It's above curve on life for monster.
And at worst, you can activate them whenever you want, right? You can only use this ability. Oh, so do it on after they attack. Who cares?
Yeah.
They tap a dude to swing and you go, cool, yeah. Chimera Brain.
They play all brave dudes. You go, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I'll just lose. Yeah, he's a 3.
I'm actually going 2. I don't think he does enough by himself. I'd love that he's a 4 that's above curve on the 9k instead of like a 7.
And it's not a big cost either.
Or an 8. It is a very specific cost. It means you don't get to be aggressive with it. That's all it means. Is you have to have the ability to dull. You can't be aggressive. Though Ice's main thing is it likes to dull and freeze dudes.
Also, you dull by swinging, so who cares?
Yeah.
Next one, Edward. Sorry. Boop, there it is. I wrote single use and versatile for Edward. When he enters, you can choose up to 2 characters the opponent controls. If your opponent has 1 or less cards in their hand, dull them and freeze them. That's cool. When he enters, if your opponent has 3 more cards in their hand, your opponent discards a card. He's a 3-drop that either dull freezes 2 characters or discards. He's versatile. It's fine. Honestly, I think he's fine. He's a solid 3 for me.
He's a 3 for me, and you want to know the reason I bumped him up from a 2?
No, actually, he does name clash.
He was always a 3. I'm just going to be honest. He was always a 3. But do you know what makes him better? But I won't make him a 4 because I don't want to make him that much better. Claire searches him.
Because he's a king?
Yep.
Yeah.
So you can dual color easier in Ice Earth.
I will be right back. I have to go potty.
It's just me, guys. I took over the stream. It's only me. What the I looked at the next card and I'm upset with myself. Why does this exist? Yeah, get that card out of here. Some of these cards frustrate me so much. Because this next card I don't think is good at all, but they printed it 3rd set in a row. It's crazy. I think this set's going to do nothing to the meta, guys. And it sucks. Because I'm tired of wool. I think Knights is a lame deck, but I think that's just the meta's fault for playing bad cards. And Lightning being a poor element. Hello, Noah, are you back?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to wrap up. I will say. Also, one of the coolest things, because he's tutorable by Claris, means that your turn 1 can be play Claris,
Have him for next
grab
turn.
Edward, and then your opponent has to think, oh, do I go down to 1 or less cards in hand and potentially, lose 2 dudes to use, or do I just let him discard me?
Here's the
Which
thing.
I think is cool.
I don't think I'm ever going to play this. Because I think it's too slow. It doesn't net you anything too much.
No, it puts your opponent behind. That's the point.
Yeah, but like in this game, 1 or 2 cards can just make everything. So like I think it would depend on the deck you play against.
Yep.
So I'm not super thrilled about it. I
next
hate this
one.
Nyx card though.
Kurosame. Yeah, we're getting a lot of those recently.
3 sets in a row.
Yep. 6-drop EX burst instructor type O forward. Warp 2 and ice in any color. When he enters the field, reveal the top 4 cards of your deck, add a forward among them to your hand, put the others on the bottom of your deck in any order. So if you warp him, he's a 2-drop 9k. If you play him, he's a 6-drop 9k. So realistically, that's just the curve you get. The EX is really cool, actually. I will not lie. I like the EX. I just don't like the name clash. I wrote Warp is meh. Curve is fine. Gives Ice a Cascade card to grab their forwards, and then name clashes.
The name clashing sucks. Him being a 6-drop sucks. Warp is never been a good mechanic. Sucks.
It's been lackluster, to say the most.
Yeah.
Super Kami, my dude. This is the perfect time to get into the game because
Yeah.
it's a new set.
Here's the thing.
There's no established meta yet. Well, there's
definitely an
the
established
rollover meta, but it's going to change for sure. I think it will.
I think cadets will get added.
Exactly. And I think cadets, depending on the cadets, listen.
I think
James, hold
cadets
on.
and warriors
Quick
will join.
sidebar. Quick sidebar. Look at me. Listen to me. Okay. Cadets can play monocolor of every one of those 3 elements, and
That's
then
not true.
Yes, it can.
It cannot play fire mono.
Yes, it can.
I don't think it can.
It's got at least 3 fire backups it can play now.
That's fine.
Which
I don't
makes
think
it
you can make it a fire.
and the Agido support that's also involved in it. Yes, it can.
I don't think it'll be meta relevant.
Doesn't
as a
matter. It can
mono.
do it though. The fact is, cadets
We'll
can
talk
play.
about meta next year.
The cadets can play mono of each of its 3 main elements, and then mix its 3 main elements into dual
Here's
color
the
decks and a tricolor deck
I
if it wanted to.
I think that cadets will be added. I think warriors will show up, and I think Cat 7 will try to come in a couple of times. I don't think Cat 7 will be good enough
I think
to stay.
Cat 7 will still be a B tier, maybe.
I think
close
it'll
to
be
A.
like a C. I don't think it'll push A.
I think it could. I think it has the potential for pushing A.
I'm not sold. I think warriors will be hard hitting immediately when the format starts because their big dudes will just place them out there. But I think they'll fall off out of the way too. I think cadets will be a staple for this next format. Once somebody figures out the correct build or the proper meta build.
The funny thing is, I think you at least have 2 really good meta builds to go off with cadets.
Sure, but I think there'll be one that'll probably be
Like
the
mine
stickler.
is needs some tweaking, but because of Golbez, it's really good. It's really efficient. But I also think that fire has a really good shot now.
I also think we'll see Golbez at the start of the event or the start of the season for this meta. I think we'll see Warpez or
Warpez or Golbez?
both.
What do we call LB Bez? LB Bez sounds weird. Lebez. I'm calling it Lebez.
Golby. Nah.
Lebez sounds stupider. That's why I want to use that. Stupider's not a word. Who cares?
Elbez. That's what I'm going to be calling it when it loses. But I think we'll see either the Golbez decks, style of the decks. Maybe like it's a mixture deck. Who cares? I think we'll see a Golbez Archfiends deck for a little bit of the front end because I think that's going to be a very popular deck people want to try out.
Yeah, we have 2 new people. Well, 3 depending if Super Kami's wife is also watching. Hey guys, I'm glad you guys tuned into us. We're terrible at this game. You can look at all of our past matches to see. We play the game a lot though, so we somewhat know what we're talking about.
Water Monsters is in there. Here's the thing. I was about to say it before we started going on a tangent. I think outside of just like, I want to say 3 decks, I think the entire format's super open.
And those 3 decks are going to be Wool, Mono Earth, and Water Monsters. Or Mono Water. Let me rephrase that. Mono Water essentially encompasses a lot.
Here's the thing. I wasn't even sold on Mono Water.
I don't know, man. Every time I watch Momo play Mono Water, I go, why do people not play this?
Dude,
deck as
every
much?
time I watch anybody
Momo
play
Mono Water,
anytime I watch anybody that's competently practiced Mono Water, I go, man, why is nobody playing Mono Water?
Every time.
I feel like I do nothing versus these decks. I do think Mono Water is inside that big meta thing, but I think it is. I don't think it's on the same level as Wool and Mono Earth. What was the third deck I had in my head? It was. I don't think Mono Ice is up there. I think Mono Ice is in the big pool. Was it Knights?
Knights is kind of faded. Here's how Knights work. I love how we're getting off topic on a review stream. We'll get back on topic. Don't worry, Ned.
Real quick.
But here's how I think Knights work is Knights kind of shows up and then it fades a little bit so people forget about it, and then Knights goes, hey, remember, we're really
Here's the
good.
thing.
And then
Well,
they show up
I think
again.
it also depends
Knights
on...
is the local qualifier deck.
I think it depends on the format, too. Because Knights is a very duality deck, which is in the sense of it does one thing. It hits you hard and fast. If you can counter that, that deck does nothing.
Yep.
That deck says, I'm going to push as hard as possible because you won't be able to stop me. Did you stop me? Well, I lost.
Did you tell Ramza no 3 times? Shoot. All right. Sorry. Back on the topic.
That's my tangent.
So our next card is going, or Kurosame. What do we put him at? I think he's a 3. I think he's a solid 3. I think you can find a place for him.
Thank you, Super Connie.
But yeah, that's about it.
Thanks for watching the content.
Yeah, honestly.
Building decks around our decks.
I will say Cat 8's cool, and
I think this Kurosame's a 1.
Cat 13's really cool. You wanna find Cat 13 meme? Just a quick thing. If I've mentioned this before, but I don't know if I mentioned it in a video. The most recent Bahamut that 20Ks the board and leaves you with 3 cards in deck. Use that and close the game out with Lightning right after. You draw your exact 3, more than likely, and then your opponent has nothing to do to defend but hit a EX burst. It's kind of funny. Okay, next one up.
Zed.
Why does this have a full art?
I believe it's the arts. I think
it's the Cat 11 art. Yeah,
I think it's the art. I think they buy specific arts, and those ones become they pay somebody for those arts specifically to make them full arts.
This card's weird. It's a 5-drop 8K.
I like this card. I think
it's a
cool.
Dark Knight. That's cool. Mithril Musketeer.
I'm real happy it's a Dark Knight.
It has back attack. That's what I'm happy about. But again, I will never get a back attack deck. When he's dealt damage by a character the opponent controls, your opponent selects 1 dual character they control put into the break zone. You can remove 3 ice cards in the break zone from the game, and he gains 3k power until the end of turn. So your goal is just block. That's basically what he should do.
He is a wall.
He's a wall. He's supposed to be a wall.
He is tank.
Actually, this is probably the closest we got into a Dark Knight themed card.
Yep, he is tank.
It's crazy. Yeah.
The one thing I wish he had, Brave.
Don't swing with him. Who cares? He's literally meant to just play defense.
Hear me out. I want to be able to find him easy, and there's no good way to find this card.
Oh, you want to use White Tiger to get him? Yeah, looks like you're playing Kurosame, so you can dig through your deck,
here's
buddy.
the cool thing. Here's the thing. I want to play him on Mono Ice because I think he's very good, but he doesn't do anything.
No, not really.
I think
he's literally just sit there, be wall.
He's great for Mono Ice. If he was like a 3-drop.
But also, I will say one of the worst things for you is using his remove 3 ice cards ability because you want to keep that for Shiva.
Is nuts.
Yep. Next, I'll put him at a 3.
I'm putting him as 3 as well.
He's sneaky.
Only because Mono Ice can't.
Next one, the guy doesn't have a full art. It's fucking insane. Sephiroth. I don't want to play with you anymore.
He doesn't have the art for it, so
you can still do it.
I don't think you could do full art for this art.
Sephiroth, 4-drop.
Only in the Legacy collection.
Soldier, category 7. First strike, the job soldier forwards, other than Sephiroth, you control gain first strike, and then when a forward with first strike you control attacks, your opponent discards 1 card. Astral Gate, choose a forward, deal 5k damage by pitching just a copy of Seph. So he gets rid of copies of himself, which is really good. He says when your dudes attack, your opponent forces a discard. And he gives all your dudes first strike as a static. It's not an ETB, which is really cool. Yep. But he does die to Ratsu. And he has a 4 cost. Those are my 2 biggest issues I have with him. And I also think he's a red herring card. Chris has been playing this, and I want Chris to make this deck work. I think Chris can get the deck to function and find a build for it. And a lot of people can probably find out how to get Sephiroth to function in Soldiers. But I think Sephiroth, personally, is a waste in a Soldier deck. As opposed to the 3-drop, in my opinion, because that breaks a dude and makes them discard, and with Genesis on board does more stuff. I just think this is lackluster.
Only because I haven't seen Chris play, and I only know the deck I'm playing currently for soldiers, because mine's not really a soldier deck. Are they playing similar to what I'm playing, or are they playing straight soldiers?
Chris has 2 different soldier decks. Shout out to Homeboy. One of them wants to run with Cloud Pod.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about that one.
And I think it's like under Fire Ice, and the other one's just like an Ice Lightning with this added in. The Ice Lightning with this added in was cool, but I will also say it's a little skewed because I'm playing Cadets at that time, and Cadets just say, why do cards in my hand matter if Ace is on board? Yo, you're going to make me discard? Just kidding. I'm going to dull your board down. Like,
it's also, you also play against me who doesn't play the same builds.
Yeah.
Like, I bet our Ice Lightning decks are very close.
I mean, they all have like similar core. I think Sephiroth is a really cool card. I think he has potential, but currently as it stands, I feel like this card is a very big red herring that should not be just jammed 100%. Out. You should take your time with this card and figure it out. I think Sephiroth's good for big push turns. He's not good to just put out. Being a first strike is really cool. I think first strike's one of the best keywords in the game, minus back attack, but we don't get enough back attack stuff anyway. So I'll put him
Here's the thing. Everything about him is sick. Discard a copy to where my first strike kills you is funny.
Mm-hmm. I put him at a 3. Seeing how he does, I'm very okay moving up to a 4. He has 4 potential, but right now he's a 3.
He definitely has 4 potential, but it's based on how the deck functions together.
Yep.
I'm going with 3. I was going to say Teeters on 4. So
next one is Soldier Candidate.
Because we didn't get enough of these, huh?
Yep. 2-drop multiplayable standard unit Cat 7. When Soldier Candidate enters the field, choose a character the opponent controls, dull it. If you have a card named Soldier Candidate in your break zone, also freeze it. Damage 3, gains 3k power. The other Soldier Candidates don't need the damage 3, they just need 2 dudes in your break zone for their 3k power. These ones tend to need damage triggers for it, which I think is dumb.
I don't know why they made it worse.
I say it just dull freezes a dude. Realistically, is how that functions. It's a 2-drop dull freeze, and realistically, if I care enough to, I'm just gonna play Torgal and get my dull freeze for 1 off of Jill.
Yep. So I was gonna go this card's a 2.
Yeah.
I think it'll find its place in the Soldier Candidate deck for sure.
Yeah, sure. Fun with friends.
Yep, fun with friends.
Next one, Chadley. Go ahead, James.
I actually really like this card.
I do too.
2-drop Chadley, Cat 7 Scientist backup. When a forward you control is put from the field in the break zone, place a research counter on Chadley. This effect, the text on this thing. This effect will trigger only during your opponent's turn and only once per turn. And then pay 2, 1 ice, 1 non. Tap it. Remove 3 research counters from Chadley. Choose 1 forward of cost 4 or less in your break zone. I like how I slowed that. It's still fucked up. Play it onto the field. You can only use ability during your turn. I think it's really cool. Do you want to know the deck I want to play it in the most right now?
Terra?
No, actually. Even though that's sick. The Ice Lightning. I want to play the Ice Lightning Soldiers.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because especially if you're playing the 4-drop Cloud that searches. You search Chadley, play Chadley. Oh, man, you're killing my dudes. That's crazy.
It's really neat to... Here's the thing.
Pay 2, place F.
I'm going to play it on board.
Yep.
The reason I want to play in that deck is you kill my fucking Alcid every single game.
I definitely did, yeah. You just want to replay Alcid.
Here's the thing. It's a very cool target.
I want you to know, Chadley is very susceptible to break zone removal, though.
100%.
So the things I wrote, because my notes are usually short and quick, is risky. Comeback mechanic, doesn't break, which I think is very good that he does not break himself.
It doesn't.
He just racks it up. Like, it doesn't remove all research counters. It just removes 3. It doesn't say, oh, if you have 3, use it, remove all. It's so you can rack up like 6 counters, for instance, and use once and then do it again the next turn. Or if you can restand them, you can do it again, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And then it gains value over the course of the game. He's a 2-drop as well. Like, he's a very efficient card. He deserves to be a hero. I will give it that. What?
You're good.
What are you thinking of?
Deck building in my head.
Stop. We can't tide tangent anymore, James. We got to get through this. We're only on ice. We're going to be here for a while, guys. If you want to tune in, tune out. Beer Gust. So, yeah, I think Chadley's a 4 with the way he's intended to be played. I don't think he's game-breaking, but I think he's really cool. Because people used to play Devout and think Devout was nuts because Devout just said crack him to play a 4 or less. Chadley doesn't have to crack himself to do it. Yeah. And you gain the intrinsic value anyways, because your opponent generally kills your stuff on their turn anyways.
Yep.
So, and it's not a once per turn, right? Oh, no, it's a once per turn for the research
you
counter.
The counter on the thing.
That's the sad part, but Otherwise, it's not terrible. And if you really wanted to meme, you could play Jack Garland
on the counter. Gross.
Yeah, you could play Jack Garland with this Chadley to force an attack so you can trade with something you don't care about.
So I was thinking about dumb things I've already, like combos I've thought of that don't have an end game to it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a cool loop you could do with I think it's like Opus 18 Noctis. It says when a dude dies, you can play him from your discard pile.
Mm-hmm.
So if you find a way to do that and then kill another Noctis that you have on board, what will happen is the one will come in after the one's destroyed, see the one leave, and you can just loop them. So my brain was like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then what's the payout?
Oh, we're back to Infinite Noctis again.
Yeah. But having this on board says you get all the counters.
Hey, maybe you can play that really weird Infinite deck with this and bring Renoa back out.
I was also thinking that.
Infinites, they're really cool. Moving on to the next one. What's your
Not functional?
What's your number for?
I think he's a 3.
Cool.
Here's the thing. I think he almost teeters into a 2, just because you can only get 1 counter a turn.
It does suck for that, but I think
it's still very good.
Over the course of the game, just generates value.
Yeah.
Next one, Paladin. Solid 3. 3-drop standard unit, category 11. When it enters, you can either dull a dude or draw a card. Good modals. Next one is Nuge, who also has a full art. Nuge is a 4-drop EX burst backup. Mevin, not Yevon, but Mevin. Cat 10. When he enters the field, you may search for a card named Gapal or a card named Barlai, add it to your hand, and then you can tap, crack him, deal 5k damage to all the dual 4s the opponent controls. That part's like a little meh, but the fact is he's a backup that searches backups. Because there's Barlai backup that we have later down the line here, but he also searches the Ice Wind Barlai, which I think is really cool, actually.
And he searches the new Gapal.
And he searches the new Gapal, or the old one, if you wanted to play.
There's an old Gapal?
Yeah, there's like 2 different Gapals.
Oh.
There's one that says on play, give 4k and Brave to all your dudes.
Cool.
There's one that says like when your dudes party, they gain power or something.
Party?
I think so.
Ooh.
Something like that. There's at least like 3 different Gapals. But yeah, Nuge is a 4 to me.
I think he's a 3. I do not.
He's a backup that searches backup, which automatically makes him good. Though I will say the Barlai backup is in Lightning, so in Ice Lightning it's cool if you want to play it like that. If you're not playing soldiers
3.
or Turks, you're crazy for not doing that, but whatever.
For what?
Playing soldiers or Turks in Ice Lightning.
Yeah. I'm going 3 just because I just don't.
That's fine.
The Barlai he wants to search is going to be Ice Wind, and Storm doesn't need another backup. And the new Gapal's cool, but we talked about the new Gapal's a little slow. So searching him does nothing but deck thing.
I think the fact that he's an EX burst is what puts him more up to a 4 for me with the way he's intended to be played.
Oh, the EX burst is why I made him a 3.
Crazy. Next card, Mateus.
Here's the thing: he's an ice dude that says hit the board for 5k. It's almost the board, right?
He does to hit a dull board, yeah.
Almost. Ooh, you almost had it.
James, go ahead.
Hell yeah. Mateus the Corrupt, 4-drop summon, Cat 12 summon. Hey, searchable off of Bosch. Before paying the cost to cast Mateus, you can remove 1 ice backup you control from the game to reduce the cost by 2, making it a 2-drop. Choose 1 Dole forward and up to 1 other forward. Break the former Dole and freeze the latter. It is a break and a Dole freeze. This card's nuts. It makes me want to put Terra back in the deck.
I mean, as long as you remove the backup, it's a 2 cost that gets value.
But here's the other thing.
This plus Terra is really good.
As an additional cost, which means you must be able to do all 3 at once. So you can't tap and remove that backup. You can't remove the same backup.
Yeah, it's before paying the cost. It's not as an additional, it's before paying cost.
Oh,
that's where it matters.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Even as additional, because you have to be able to pay the cost at the same time. So you have to tap, and remove.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So you can't remove something.
You can't be cheeky. Yeah,
you can't remove something and tap it at the same time.
You can't do the cool Charlotta play where you like tap Charlotta for 1, break Charlotta for 2.
Yeah.
Because you can't do that.
I also think that should not function, but that's just
but
a personal thing. Here's the thing. We talked about this. In the window of how things work, you can tap the Charlotta and break the Charlotta for 2 different costs of the chaoses that trigger at damage 5 in your break zone. And to me, I don't know how that functions because they're 2 different cards. They're not the same. It's not like the same cost. It's whatever. I think this card's a solid 4.
Yeah, I also agree. It's
really
not
game breaking, so I'm not making a 5. But
it's really good for ice.
It is very good.
It's not a Shiva though. It's a 3.
Here's the thing. I have gotten to the point where I want to stop seeing Shivas without a good Shiva.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten a Cat 10 Shiva yet. That hurts. That's like one of my favorite Shivas. All right, moving on.
I just think we need a deck that functions well with the Shivas, but the Shivas are very slow.
Yeah. Borgin. Borgin's a 5-drop Mobius, Cat 2, Captain, backup. When he enters the field, choose a deal 4, deal AK damage. Your opponent discards a card. Pay an ice, put him into the break zone, choose a deal 4, deal AK damage. I think Borgin's like a 3. No, I like Borgin's like a 2 because he's a 5 cost. Yep. That's why I don't like him.
He's a 2 cost 5.
Here's
the thing, killing a dude's so cool.
If he said AK a dude at being a 3 cost, I think it'd be really cool. Plus his other ability, or if it was AK a dude at a 4 cost and his other ability, I also think he'd be fine. I'd
be fine if it was a 3K, 8K dude, do his whole first ability as a 3-drop, and then slightly increase the cost for the second ability and still have it. Make it a 3 cost break in.
The initial value of having to pay 5.
Yep.
For
One break.
maybe a kill and a discard when you can play like Nuge and pay 5 and get the same effect just feels weird. Yep. It's just it's an old Nuge.
If he was like a 3-drop that killed a dude and forced the discard, and then you had to pay 3 again later to be able to do it again, I'd be fine with that.
But it's not.
It's pay 6, kill 2 dudes, which is pretty cool.
What did I write on my notes for Borgin? Costly. That was it. Next one.
Maynard.
Yeah, go ahead. You said that, right?
Maynard. A 5-drop cat 4.
Why is she not a waff? She's a mysterious woman.
That's what I'm saying. Where's all the waff? Mysterious woman. Forward. At the end of your turn, choose one monster in your break zone. Choose one monster put into your break zone from the field during this turn. Play it on the field. She's really neat. Super slow.
She's a 1.
I think she's a 2. Because I think if you're playing ice monsters, if you're playing any sort of monsters and you have her on board, she's going to function the way you want.
Why am I playing this instead of just playing Chime? Not Chime.
Keisha's?
No, the other one. Oh my god, it's on the tip of my tongue. It starts with an M. Mira.
Mira, yeah. Because you can play both, I guess.
Ugh.
Yeah,
but like paying 5 feels like I'm ending my turn.
Here's the other thing. It triggers at the end of your turn and doesn't do anything.
The crazy thing for me, and maybe it's just because I've been playing Win so much, it feels like a turn ender to pay 5 in anything but Win.
I mean, I get that.
Yeah,
I played a deck. No, I play a deck of nothing but 5, 6s, and 7s.
Yeah, I know. That's a lie. You play some 2s and 4s in there. Get out of here.
I play a single 2, and I think 9 4s.
Something like that.
But yeah, she is overcosted. Here's the thing. I think she'd be a fine 3-drop.
If she was a 3-drop, I think she'd be fine. 3-drop, 5K. I'm okay with that.
Because you only do it at the you only do it at the end of your turn. It's not like she's doing something it's not like she's come in and then play all the play.
Okay, sorry, hold on. Actually, I'll bump her up to a 2 because I'm stupid and I thought this was just a once time ability. It is at the end of each of your turns.
Yeah.
So she does have longevity.
As long as she stays on board, she keeps doing it.
Yep.
I think it would be better if she was a 5, 8. Here's the thing. I still think she's garbage.
Oh,
I just think she's just better than a 1. She's not unplayable because she'll find a spot. I think if you you wanted to, yeah, right. If she was still everything she has,
break my trapdoor so I can replay trapdoor so I can break it later to break a dude.
If she just had an ability that worked similar to how the goddess works, her ability was when she enters at the end of your turn, play all the monsters that went into the break zone this turn.
Gross. Blue worms would be insane.
They would, but she's Ratsuable. She's negatable. And it only happens at the end of your turn.
Yeah, you can't Ratsu her.
Why?
Because it's at the end of turn.
No, you can Ratsu her ability.
Yeah.
On enter.
At the end of... No, that in your scenario, yes. Yeah. But as she stands right now,
as she said, no, she's not Ratsuable.
She dodges Ratsu.
That's what
she's
I'm saying.
a 5.
She should, yeah. That's what I'm saying. If she had a goddess ability of on enter, she activates the ability of at the end of your turn do a thing. Mm-hmm. I think that'd be much cooler, and I would warrant her being a 5-drop. Right now, I don't think she warrants being a 5-drop.
No, not at all. Next one.
4. Skip it.
Thank you. I'm glad that you agree with me on this.
I was already going to agree with you already, even before you played.
Yuta, Gold Wings, Black Mage, Category 10 forward, 7 costs, so she's on curve naturally. When she enters the field, you can search for a drop Gold Wings, add it to your hand. Pay 2, play a drop Gold Wings that cost 3 or less from your hand onto the field. You can only use this ability once per turn. And then special, pay an ice, discard a copy of her, obviously. Choose a 4, don't freeze it, and your opponent discards a card. She's a 4. Should I go into detail for people that haven't seen how this card functions? I'll go into a little bit of detail. One, the Gold Wings, YRP was a big thing way back when, right? Riku Pain. Really, really cool combo. Now that we have a Riku backup that makes any color I want for a Cat 10, this Yuna is always playable. We still have the Opus 1 Pain.
Still playing YRP.
Yeah, we still have the Opus 1 Pain that says if you control a Yuna, draw a card. If you control Riku, restand 3 backups. So basically, now you get this Yuna that tutors that out and then says, hey, she costs 1 less, so you can pitch her from hand to progress your plays longer. She essentially...
And here's
she
the
doesn't
thing,
blink,
you
she
need
neg
the
one,
Riku anyways,
right?
because
So
you
if we
don't play ice.
We play Yuna, which is 1 card out of hand. If we pitch to play her, we're losing 2 and we're getting 1 back.
Yep.
We're pitching 1 to play Pain to draw 1 back and to restand 3. So in CP cost your...
Well, so let me.
What's your neg value on that? You do the math real quick. I'm going to keep gushing about this card for a bit. Also, the targets that she picks for Gold Wings are really cool because she can also grab backups, which I think is cool. She can grab a backup that gets a backup or a backup that gets a forward. Buddy's a Gold Wing. Brother's a Gold Wing. Riku's a Gold Wing. Any of the Rikus are Gold Wings, realistically. So I think she can also play the Earth Riku. I think, does Earth Riku only make Earth backups all colors, or is it all backups all colors?
I believe it's all backups as she's on board.
I'm going to double check that. But she also can play Earth Riku, which I think is really funny if you wanted to go down that route. Materia Hunter. She can play the new Riku in Earth, too. That Riku's like whatever. It's kind of cool, but it's not like anything special in my opinion. But also her special's cool, because the way I play the deck, or the way I play her currently is in a... I say mono wind, but it's like a wind-water combo. It's mono wind backups because Fina's nuts. And you... get her out, and then you also play the 3-drop wind water Yuna that top or bottom decks a dude, and then at damage 5 plays a Cat 10 of cost 6 or less from your deck. So if I ever draw that Yuna and I end up having an ice Yuna in hand to pay for the ice special, I just get a free discard until freeze, which I think is really cool. So like it also means that my Yunas aren't just sitting dead in my hand doing nothing besides pitch fodder for wind or water if I needed to be anyways. But I like this card a lot. I think this card's really cool. I'm glad that me and James both agree that this card's a 4. Deserves to be a 4. She's not game breaking, but she is very efficient.
Even.
You break even on that? That's really good.
As long as you break even if you have 3 backups 2 ready.
Usually you would.
Because you'd have to at least have 3 cards in hand. You pitch 1, have 2 backups tap 1, play Yuna. Searches you 1. So you've spent 3... and got back once, you're at neg 1.
It's Earth backups.
Okay. And then you pitch another one, so you're at neg 4 to play a dude, which searches you 1, which will, and then restand 3, so you'll be at 5 total.
Yeah.
So you spend 5, got 5 back.
Also, if you wanted to...
and you put 2 dudes on board.
Other notable Rikus that you could pick is the Riku from Opus 6 that says your Gold Wings... your Gold Wing forwards cannot be chosen by your opponent's ability, so it gets around like Refia. The Riku from Opus 12, that just says on play, choose a character, dole it, or choose 2 characters, activate them, if you wanted to go that route.
She plays... Here's the thing. I think your 2 best options are that Pain and Pain. I think it's that Pain and the other Yuna, because she can search herself.
She can search herself, which is funny.
Nuts. I think those are your best options are both those Pains and both these Yuna.
Or the backup searchers.
And I'm not... Here's the thing. That's fine.
It just gets your backup line going.
That's fine. But if we're talking like pushing game state.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think you only have 2 really good options, and it's the restand and it's the free
It's herself, Pain, or the water wind Pain that removes 2 and draws.
Yeah.
So yeah, Yuna's a 4. Moving on to the next one. Lena. James, take her away.
2-drop Lena, Cat 10, Songstress, Summoner, forward. At the beginning of the attack phase, during each of your turns, remove the top card of your deck from the game. You can cast it at any time as you could normally cast this turn. Pay 1, remove Lena from the game. Choose 1, summon your break zone, remove from the game. During this turn, you can cast it at any time you can normally cast it. Oh, hey.
Rereading this card, so I think this card's cool. After rereading it a little bit and thinking about it, I initially had this card way lower. I put this card at a 3. It has a potential of a 4. Only because of the cards that would support its ability. But that doesn't make the card itself better.
No.
Because, I mean, the really cool thing about her is that she always gives you a card to cast, realistically. But she does run through your deck a little bit faster. Because at the beginning of attack phase, I'll remove the top card of my deck. Oh, if I could cast it, I'll do it, which is really cool. It gives you an extra card for that turn. She's 2-drop 5k, so she's on curve. And then her pay 1, remove herself from the game to remove a summon to cast it, is cool. And it's during the game that summon's gone. Like, you can use it whenever. It's not for the turn. She's also a summoner in case you want to play an Ice Earth summoner list.
Or
so
Ice
now
Earth
you
Water.
have access to... You officially have access to 4 good summoners out of the summoner list, which would be Rydia, Aiko, because Aiko's the summoner you play for that, Unileska in the back row, and then Lina in the front.
Yeah.
I mean, you're still playing.
I guess you also
Garnet, maybe.
have access to Yuna. You didn't say that.
The new Yuna's not a summoner.
Oh, you're talking forwards.
Well, I meant in general. The Yuna backup, the water one.
Any of
I
the
mean,
Yuna
sure, yeah.
backups. I just mean like. In
I was
terms
just
of
saying if you
summoners.
wanted to play Ice Earth instead of Water Earth, but Water Earth seems to be better.
She also, because it's not a tap cost, you could just use her ability whenever.
Mm-hmm.
So you could use it immediately if you wanted to. Like if you enter it and your opponent goes, "No, I want to kill that thing right now," so you don't get to do the attack phase stuff. It's like cool, whatever. I guess pay 1, remove the summon, have it for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I think this is going to my ice deck.
At a,
Probably a 1 or a 2 of.
I think a 1 of is cool. I think a 2 of
Do you know what it says?
as beneficial as you can make it.
It says grab Shiva from a discard pile.
Yeah, it does. Yep.
And then I play Shiva. And then I remove forward and add Shiva back to
Yep. It gives you your Shiva back, which is cool. Honestly, that's really neat. I'll put her, but she's. At a 3
I think
for
she's
me.
a 3.
Yeah.
The fact that she says attack phase, I'm a little upset with.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it just
Beginning
means,
of the turn seems stupid.
Yeah.
It forces you to actually progress into that phase. I mean, you still have to go through it, but it does something.
Yeah. I just want to be able to do
Next,
stuff before.
We're
that phase.
into Wind, baby. This is gonna be like one whole long video. Aerith is our signature card of the set, actually, too.
Yep.
2-drop Aerith. She's a forward.
Do you know what I hate?
Cat
I'm
7.
gonna interrupt. Do you know what I hate?
Huh.
I hate her background. They did the what is it? The noir. They did like the noir thing
background.
to it.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think
The
if they
colors
just
are more muted.
if they just full arted,
It would have been so better.
I think it
So
would have
much
been
better.
much better.
It's just Aerith casting Holy.
cool.
That's actually how I found the quick tidbit. How I found the picture for the thumbnails that I used this picture with. I didn't just go Tears of the Planet like we usually do. I went, oh yeah, Aerith Holy FF7 remake or whatever. Which one is it? Rebirth or remake? Which one's the newest one?
Remake is the new one. Rebirth was the original remake, right?
No, I think this one's Rebirth. Whatever, it's the newest FF7 game.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, that was just
Look
an
at
easy
that
way to find it.
4K.
But she is a 4K, which you know what that means. Cater can play her.
Yep.
When she enters the field, you choose a character your opponent controls. As long as Aerith is on the field, it loses all abilities. And then when Aerith is put from the field to the break zone, you may remove her from the game. When you do so, draw a card. Honestly, she's a 2. No, she's a 2. If it was just on enter, blank a dude, and leave it at that, that'd be cool. But she has a 2 cost, so I get it. Man. Her ability to essentially trade herself for a draw is good, though. I think that's fine. If you're ever in those moments where you're like, man, I wish I could draw a card, like block Aerith and draw. Who cares? I always think that's really good.
Here's the thing. I think her blanking things could be very, very important.
Depending on what you blank, I think you could shut a whole game down. You know what she doesn't blank? Dancers. Because you can't touch them. Unless you Kucha Lane first. Ugh.
Do you know what I think is even cooler about this card?
Mm-hmm. She shuts down Refia.
It's a Ratsu like that. It's a Ratsu lightning rod.
She is a Ratsu Lightning Rod. And it almost doesn't feel good. Because you're
on either side. Neither
like,
side feels good about it.
Man, do I Ratsu it? You're like, do it. Do it.
Neither option that your opponent has to make. Do I spend 3 to Ratsu this 4K that does nothing and then give them a draw so I could be able to use my character? Or do I just let this character I need on my board sit there and do nothing?
Like Refia. I mean, it's a quote unquote silver. I mean, because like, sure, Wool can kill her. So you'd have to deal with the Wool first. But otherwise, if Refia's just Refia, she ain't getting nothing done. That deck's dead.
Yep.
Next one. Oh, sorry. What's your number on this?
Oh, I think she's a 2.
Yeah, that's also where
Here's
I
the
put
thing. I think she's going to be very, very good.
If she was a 6K, I put her at a 3.
No,
Because then Wool can't kill her.
to me, I don't think it'll matter. I think depending on the meta we'll be in, because here's the problem: is Wind isn't a deck. Nobody plays Wind right now.
Nope.
Wind's not good. Wind and Lightning are like the two worst colors in the game right now.
They're about to get real good, though.
They're about to get mediocre at best.
They're about to get real good, though.
I think they're going to be okay at the best.
James, I'm not the best deck builder in the world, okay? I'm like a solid, a little above
And
average.
you think Wind is going to get better?
And I think Wind and Lightning, because of Cadets, is going to get way
No,
better.
I think Cadets are going to get there. I think Wind isn't doing anything.
Way better.
The problem is no deck actively will have the space available to want to play this Aerith. But if this Aerith... Man, do you know what I actually wish this Aerith was? I wish it was another hand trap for your fucking mono Wind deck.
Oh, dude, that would have been so good.
But, that's all it does is you remove her from the game. You have some other cost, right? You can make it a 2 cost, right? And you remove it from the game. You remove her from the game to just blank a dude for the turn.
Oh,
Just a Kuchulain on a forward that you have to pay from hand.
that would have been fine. And Wind, oh, dude.
Or you did something.
Fina's
You have
best
to
hand
have
trap in the game.
maybe like a specific setup. Like even if it was you have to have X amount of Cat 7s on the board, right? Right? You have X amount of Cat 7s. You could remove this from your hand. That's like a second ability she has. You can remove it from the hand, choose a dude, break, just for the turn, blank.
That's fine.
It's not super overpowered. It's just for one turn.
It's for a specific deck type. That's why I want you to know that's half the reason I'm stuck in my Wind phase right now is because Fina's way too good.
Yep.
I see why Alex plays mono Wind. Shout outs, Alex.
I don't even think he plays 3 of them. I think he plays 1.
Don't care. It's a good card.
So the problem I have with her is nobody's going to play Wind right now that wants to play her. I think this card would be a 4 if Wind was a popular color to play. Because here's the thing. You're going to play your Cadets. You do not have a space for this Aerith.
No.
Right?
I barely have space right now to... I have maybe a 5
Actually?
or 6 card tweak I can make in that deck.
Do you know what I want to
weird.
put this in?
Hmm.
I want to put this in Wool.
That's gross.
If
Fuck
I could,
off.
if I could find the space,
God damn, dude.
Right?
That's gross.
2-drop doesn't cost a lot. It means I can tap cards to make Refia better, so I have dudes tap for it.
Not even that. It's just the fact that like your useless things like King Tycoon actually does like it goes for something else.
Yep, like it's the same as
Not only do you remove my dudes, but now you get to tell me to shut one of them down. That's so stupid. This card
Here's
gets
the
played
thing.
against my Cadets.
Here's the
I'm gonna
thing.
feel so bad
Out of
until I
all
kill
the
it.
decks possible, I think Wool's the best deck that can play right now.
So
and
what
that
I'm hearing
and
is,
Mono Wind.
If this card, I will say, if this card becomes important, I will 100% drop 5-drop Yuna in every deck I play. So this card never touches Break Zone. Shut off one part of it, because 5-drop Yuna says instead of going to Break Zone, remove it. And she says when she's put from field to Break Zone, you may remove her, so she has to hit Break Zone first.
She says you may remove her, not instead.
Yep.
But you may remove her. That's
Yep.
funny. So your
I'll do it.
ability-
I'll do it just
so
to tell her no on the back
In
end.
layers, it goes Yuna, Aerith. So like, if it's said instead, you guys would both activate at the same time and he'll get to choose. But since that yours says instead, that's real funny. But yeah, here's the thing. Wool's probably the best deck to play it. I like my Ice Wind deck. It doesn't have space for it. Mono Wind, I don't think has space for extra cards that do nothing. Right? Do you think your Cat 10 deck has space for it?
Potentially. Maybe for one, but not for more
Right?
than
Like
one.
it doesn't. It's like playing an Estola, right? A 3-drop Estola. Like it has a space.
Why play you 3-drop your Shola when you can just play Fina?
Yeah, you know what I mean. But like it's like fitting that in.
Could you
right?
imagine that?
It's like fitting that in. You have space for one.
Fina hiding behind your Shola?
But like, Wool's probably the best deck to play it right now. I think.
Though, granted, it does seem funny if you were able to put Aerith and your Shola on board and hide behind a Fina.
That'd be funny. But like, Aerith's Wool's the best deck to play right now. Wool also has the least amount of space out of any other deck in the format.
Yep.
Like, if we needed to, we could cut space in your decks to find spaces for Aerith.
It's not easy with Wool.
Like, I think you could do it in Cadets. You could do it in your Cat 10. You could do it in Mono Wind and Ice Wind Storm. Wool has maybe like 4 open slots. And you have to fit like Unes. Like, I want to play Chocobos and don't have the space for it. What's the 4-drop thing that says if you have 4 colors, do cool things? You don't have space for those.
Oh, formaldehyde?
Yeah. Like, there's so many things that deck can do that it has no space for extra cards that could do really cool things.
It doesn't need them, though.
I think this Aerith should be a 4, but it... Actually, I wish this was a light one. I wish this was light. Because then you only play it out of 1 or 2 of, and then it does its job and it leaves. And you're not color fixed.
And she won't clash with Luso.
And because here's the thing, I think she is disgustingly good. I would put her at a 4 if it wasn't for the fact of wind is a terrible color.
She just gets blown away.
I'm putting her at a 3 because I do really want to put her at a 4.
He just convinced himself to a 3 when he was going to say 2.
Yeah. Oh, here's the thing. I almost convinced myself to put her at 4 just because I think. Here's the thing. I do think it's good enough to be a 4, but I don't think it's going to see play.
Cool. Moving on.
We spent way too much time on
King.
because I think the card's cool.
Go ahead, James.
Sure. King, 5-drop, type 0, class 0 cadet, forward. When King enters the field, choose a forward your opponent controls, return it to their hand. If you control 5 class 0 cadets, put it at the bottom of their deck instead. It's real neat.
You want to know what I wrote on my notes?
Name clashes?
Nope.
Oh.
Bomb.
Name clashes.
King. So King's just another win card that I can. So currently, right now, as it stands, the King that I play is the 4-drop King that costs 2 by just pitching a cadet. It's really cool. On enter, either shoots a dude for like 5 or says a dude can't block. Cool. This one, they're both kind of bombs in a. That one just says a dude can't block, and it goes to cast count easily. But this one says I can bottom deck a dude, or I can bounce a dude, and then I have a 5-drop 9K on board, which means I just have another beat stick. Which sometimes cadets just needs another beat stick. I want you to know, James, besides 8 and Queen, just about every cadet that I play has like intrinsic on entry value that sticks with that, like just they become a bomb to some degree.
Sure.
Cease bombs.
Yeah, you kill everything. I get
Sync
it.
plays a dude, which leads to
Trust
a
me, I
bomb.
experienced it last night.
Stop playing Alcid.
I stopped playing anything I was playing. I put a dude
The
on board.
way
You go,
he's intended
nah.
to be played, I will comfortably say 3.
I'll say
If
3.
he was if he was a 4 cost, I'd put him maybe up to a 4 just because you get the restand 2 off of Queen. So you make a little bit back, but
Here's the thing. I essentially valued this the same way I valued Waka.
the
It's
3rd
good-
drop.
Yep. It's going to get rid of a dude. It costs 2 more, but Waka has a special. So, like, most of the time, at best, you're going
And
to get
Waka gets powerful.
1 value out of... You get 1 special value out of Waka at best during a game, at most, right?
Unless you're playing cadets and you get double the special value out of your 7s.
Sure. But you get what I mean is, like, you're gonna get 5 CP worth out of that Waka. You're going to get 5 CP worth out of that King. So, like...
Feels good.
Yeah.
I will say, I
says get rid of the
rewatched our matches last night, and that 7 on the 0 miss, you can audibly hear you go, fine.
Yes, I put so much effort in the entire game. You just
Next
go,
one is Queen. Queen is a 3-drop type O class 0 cadet. She set forward 7K. She says choose up to 2 job 0 cadet backups. Activate them. You can only use this ability during your turn, only once per turn. And then pay 2, 1 being a win. Choose up to 2 cards in your opponent's break zone. Remove them from the game. This card is a 4. The way the card is intended to be played, I will 100% say this card is a 4. My notes say best Queen, great utility, increases my chance of storming, and pivotal. She is a pivotal key card. She is a core card in
I'm
cadets.
doing 4.
Any cadets deck you play, this is a core card.
I'm doing a weak 4, but I'm doing 4.
She extends your cadets plays. Your cadets are sometimes a little costly, and this card just gets around that.
She doesn't do... Here's the thing. I think as a base card, she doesn't do enough. But she does have discard removal. So, like, she is counterplay.
I think her having the discard removal is a really good thing, and I also think because she gets to restand 2 dudes, that means that I get to restand my
She
specials.
essentially pays for herself is all.
Yeah,
this is.
I get my guys for specials back up.
Yep.
Like 7 constantly. Next
do you
one.
know what I said when I pulled her up on here and I looked at the thing? I said, did they reuse the art? I've been playing against you so much playing that fucking card. I didn't realize
It was this.
my brain didn't realize that was the new card.
Yeah. Next one. Go blue. Discard 1 win card. Or sorry, 2-drop monster Mobius cat 9. Nope, 11. Sorry. Go boo. Discard a win card. Choose a forward your opponent or choose forward you control. This forward cannot be chosen by your opponent's abilities until the end of turn, and then pay a win. Put him into the break zone. Choose a forward, and it gains the same thing. Summons. Sorry, instead of abilities, it summons. This card, honestly, is probably the best out of
The monsters?
Currently, out of this section of monsters, it's my favorite one right now. It just says pay 2, protect a dude.
Yes.
Or pay 1, protect a dude. And the pay 2 part's really good because 1, it's a monster. So like for Wool, for instance, it's really hard for Wool to deal with. And 2, on top of that, it just tells Refia that she's tapping for nothing. Sure, they're like, oh, I'm making you discard a card, but it's like, yeah, but your Refia is not getting you any value, really. Like one of 2 core pieces of Refia is draw a card and get rid of dudes. And now you can't do the get rid of dudes.
Do you know what I think would be gross with this card specifically? Fuck, my brain. Water, wind, monsters. Where you play mono water backups, but you play
Atomos, every Gobu.
And you try to. I guess I don't know how you would do that. I was gonna say, how do you put a Fina out or not Fina, Philo? Because then my brain just thinks of Philo as a water card, apparently, because I play my Sky Pirates too much. Apparently,
yeah.
My all water.
You just hope you draw a Vine and one of these.
Well, what I was thinking was, pay a wind just to prevent, like, oh, you're gonna target my Witch of the Fence, and no, because Realm just puts it out to do drop. No, but it's not as easy as I thought my brain was thinking it was.
Nope. I put this at a 3. The protection I think is just really good. It sucks that it's a win card, but again,
yeah.
I think the protection's solid.
I'll go 3 because I also think this card's really good. I just think nobody's gonna play wind monsters.
Yeah. Next one, Cater.
Qatar.
2-drop EX burst, typo, Class 0 cadet, 2-drop 5k, so on curve. She's a forward when she enters the field. If you control 2 or more Class 0 cadets, draw a card. Card's a 3.
It's a 3. Has an EX burst though, which is gross.
Yeah, it's like the most 3 of 3. It's a high 3. Not only is it funny because you can go pitch, play Rem, pick up Cater, pitch, play Cater, draw, because now you have 2. You can do the same thing with Trey. You can go ace Cater if you want to. Well, it feels bad to do one of them that way, but putting both on board on the same turn is really funny because then you get 2 draws, and then if you have 7 on board, you can tap Cater, tap something, give ace, haste, swing, draw 3. Yeah, it's really cool. This Cater, in my opinion, made cadets, again, this is one of those cards that just make cadets a bit more playable now. Not only is it an EX burst, but it's the fact that she just gives you card value.
Yep.
One of the biggest things that cadets has always had it's always struggled with is being able to build a board up after the board's gone because they've wasted everything. And now we have efficient ways of not using all the cards in my hand and netting cards back. So yeah, she's a 3.
3.
Next one, Chocobo Chick. James?
Okay, forehead. Chocobo Chick 7, 3-drop cat 7 summon. Before paying the cost for it, you can remove a wind back up to make it reduced by 2 to make it a 1-drop. Deal 2k damage to all the forward your opponent controls. Then you may play a forward of cost 2 or less from your hand to the field. I think this card's a 2.
I think Chocobo Chick is a 2, and it sucks because I think the forward of cost 2 to play is really cool. I think removing a backup is fine under Wind because Wind can just play another backup and get cast count value. Yeah. That's all good. The 2k damage sucks.
2k damage doesn't mean well, here's the thing.
With Luso, it's cool, I guess.
Here's the thing. Luso's the only reason you want to play this card. I think this card's a 3 if you make it from discard pile.
I think this card's a 3 if you're playing specifically for the Luso board wipe in that only super hyper scenario. Otherwise, yeah, it's a 2.
I think
because it becomes a 1 cost, which is cool.
Yeah.
A 1 cost that plays you a dude.
It plays a dude, but the problem is
if you make it your 7th cast, you play Luso.
Yeah. I think if it played a 2-drop from your discard pile, it'd be fine.
That'd be gross. I'll replay Zidane.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah.
Or Ash is also gross.
You have to pay 3 or remove backup. It's just Phoenix.
No, that's a Chocobo.
Yeah, funny. But that's what I'm saying.
It's a Cat 7.
That's what I'm saying. It's just Phoenix, right? Like if you
did it that way.
Yeah. It's like I don't find a problem with that. Deal 2k. You removed a backup to do it for a 1-drop. Yeah. It's technically cheaper than Phoenix, sure, but like we're in a faster meta. There's no reason it can't be.
Yeah.
It's not, in my opinion. Here's the thing: you can even make it mono wind, like wind only, right? So you only can choose wind. You can't choose anything. That says just a 2-drop.
So it can play
Sophie,
Zidane. What's a good
Palom, Porum.
Palamore. Well, probably Porum.
But you know what I mean? Any of them.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
there's Zidanes are just nuts.
Laswell.
Yeah.
Why are you playing Laswell in your mono wind deck? Shh.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be mono wind. It just says remove a wind.
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah.
Like, you could get to play Tifa.
Tifa.
The multicolored Tifa.
Yep.
If you want to remove your wind backup. I don't know why, but like, do you get what I mean? Like, if it was just
we're
like
we're about to get to a win backup. I think it's really cool.
Is it the one that you would remove?
No. Though, granted, you could oh god, is it when he's removed or when he goes to break zone? Oh, I think it's when he goes to break zone. Never mind. All right.
But yeah,
2.
I just think it would be better if you played from discard pile. I think this card's gonna be garbage.
Next one. Thief.
Though I do think it might see play mono
3-drop standard unit backup. Cat 11. When it enters field, select one of the 2 modes. Say a forward you control can't be blocked by forwards that cost 4 or more, or draw a card. Honestly, solid.
3.
It's solid 3. Next one. Zidane. So I have some thoughts about this card. Zidane's 3-drop cat 9 Tantalus member / thief. It's a backup. When he enters the field, your opponent reveals their hand. You may select a card from their hand. If you do so, your opponent discards it and draws a card. And then you can tap, put them in the break zone, choose up to 3 cards in your opponent's break zone, remove them from the game. I think if it wasn't a card named Zidane, I would put it at a 3. But because it's a card named Zidane, I put it at a 2.
Yep, because all the Zidanes you want to play are forwards.
Yep. All the Zidanes you want to play are just better.
Yeah.
The 2-drop Wind Zidane does the same thing the top part does.
Yep. The 3-drop
and removes the card instead of discards
3-drop practically does it too.
The 3-drop just discards it and reveals their hand and doesn't give them a cycle, so they lose the
2-drop
card.
cycles your deck. So
Yeah.
It's like the water one cycles your deck.
If it wasn't a card named Zidane, this card would be an easy 3.
I'm going 2 as well. You're fine.
But yeah, cool.
The removal part's good, but I don't think Wind needs to.
I'll let you go on. This is the card I like the most.
Yeah,
out of Wind.
that is also true. Sid Highwind. It makes it so you don't have to play the limit break. 5-drop cat 7.
Maybe you should still play both.
Pilot. I'm sad he's not an engineer anymore. Backup.
Can we get some engineer support game?
When Sid Highwind enters the field, you may search for 2 Category 7 forwards, add them to your hand. Oops, sorry. The text is damage 5, tap, puts it in the break zone. Play a Category 7 forward of cost 5 or less from your hand on the field. Only playable during your turn. He's disgustingly cool.
He's good. He's not an EX, but that's whatever. Because you know what cards he basically mimics after, and he costs 1 less. So if you wanted to, you can play him on curve better. Sarah. Search 2 wool. Search 2 cat 7s.
Yeah.
Cindy. Search 2 15s. Search 2 cat 7s.
Do you know what else he gets closely to? Star Sybil.
Star Sybil.
Search a dude, play a dude.
He's not an EX, but
No.
and
That's why I'm going
for the
3.
play, dude, but yeah,
He's a very good searcher,
solid 3.
but he's on the 3rd color of
He's on
7.
the worst color of 7.
Yep. Worst color of.
Also, you almost want to play the other Sid Highwind, depending on how you're building. The
Honestly,
2-drop.
I'm going to let you know. I was planning on taking Sid Highwind out. I might just be shifting Sid Highwind. Because I didn't really like the Sid Highwind. I felt like it stalled my game.
It feels weird.
Yeah. It felt like I was stalling into plays that I didn't need to stall into.
Yep.
So I was just going to take it out and just go, well, I guess we're just not playing it.
Yep.
No more. Well, I guess we're just sticking to Yuffie Zuji. And that's it. And it just.
On to the next one. Theodore.
This works out.
God, I hate the art on this card. 5-drop.
It's that
9K,
uncanny valley.
Cat 4 Prince, so he's tutorable. Warp 2, 1 being wind, and any other element. Theodore cannot be broken by opponent's abilities that don't deal damage. That's cool. He gets around lightning. When Theodore enters the field, choose a card with warp in your break zone, add it to your hand. Theodore,
Why are they so keen on wind being the warp color?
Man, I don't know. There's only like 1 good wind warp card anyways or maybe 2. I lied. Sophie, because she comes out in a turn, and then she does cool restand or
Are you
whatever.
ready for this?
And
Titus Wind.
Yeah, Titus is under
It
wind.
specifically talks about
Titus
warp.
is under wind with warp. The Theodore's under wind with warp. Vane's under wind with warp.
Sophie.
Sophie's under wind with warp. Sid's under wind,
Sid.
searching for warp.
The 3 that only matter were Vane, Sid, and Titus till this.
Yep.
Because they dealt with warp, and Sophie's just a
Charlotta
character.
under wind with warp.
Eh.
She's a warp card. under
I
wind,
wasn't.
but,
I wasn't really worried about the Sophie or the Charlotta. I understand they are warp characters, but Titus, Vane, and Sid all deal with warp. They say wind warp do this, wind warp do that. Search for warp. This one now says do warp thing. Like, why is wind the warp colored.
Why is warp not doing something in between its turns or when you use the warp ability? That's what it should be doing. I mean,
Like, that's why Vane's
Travis
good.
made a great point when he talked about warp ages ago. Vane's good because Vane draws you a card when a warp counter is removed. Sick. Beldot's good because Beldot mills them when a warp counter is removed. Sick. Like, Prish is good because Prish 8Ks when you warp her.
Yep.
Sick. But like nobody does anything immediately. It's bad.
No.
Yeah, Seedor's a 1. I don't see this.
I
card
love that we
seeing
got
play.
more support into Limit Break than we did Warp, and Warp was supposed to be a big thing.
Yep.
I'm going 2 because I don't think it's useful.
I don't think it's playable at all. Next is Chocobo.
5.
Go ahead, James.
Chocobo 1-drop standard unit, Cat 7 forward. Chocobo can form a party with any element, with forwards of any element. When Chocobo is formed, when Chocobo forming a party is put from the field in the break zone, you may search for a card named Chocobo, character of 2 or less, and put it on the field. Here's the thing. I was hoping with this Chocobo we see a couple more cool Chocobo cards or relatable Chocobo cards that we make a Chocobo deck again. No, this card's real cool for the Chocobo deck, but Chocobo's got no good support to help them.
No, this card's just cool in general.
I think it's really cool Chocobo deck.
It's a cool party bait. It's like do it or like deal with it, and if you do, Zidane comes after it.
Why would Zidane come after it?
Because it searches for a 2-drop character. Or it searches for card named Chocobo character. My bad. I misread that.
It is a Chocobo. It's almost a Chocobo specific.
My bad. I'm a dummy.
Yeah, you're fine. It's a
I
Chocobo.
thought I said character 2 or less. That's
Yeah.
where I fucked up. Cards of 2.
I think it'd be nuts if it said character 2 or less.
That would be so good.
But yeah, like I think it's a 2 as well. I think it's really. I would love to see Chocobos come back for some fun. But like this card's real cool in a Chocobo deck.
We're not gonna get anything good unless they make a fat Chocobo that does really cool shit. Next one, 9 as it loads. There it goes. 2-drop typo class 0 cadet backup. Pay 1 tap. Choose an attacking class 0 cadet forward until the end of turn against 1K power and first strike. This is actually the weakest card.
Oh, I know.
Out of all the out of all the cadets.
We'll get to it.
I put this below Cease.
It's stronger than my. This one's stronger, and it's cheaper than my least favorite card in this set.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, 9 is my least favorite of the Type 0 cards.
It's fine. He's the most.
You don't need the backup. It's only attacking. It doesn't just give them that. They have to be attacking, which is stupid.
It's like that's like set 5 stuff.
Yeah. It's literally a set 5 card. 9's like a 1. There are better 9s to play.
Yep.
You have the multicolored 9. That's Lightning Fire. You have the Lightning 9. What's the other Lightning 9 do? Is that the 1-drop or is that Jack?
Jack's the 1-drop. He's the one that says you trade, right? You do a thing to.
I don't remember. Basically, I don't think this 9's worth it. If you're playing it, you're only playing it in sealed for more cat or more typo dudes, so your sync can play a guy. That's about it. Next one. Barbarisia. Go ahead, James.
Barbarisia is a 3-drop EX burst Archfiend Cat 4 forward. EX burst when she enters the field, choose 1 job Archfiend other than Barbarisia in your break zone and add to your hand. When Barbarisia enters the field, if you control a Gobez, deal 3,000 damage to all the forwards your opponent controls. It's neat. She mainly picks up, which is very, very good. I'm going 3.
I hate that she does 3K, and you have to have a Golbez. So I'm putting her at a 2. Her pickup's cool. Her EX is cool. But again,
I think her pickup at being
she's
EX
too reliant on a Golbez,
burst
and I would just play other Barbarishis over this one. So
I made her 3 just because her pickup's the EX burst.
Next one. Oh, she has a full art. Sorry, guys. Forgot about that. The Mandragoras. I think this card's crazy. It's a 1-drop monster. Theatrhythm, Cat 12. That says you can pay 3, 1 being wind, 2 of any color. Until the end of turn, the Mandragoras also becomes a forward with 5k power. When it deals damage to a forward, break it. And when it's put from the field of the break zone, choose a forward the opponent controls, break it. You can only use this ability once per turn. This card's really cool if you give it first strike. Same as Tonberry is. Oh, I touch first, I'll break your dude.
Pay 3, break dude.
Well, it's pay 3, break 2 dudes. If I die, I'm taking something with me. If I live, I'm taking something with me.
Yeah.
Which is cool. You can only use the ability once per turn. But wait, hold on. Let me rephrase this, or let me make sure I'm crazy. So you can only pay the 3 once per turn. and get the effect. So you can't double the effects, but the effects just stay there for the rest of the turn. So if he blocks a party, he deals damage to both.
Mm-hmm.
He breaks both.
Yeah,
And then when he dies, he breaks a third. Yep. Sick.
Well, here's actually.
That's how Tonberry works. Well, that's just because Tonberry is. Well, no, yeah, it'd be the same thing.
Yeah. If you are able to give it first strike, in a head-to-head, it never dies.
Never dies.
First strike, I'll deal my damage. Ability, you'll die.
If it's first strike to first strike, it'll die, but because then they just cancel and
yeah. What I'm saying is like if it's first strike, deals its damage first. Ability trigger, kill it. Oh, you're not there to deal damage.
In all fairness, it does kill Wool. If Wool shoots it, it takes Wool with it.
Yeah, that's funny.
Like it's stupid, but
I think
it's funny.
real funny that if you gave it first strike, its ability would proc. I believe its ability would proc before the residual damage from the battle happens. Like if say you're a 5k with first strike.
Well, yeah, it deals damage, and the second it deals damage, it triggers, kills it. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's funny.
Tonberry works the same way. This card's a 3.
I think this card's a 2.
I mean, if you play it under Wind the way it's intended, I would believe. I say this card's a 3. At least I believe the way is to play it under Wind, because Wind just gets a restand anyways.
It's the same thing I said earlier. What decks are going to want to play it?
Sure. Again, we're doing these differently.
You're right. 3. I'll do 3. You're right.
I'm just going off the way the card would be intended to play.
Yeah, and I'm supposed to go off of just the card text, and the card text alone makes it a 3.
Next one is Yuffie. Yuffie, 2-drop, 7k, forward, ninja. I like that she's a ninja. I'm kind of a little annoyed by it. I'm also annoyed she's 4k. She does have haste, though. When she attacks, place a shuriken counter on Yuffie. When Yuffie is blocked, deal 4k damage for each shuriken counter placed on Yuffie to the blocking forward, then remove all shuriken counters from Yuffie. That part makes me mad. Because realistically, you would swing, she would gain a shuriken counter. Hopefully your opponent doesn't block that.
Yeah.
That way, the next time she goes to swing, she has the chance to kill something. But the fact that it removes all shuriken counters after the fact, I think sucks. I think you should remove a shuriken counter and selectively place the damage how you want. Because, so what I'm, to try and be more concise on what I'm saying, I think it'd be really cool if it was when Yuffie attacks, place a shuriken counter. If she's blocked, remove a shuriken counter, deal 4k damage, remove X shuriken counters, deal 4k equal to X.
Does Edge say remove a shuriken counter from the board?
No.
Or just remove a shuriken counter?
From himself.
From himself? Okay.
Yeah, if it was from the board, it'd be busted. Yeah. Because then you could pair her up with Godo, the win backup in Cat 7 that gives her first strike, and then you can go, cool, I'll shoot your dude, removing one shuriken counter, tap, give her first strike, get through. And then she gains a shuriken counter, loses a shuriken counter, sure, but like she's able to constantly get through things, and I think that's way better. Granted,
what she has a Dane style like ability.
If you want to, I guess you could still play it that way. She just never gains shuriken counters realistically. Okay, you know what? I convinced myself. With the way Yuffie's supposed to be played, I'll give her 3.
She trades. That's her thing.
I think she could trade pretty well. She could trade with 8Ks.
Yeah.
She wins against 8Ks. She loses against 9Ks.
She trades
with the way she's supposed to be played. If you have Godo on board. Godo's the Cat 7 backup that says tap, give your Yuffie 1k first strike.
Oh, okay.
So actually, if that's, I think he gives 1k first strike. She trades with 9Ks, dies to 10Ks. So yeah,
I think she's a 2 by herself.
Oh yeah, 100%. I don't disagree. Next one, Lucia.
I don't even remember the other card from earlier.
Go ahead, James.
Lucia. Lucia is a 2-drop soldier, Cat 7 forward. Till the end of turn, activate all the job soldiers you control. Duel 3 active job soldiers. Draw 1 card. You only use ability during your turn. She's a +1.
In a soldier deck, if you can get this card out, I think this card is so good. Yeah. Just because she restands whatever she doles. And she's not a once per turn, by the way. So if you want, you can dole 6 dudes and draw 2 cards. And then restand all 6 dudes at the end of turn.
Yeah. Which
is cool. I mean, sure, maybe you're like skipping a turn of doing anything, maybe. But even just dole 3 to I'm not going to use these backups right now. I'll just draw a card, pay 3, draw.
What is their fascination with so many different colors for the soldier deck?
Yeah, it seems really weird that they're doing that. Like, I don't know, man. Next one. Oh, sorry. I give her a...
I think she's a 3.
I say 2 just because she's off color. That's the sad part.
Here's going just by card text, remember?
That's what you're doing, yeah. Intended play, she's a 2 because she's off color.
I think she's a 3 because she's a 2.
My note just says draw a card.
Draw card.
Next one, Rem. Oh yeah, baby. This one gives me mixed feelings, and I love having mixed feelings because that means there's potential. 3-drop Rem, type O, class 0 cadet, 7k. Average stuff. When she enters the field, you can pay X. When you do so, search for a job class 0 cadet of cost X other than Rem played onto the field. And then she has the ability to tap and crack herself, activate all the job class 0 cadets you control. If she lives for a turn, she's great. If she's not going to live for that turn, she feels a little bad. Because you want to play 3 of the backup Rem because it says pick up a type O card. And it's a backup cadet, which is just inherently
it's
good.
Too, isn't it?
And it's the EX burst. But also, this Rem tutors out a dude.
Now, hear me out, Noah.
Which is really cool. Which is why I think like a 3-1 or a 3-2 split would be cool, but your deck is really coming down to the wire on your card slots.
Yep. Fire, Wind, cadets, right?
Mm-hmm.
You play her so you can pop out the Lightning Ace.
It's funny. Pay 4, play ace draw.
And you keep your ace because it does cool things, and then later on, with the ace of the discard
Slap down the 6-drop ace.
No, with the ace of the discard pile, you play the fire backup that says play ace again. The
Sync's a lightning backup.
Is it?
Yeah.
Play the one that says play a dude from your discard pile. Who fucking gives 2 shits? You know what I mean? Play the ace again.
I think her restand ability is really cool too. She gives me mixed vibes. She's a 3 for sure. You could make the argument to play both of them. That's fine.
The problem is the other room's just so good, and she's a key part of your backup lineup.
So good in the backup line. So yeah. Next one. Actually, I think that we're gonna move on to Earth next. I believe.
Sick.
Swappo! Ursula. I hate this card. With the way Ursula is intended to be played.
I'm gonna go to my room real quick.
Yeah, you're good. With the way Ursula is intended to be played, I put her at a 2. Because you get more value out of other things. So Ursula is a princess monk, so she's searchable. That's cool. Off of Sarah. Cat 4. When she enters the field by summon or ability, you may search for a job monk or card name monk and add it to your hand. When Ursula attacks, choose up to 1 for the opponent controls. Ursula and the chosen 4 deal damage equal to their respective power to the other. Ursula doesn't boost herself, so it feels really bad, as opposed to obviously the best Ursula that's ever existed, which cracks a dude to boost herself. Or Twin Strikes Ursula, which just gets power because Yang exists. This Ursula has Yang and Yang as your main ways of playing her because Ursula's not going to play her in a monk-centric deck, and I would rather just play Mott if I'm going to free play a monk because I still get the search off Mott regardless if it's through summoner ability, and it gives me a beefier beat stick. It also says my dudes can't be dulled. Yeah, so with the way this Ursula is meant to be played, personally for me, I would put her at a 2. James will probably put her at a 2 just because of card text, because she has weak power. But once he gets back, he'll go through that whole thing as well. Anybody got any cool questions while we're going through this? Whoever's here, the 6 of you that are here, thanks for watching. As we're going through Earth, we have lightning and water left, and then we're on the home stretch, baby. This only took, I don't even know how long this has been now. Maybe 2-ish hours or something. Something like that. I don't know. It doesn't tell me. Oh, wait. This tells me. We've been going at it for... No, it doesn't tell me. That's crazy. I should have recorded. It would have told me if I recorded the thing. I think we've been going at this for a little over an hour and a half to 2 hours. Currently, I like the set. I definitely think Cadets is going to be super fun. I will gush about Cadets all day long. And Cat 10. Those are like my 2 favorite decks right now. Actually, they've been my 2 favorite deck types for a while. Cat 10 has been since the starter deck came out that gave us Lulu. And then Cadets has been my favorite since probably Bahamut Brawl 2, a little before that. That was back in what? What was Bahamut Brawl 2 in? Like 2019?
Yeah.
Right before COVID?
No.
After COVID?
Oh,
no.
Brawl 2 is the yellow mat, right?
Yeah. That was in February? Right? That's when I started moving over to Kingsley for a bit too.
Yeah, because that's right as Kingsley came out.
Because I was playing Dancers for a while before that. Now I figured out. What do you think of Ursula, James?
I'd say I play the other Ursula.
Cool. I'm glad we're in agreement. Next card.
2.
Boop. Atomos, who has a full art, because they all do.
Best art in the game. Best art in the set.
Not the game, but the set.
What art do you think's better?
We'll get there at the end.
Honestly.
We'll get there at the end.
Without bias.
We'll get there at the end. They didn't full art any of my cadets, okay, James? Leave me alone.
Without a bias.
Atomos, 3-drop summon. Cat 9. Give us more Cat 9 love, but give us a Cat 9 core. Before paying the cost to cast Atomos, you may remove an Earth backup you control from the game to reduce the cost by 2, so it costs 1. Choose 4, deal 1k damage for each card in your break zone.
This card is a 4.
Yeah, Mono Earth likes to play backups. And
here's the thing.
Just play shit.
It needed dual color too. Who cares?
Any dual color. It's really good.
Anytime you dual color,
you're fueling your break zone pretty efficiently. Actually, I think if you played this with a lightning mill deck, this would be really funny too.
It's also just a 3-drop kill spell.
Yeah. 1-drop kill spell if you take out the backup.
Yeah. Like, Mono Earth's going to love the shit out of this card, but this card, other than that, says kill a dude. This is just Titan, but better. Though Titan's better early game.
Titan has more modes though too.
Yeah, but nobody ever used the other.
Whatever. Next card. Vincent.
Vincent.
My note on this says it's a Vincent.
Yeah.
So 2.
I'm also going 2.
2-drop 5k, 7, Cat 7 Gunslinger. First strike, cool. When he attacks, he gains 4k power until the end of turn, so he's a 9k on swing. And after the fact. And then it's pay 7 to choose a 4 to deal it damage equal to Vincent's power. Why would I ever pay 7? Now, in sealed, he's pretty cool. That's about it. Next one. Where at? 1-drop monster, Cat 7. Discard an Earth card, choose a 4 and it gains 1k power until the end of turn. Put it in the break zone, choose a 4 and it gains 2k power into turn. Honestly, this card's like a 1. There's better monsters you can play that do similar things or do better things than this. Shoot, you can play... I'd almost prefer playing... What's her? Undead Princess. Either of the Undead Princesses over this, so... Yeah, where at's not my favorite thing. James?
So bad.
Yep, moving on. Wool.
I do like the art, though. The art's cool.
Go ahead, buddy.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you. Let me load this ad.
It's a Mobius card, James.
Yep.
You know what caught my attention? You're about to say it.
That's a Warrior of Lights.
Yeah, fuck you.
Monk.
There it is!
Mobius. Forward. Remove 3 Earth cards in your break zone from the game. Choose 1 Earth forward you control, duel it. Tapped over. Until the end of the turn, it gains. This forward cannot be broken. Special, discard a copy and then pay an Earth. Reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. Add 2 cards other than card named Wolf from among them to your hand. Put the rest in the break zone. Man, a +2 is real sick. It's just so bad. He's just so mid at best. I'm putting him at 3 because I think he's playable in monks.
He's a monk. That's it.
He's playable in monks. I'm going to be honest. I would have almost no issue. Man, I guess if it said card name Wool, he could just pick up other copies of Wool.
His special's a good cycle, and he has good protection. That's about it.
Yeah.
Next one. Oh, sorry. I put him at a 3.
Cutter.
Cutter.
A weird board wipe thing that doesn't work properly.
Go ahead and explain it.
Okay, so Cutter's a 3-drop Cat 7 War Machine monster. When Cutter enters the field, you may pay X and pay X. When you do so, choose X, duel forwards, and break them. Then pay an Earth until the end of turn. Cutter also becomes a forward with 8k power. So the way his ability works is you choose X, duel forwards, and you pay X and you pay X. So whatever the X is, so say you want to kill 2 duel forwards, you must now pay 2 and 2, so 4 colorless, to kill 2 forwards. So essentially it's a pay 7, kill 2 dudes. If you're killing 1 dude, it's going to be pay 1, so pay 2. The concept of this card is very, very cool. It's so overcosted. I would have much rather he just had an ability that's, like, honestly, I wish it was tap and break or tap remove, then pay X, pay X. You can do it whenever you wanted. Didn't have to do it on enter. Because I think the biggest problem with the card is you have to pay 3 to play him. And he doesn't do anything. But if you decide to go tap break, I'll pay 3. I want to break these 3 dudes, so I pay 6. And I'll break 3 dudes. That's feasible. I want to break 4 dudes, so you pay 8. Feasible.
The only way I ever see this card seeing play is if you cheated out with like Larcacus or Mira. But then again, why are you not just playing Astro, or whatever, and getting a backup and a forward out for the same cost?
Well, you ready for this? To play Larcatius, you have to pay 3.
Mm-hmm. So it's still the same thing.
If you played Mira, you'd have to pay 2. So 1 less.
Cool. I just don't want to cast this card.
What's the card from Ice at the end of your turn?
Scale Toad?
No.
Oh.
At the end of your turn, you play
that
it.
one. Also, he requires you to pay to make him a forward.
Yeah.
Other monsters the other 3-drops haven't required that. I mean, no, because there's not a 3-drop for Wind. It's the Mandragoras is Wind's 3-drop, quote unquote. Because Fire has Hell House.
Yep.
And Wind has the Mandragoras. Ice had Chimera Brain.
Yeah.
It had a condition, but it would still pay 0.
Yeah. But this one has an ability it does where the other ones don't really.
They're charging more.
Yeah, this one's...
It's
here's
just
the
too
thing.
Expensive.
It would be really cool if he could just do his ability at any point. Like, I don't even care if he didn't have to become a forward. I didn't care. Or he could only do it, like, he had to actively tap and break himself. So he wasn't able to, like, be a forward and attack and then do it, right? So you had to do him without attacking with him. So you weren't able to do any cheeky stuff with it. It was just tap break, pay your X, so you can break 4 dudes, pay up to 8 cards, pay up to 8 CP from your hand. I drop 4 cards, kill your 4 dudes, because at that point you're not doing anything. Obviously, you just paid 8. I mean, they're backing on this. That's a board wipe that you just sit on board and they can't really touch. I just don't like this card. I think because like I was thinking like, oh, that'd be really sick if I did that and then you built up a board to match my board. I just went, I'll pay 8 and wipe your board. Here, swing my 6 dudes. And I went, I really don't like that idea. Yeah, the card's cool. I think it's just overcosted and not worth it.
2.
1.
Oh, cool. Next is Black Belt. Black Belt's standard 3. You get to select 1 of 2 following actions. Choose the dual forward of power 7 or less. Break it, which is cool. It doesn't.
I actually think this is the best one so far.
And then draw a card. It has to hit a dull dude, which is like the only issue, but it's cool.
Like,
I wish it was a monk and not a.
You ready? You ready for this? You play a dude, force your opponent to rough you because it's going to be really important, right? And then tap, play this, kill the rough you. I'm still going to die to your wool and your affairs, but I killed the rough you. Next one. Yeah, I'm good. 3's fine.
Kateseth. Kateseth is a. We'll get to it. 3-drop, Cat 7 doll. Backup. When it enters the field, you may play 1 character cost 2 or less from your hand onto the field, and then you can pay an earth tap, put it into the break zone, choose a category 7 character in your break zone, add it to your hand. Solid 3.
Solid 3. My favorite part is
he's just Earth Edgar.
Yeah, he is just.
You don't get the tap break to play, but you get a tap pickup, so
it's not bad. My favorite part is because of the way they do their card art on non-full art picture or like cinematic arts, is the cash is fully blown up next to it. I think that's very cool because I think
Kenchi. So yeah, Kate says 3. I like this card, and it's tutorable because Reeve can search it, which is really cool. Next, General. 5 cost EX Burst Warrior, 9k, category 3.
Has Brave.
When he leaves the field, choose 1 job warrior or card name warrior other than General in your break zone, add it to your hand. Cool. So when he leaves, he recoups card.
Yep.
He cannot be chosen by your opponent's summons. If he's dealt damage by your opponent's summons, the damage becomes 0 instead. I don't know how you're dealing damage with summons. I hate that line of text. I guess Cleave would be the only thing. So Cleaves don't do anything. But he says summons don't touch him, which means, I mentioned this to James, he's technically a silver bullet for Arc decks because they have to steal him or break him with Chaos, or else nothing's getting to touch this character because they all play summons. So he just sits there as a 9-drop Brave that keeps.
I'm still sticking with. He's cool.
But
he's overcosted for Tyvis, so Tyvis can't play him.
Well, Tyvis, yeah, no, that's the point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they didn't want Tyvis to be able to just drop him on the board. But what I'm saying is, he's overcosted for Tyvis. He only does stuff when he leaves. He's just a Brave beat stick that is overcosted and outside of the main element. Sure.
That's the sad part.
And it's outside the main element Warriors want.
Yeah. He could beat a Shark deck, but he loses the wool. Overall, I put him at a 2, but I think he's got potential.
I think he's a 2. I don't think there's enough there for him.
If we had sideboards, oh man, this card would be going. Next, Scarmiglione. There's better ones, but James, go ahead.
1-drop Scarmiglione, cat 4 Archfiend forward, back attack. When Scarmiglione enters the field, you choose 1 forward. Man, this IGN text. During this turn, the next damage dealt to it is reduced by 2 instead if you have Golbez on field. Oh, if it is a Golbez, it also gains cannot be chosen by your opponent's summons or abilities. That's disgusting.
The Golbez deck revolves around Golbez, so
yeah.
If the way it's intended, sure. I still would like the other Barbariccia though, and the other Rubicante in a Golbez deck over this. But actually, I lied, dude. It sucks. I don't like any of these Archfiends.
I think you suck.
There's only one Archfiend I think is good, and we'll get to it in water. Cagnazzo, spoiler alert. But like there's the 2-drop back attack Scarmiglione that says choose an element. All forwards of that element take double damage for the rest of the game.
You realize Barbariccia does the same thing your Cater does, right?
What Cater?
The one that says draw, EX burst draw.
No. There is a difference between a pickup and a draw.
Yeah, there is. A pickup's much better.
I'm getting through my pieces faster if I draw.
A pickup is much better than a draw.
A pickup's only much better than a draw because you're not gonna mill through your deck.
And you get to choose the card you're grabbing.
Yeah, but what if all the cards are garbage? She only picks up an Archfiend. What if they're all doo-doo? The only cool thing to do is go Barbariccia, pick up Scarmiglione so I can Scarmiglione special. That's it.
Or you pick up Rubicante so you can Rubicante special.
Why are you Rubicante specialing?
The other one has like a kill. The other one has a kill. The other 2 you play for Rubicantes have kills.
Why are you playing that Rubicante and the other? Why are you playing 6 Rubicante?
Because both of them have kill spells and they're both really good.
Sorry, why are you playing 9 Rubicante?
I haven't checked out the new one. I don't remember what the new one did.
Jesus. When it dies, it shoots for its power.
Oh, yeah.
So usually it shoots for 8.
No, the new one. Or is that the new one? Did we talk about the new one?
We already talked about the new one. It's in fire.
Oh, yeah. It has the protection there.
Dude, we're in the same day. We haven't even went to sleep yet.
Hey, shh.
Yeah.
I think this one's really sick because it gives your Golbez
in the deck
protection.
he's meant to be in, he's a 3. Because he protects Golbez. Because it's all Golbez centric. So let me
give it a 2. You're right.
I would just in a
why do you gotta be right?
In a Golbez Archfiend deck, you just have better Archfiends. Next one.
Yeah. I think this one's
Sophie,
better.
go ahead, James.
I don't want this, Sophie. You can take it.
Ugh.
I'm making a joke. 4, Sophie. Mobius Earthshaker. Forward, when Sophie enters the field, choose one of the following 2 actions. Play a Mobius forward of cost 3 or less from your hand on the field. Oh, God, it's right. Search up to 2
card named
Sophie and add them to your hand. She has a special Thor's Hammer Tapper. Discard a copy. Choose a forward. Deal 3k damage for each backup you control. That's really neat too.
4-drop 7k is a little off curve, but it's whatever. We're kind of used to that.
She searches for herself to do a special. So like,
my notes go: Mobius still needs work. She plays for herself. She's a 1-card engine. She's only there for herself, basically.
Yeah.
So
because Mobiuses aren't good in 3s.
Yep. Next one, or I put her at a 2. I see better Sarah Mobiuses or better Sophies. I say there's better Sophies.
I will
in a Mobius deck.
Agree. I'll agree.
Because you know what? The 2-drop Sophie that shoots for 5k or more, or 5 cost or more being played means Maya triggers, Wool triggers, any of his big Mobius bombs trigger.
The thing I was thinking about was
shoots for 10 technically because she doubles her damage, but
I was thinking of how many Sophies we have that, or how many Mobius forwards of 3 or less that you would play in a Mono Earth deck. Because she's a really cool another kill spell that cycles cards in your deck and gives you Sophies. So you can always special and 15k something. That was where my brain was for that. But I don't think there's enough like Mobius to get that done.
Nope. Next. Soldier Candidate 2. Actually, hold on. 2-drop Soldier Candidate, standard unit, Cat 7, 5k. Has Brave. If you control, or if you have a card named Soldier Candidate in your break zone, it gains 2k power. Okay, that's good. When it attacks all the card named Soldier Candidate forwards you control, gain 1k power until the end of turn. In its own deck, it's a 3. Otherwise, it's basically a 2.
Yeah, it's a 2. It doesn't even have like a cool one like Ice can say, don't freeze a dude.
It makes itself 8k. when the other one just naturally makes itself an AK. So, cool. Next, Dyne, who has a full art. 5-drop Dyne, Outlaw, Cat 7. When he enters the field, choose a forward the opponent controls. If you have 5 or more backups, doesn't matter the color, Dyne and the chosen forward deal damage equal to the respective power to the other. At damage 3, he gains 1k power. I think I wrote, just needs 5 backups for a solid fight. That's cool. Trigger feels costly because I don't want to pay 5 to just have a fight trigger.
Yep.
Even
though you pay 5 to have your fight trigger in your water, in your wind, earth deck.
Yeah, it's better.
From the limit break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I think he's a 2. Fight triggers are never fun unless it's a secondary thing your deck does. Like, I think fight triggers are able to get away with stuff like Sarah Mobius, because she chooses 2 dudes and makes them fight. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to, like, create one with the character you're playing. And Monks, who wants to do the fight trigger, because then Ursula's just going to sack it anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So, like...
yeah, Dyne's like a 2 for me.
I'm going 2 because
it feels expensive.
It's not worth it.
Nope. Next.
Oh, sick art.
Yeah. Crazy art. Tifa, James.
Tifa 4-drop Cat 7 Avalanche Operative forward. At the beginning of your attack phase during each of your turns, choose a forward your opponent controls, deal 3k damage for each Cat 7 forward that has entered your field this turn. And then when Tifa attacks, all the Cat 7 forwards you control gain 2k power until the end of the turn. She's real neat. She's way too slow, and you don't play enough Cat 7s for it to actually matter.
I wrote in my notes, good for 1 turn, meh following after a big play turn.
Yep.
I just feel like there's way better Tifas overall that you could play.
If you build your deck right, you're going to have 1 cool turn where Tifa's going to do her job.
And then otherwise, she's maybe 3K'ing.
At best, yep.
At best. Maybe you'll get something. I think her on-attack buff is cool, but like realistically, I would rather play the old Tifa from Opus, like 7 or 8 or something like that, or 11 maybe. The one that costs 2 less with the cloud on board and can be, or even obviously the super good Tifa, the magnum opus of Tifa, which is the 5 cost that just says your guys gain Brave 2k and can't be broken.
I mean, the Opus 14 one says grab a dude and then
damage 6
when your dudes damage 6 play dude, and when your dudes attack, get 1,000 damage to them. She's
cheaper. Those are the 2 best Tivas, is that 2-drop and the 5-drop.
The 5, yeah. The 5-drop's just out of sync because it's not mono earth anymore and it's slow.
Well, it's not earth fire, it's avalanche.
Yeah.
That's why. Next one. Barrett. Go ahead, James.
Barrett, 6-drop avalanche operative, Cat 7 forward. Brave. When he enters the field, you may search for a card name Marlene and job avalanche operative of 4 or less, cost 4 or less, and play it on the field. At the beginning of the attack phase, during each of your turns, choose 1 forward your opponent controls. If you control 7 or more Cat 7 forwards, deal it 9k damage. Where the fuck is our Marlene, Noah? Yeah. We didn't get a Marlene.
That's so disappointing, actually. We were expecting a new Marlene, and we didn't get one. Starter decks win? Another Cat 7 starter deck?
Do you know what sucks?
So we know the Marlene target.
Do you know what sucks? Marlene got a full art reprint in the Legacy collection.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to guess how much it is?
How much?
I'm going to look it up right now so we can, on stream.
Cool, while you do that. I think Barrett's cool. I think Barrett is a... What do you... How do I word it? I don't know how to say. I think Barrett's just good. He never feels bad. You can't rot to him. And if you pay the 6, like, it feels a little bad because they're like, no, don't play a dude. But, like, realistically, sure. Might you eat 2 or 3 cards out of hand to rot to me?
From playing him, he's a 2 cost.
Basically.
Or
usually your goal is play Barrett, and then off of playing Barrett, you go Polk, pick up a dude, or you go Jesse, search out a dude. Those are your 2 best, or Wedge, search out a dude.
Yeah.
Those are your 2 best or 3 best ways of doing it. Putting a backup down that grabs you a
pick
card.
up a dude. Like,
yeah.
At worst, you get Elf, which is going to be trade a dude, which is just a secondary option of I'm funneling for what I want anyways.
Yep.
Or you can play ZG, which says later you're going to pick up whatever you want in your deck.
Yeah. Barrett's a 3.
Like, actually, I think he's a 4.
I'll say 4.
I'd almost teeter in 5, honestly.
I wouldn't teeter in 5. He's not game breaking.
I mean, he's a Brave 9K that plays a dude and kills a dude.
Yeah, but somehow, some way, I've been able to get around him pretty efficiently.
Maybe it's just how I'm playing him.
Yeah, Barrett's cool. 4. Easy.
Yeah, easy 4.
Next one. Riku. 3-drop, Cat 10, Gold Wings Warrior. When she enters the field, you may play a backup of 3 or less from your hand onto the field. When a backup enters your field, until the end of turn, all the category 10 forwards you control gain 2k power and Brave. I don't know why they're... Like, I get it. Riku's have been under Earth for a while, but like, can we stop? If they made this card under water, if they made this card under ice, if they made this card under wind, hell, even if they made this card under lightning, this card would have been infinitely better than being under Earth. Because the only other Earth Cat 10 card you're going to play is either Gapal, weird, don't know why you're doing that, or Kamari, weird, don't know why you're doing that. Yeah, I don't like this Riku. I think her ability to play a backup of 3 or less is cool, but otherwise I don't care.
She's a cool warrior.
Yeah, that's about it. What do my notes say for Riku?
Marlene's
plays
$15.
a backup, progressive gameplay. That's about it. 15.
Wow, for a full art.
Next one, Luca.
Means I'm gonna be spending a quick $45.
Luca says, when she enters the field, you reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, add a character cost 2 or less among them to your hand, and return the other cards to the bottom of your deck in any order. And then you can tap her, choose a forward of 2 or less, and it gains 1k power until the end of turn. So she's an Anthem that cascades. She's 3, in my opinion. You can cascade into backups, you can cascade into forwards. Because it's just a character of cost 2 or less, you have a lot of options.
So I've been working on an Archfiend's deck, right? Because they're all 2s, basically. There are a lot of 2s in that deck.
Yes. Well, yeah, sure.
There's a lot of 2s. So there's a lot of really cool options. You get Edgar, Luca, Kate Sith. You get Phoenixes, the dual color Golbez. You get, if you wanted to, you can play Joshua. But, oh wait, no, there's not,
Rubiconte's your only fire.
Yes, but I mean, it's a good one. But yeah, that's why, you're not going to. You also get to play General Leo, Luso, the 5-drop win that says play any 2-drop, which I think is really cool. Like, there's a lot of dumb 2-drops you can play. Or, Graph. It's not, what's her name? What's Dragon Girl's name?
Saying Dragon Girl isn't helping me, sorry.
Cat 4.
Rydia?
Galoof. Is it Galoof?
Galoof's not a dragon. Galoof's an old man from Cat 5.
Yeah, Galoof.
Dawn Warrior.
Dawn Warrior, yes, Galoof.
Dragon Girl.
It's,
Cryle?
Cryle.
His granddaughter. Got it.
Yeah, because she has the dragon in her one art.
Sure.
That's the art I was thinking of in my brain. There's a Galoof that says mill for top 4 to grab a 2-drop as well, and I think that's funny.
Honestly, I don't know why people don't just... You could get away with it so easily. As a board wipe tactic, playing the old 6-drop Golbez, the lightning one, sacking it off, and playing the good Archfiends, so Barbariccia 8Ks a board, and then plays you a new Golbez. Because at the end of, I think it's at the end of turn, or if you have 4 more on play, she plays you a Golbez from deck, which is really cool. I don't know why people aren't doing that, because you can play a whole different Golbez and just get value. But yeah, Luca's like a 3.
3, yeah.
Sick. On to lightning, baby. Pew, pew.
I was like, man, we're halfway through.
We're almost there. Yeah. Lightning. Vargid Polis. I don't know, man. It's a Cat 7 card. There's a lot of those. Artificial Life. Discard a lightning card, choose a forward, deal it 1k damage, and dull it. That's kind of cool. Put it in the break zone, choose a forward, deal it 1k damage, and dull it. Again, kind of cool. I put it at 2. Lightning doesn't tend to play monsters a lot, so the only good monsters Lightning ever really plays is called Spectral Keeper. And hey, it's a Cat 10 card. Isn't that cool? Next one.
At least we have Behemoth now.
Yeah, sometimes. 8.
7.
6. Typo, Class 0 Cadet, 3-drop, 7k. Haste, when he deals damage to your opponent, choose a Class 0 Cadet in your break zone, add it to your hand. He gains 1k power at damage 3. This card is also one of the bad ones. It's a 3. Actually, no, it's a 2, because that's the deal damage. If it's set on attack like Ascendian does, it'd be a 3.
I'll go 2, that's fine.
The haste is cool, but like the other 8s that I play, one essentially just free plays itself and gives itself haste, so cool. Cast count, if that matters. And the other one just says on play restand 3 dudes.
What essentially free plays itself?
Both of them free play, but one has haste and one protects itself. So, yeah. Next one. 2. Scorpion Sentinel, James.
Scorpion Sentinel is a 1-drop Cat 7 war machine.
There's so many Cat 7 cards in this. Yeah. It's almost like it's a Cat 7 themed set.
They could do a better job.
Hey, at least this isn't as bad as Rebel's Call, okay?
Yeah. There's at least a bunch of planet-saving people in here. When a forward or your opponent controls attacks, choose one forward your opponent control Trolls, yeah. Okay. That just seemed very weird to me. Dole it until the end of the turn. Scorpion also becomes a forward of 7K.
Honestly,
Not terrible.
As it's to be intended, 3. I think this card's cheeky as hell.
I think it's real funny.
Oh, did you swing? Sick. I'll dull this dude that I don't want attacking as well. And now I have a 7K I can just chump a block with if I need to. Or just leave it
Here's the thing, though. It is a forced trigger.
It is a forced trigger. You want to Ratsu that, though? You want to...
No, what I'm saying is you're forced to become a forward.
Oh, yeah. I know. That's the only downside.
You instantly become dead.
But it's also a blocker. So, like, realistically, you get 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah. But I'm thinking more of, like, somebody's going to do something to pop this out and then swing with, like, an Ishtola when you have no cards in and just kill it. Right?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Just something like that. Like, it's really easy to get around because it's going to be a forced into a forward thing.
Yeah,
It's like if you have something that kills something, you can just do it. Nothing's going to stop it.
Actually, I don't think Y'shtola can't target the... Well, depending on how you want to sequence it.
What do you mean? No, I'm not saying when Ishtola attacks. I'm saying you attack with something else, so it's forced to come out, and then you attack with an Ishtola.
But this would just dull the Y'shtola.
Yeah, obvious. I'm saying something in that scenario. Fuck off.
Yeah, the way it's intended, I think 3 generally.
Three's fine.
I'll say 2, but yeah, it's
I think
a really cool card.
good one drop. Like
Good
as
job.
a one drop, that's
Why
sick.
do you have a full art, you petulant child? You're bad. 2-drop genome, cat 9, back up, pay a lightning, tap it, put int and a forward into the break zone, choose a forward and break it. I feel like you're spending way more to kill a forward than you need to. I'd rather just play the backup Kuja that says break a 2-drop or tap break Dola, dude.
Jack essentially says the same thing, and it doesn't cost a backup and itself and a cost. Jack says come in for free because you have dudes, and it says we fight and we both die.
This requires me to break Kuja, sure.
They
fine,
just wanted a
and
reason to
forward.
put. They just wanted a reason to put their abs on the card.
Like what's a valid forward I want to break with Kuja? I mean, sure, maybe Porum. That's like the cheeky play. Kuja
Golbez.
break Golbez. That's actually funny. Actually, hold on. We're gonna bump Kuja up to a 3 just because of Golbez.
No, just bump it up to a 2. I was gonna put it at 1.
I was gonna put it at 2. It's still playable. Like if your dude's gonna die, who cares?
Who cares?
But the Golbez is funny though.
Golbez. I'm trying to
Zach
think
will actually love this card then. Not only does he get to break his own Golbez, but he gets to break one of their dudes.
Oh yeah.
That's cool. Next one.
It is a little slower though, but you can have it out first and have an immediate thing to do on Golbez. You just go turn 1.
Zach.
Kuja.
If you control 3 or more Category 7 forwards, Zach gains haste. He is a 4-drop 8K Cat 7 soldier. When he attacks, you choose a character of Category 7 character of 2 or less in your break zone, play it onto the field, and then rush assault. As long as he's attacking, you can choose a forward, ditch copy of Zach, and break it. This is also the only other way you're playing those soldiers out. Because they're
100%.
Yeah. But they're still off color, so it feels weird in your deck when you draw them. Because you have to draw them to get them into your break zone.
That's why the one soldier's an 8 cost. Because you have space. You're gonna need a fodder to fill out the
realistically,
CP.
Zach is I
He's
think
a solid 3.
a 3. The haste is cool. You need the forwards, which I think always when you need forwards, it feels worse than when you need characters, but that's fair. I think Rush Assault's really cool. It makes a lot of sense to do it while attacking. I like how they're restricting it to attacking and not just be like, oh yeah, dude, pay this cost. Like pay 2, pitch, break a dude. Gross. But also he makes you think about which Zach you want to play. Because both the good Zacks are soldiers. Both the 3 good Zacks, in my opinion, are all soldiers.
Here's the
They're
thing.
all lightning.
I think the fire one's good. The fire one's, in my opinion, better than lightning.
I think the fire one's cool, but I'd almost prefer playing this 4-drop, the lightning 4-drop that doles on swing and shoots for 5, or the lightning that costs 3, basically, because you play other elements.
I think the fire one's better than all 3 of them. I think the lightning ones have better slots in the ice stuff that you're wanting to play with it.
Though, in fire ice for soldiers, that fire one really runs rampant.
In fire, yeah. 100%.
Yeah, hella 100%. And with Angela in the backline, gross.
Yeah.
Not to mention with Angela in the backline, your Sephiroth hits for 11. It's buffed by 4? Buffed by 4, I think. Something like that. James is gone. So move on to the next one, and we'll wait till he gets back. Amarant. When he enters the field, Deal 5k damage to all the active forwards the opponent controls. I hate when things say active forwards. God, it's so annoying. You can skirt past this with a Refia, or with Dancers, or with Cadets probably by just doling your board down. That's gross. Pictologica, Cat 9, Fighter. Could have been a Monk, I wish. It would have been cooler if he was a Monk, even though he doesn't synergize really well. This card's like a 1. I don't see this card ever being played, and in the deck it's meant to be played in. It won't really matter either, because not a lot of people have active forwards all the time. Usually their most beneficial forwards are doled because they swung with them. Yeah, it's weird. Currently, we're in Lightning. Set's almost done. We got Water to go through. Oh boy. And then the end of set stuff, which is like super easy to run through. And then we're almost done. And then I can go home, sleep, and go to the gym tomorrow so I can go skating with James later. What free fun pastimes we have. What do you guys, those of you watching, list any decks that you're interested in like building for this this upcoming format? Mine are definitely going to be Cat 10. I mentioned that before, and every different variant that I think that functions well for Type 0 Cadets, because I think they just have so much to run with. I'm probably going to refine my Mono Lightning deck because I like Lightning. I'm probably going... They didn't give me any Scion support, so my Scion Earth Water list kind of stays the same. I'm trying to think of everything else I have. I don't think there's anything that screams Road Trip Boys, so I'm not doing anything to update that. Dancers is basically what it is, so that's not getting any updates. It's weird. I'm such a like anti-meta whore because I don't like playing meta decks, but I really hope that Cadets becomes meta so I can actually start doing good in tournaments and not just playing my random B-tier decks that I play sometimes. Because I really want to at least qualify for Nats, even if I don't get anywhere with it. I think it'd be really cool just to have the qualification for it. I'm interested to see what Cadet decks stand out on top, though. Because I mean, obviously Wind's going to be it, but is it like a Fire Wind, is it a Tricolor, or is it like a Wind Lightning? You know what I mean? I don't think the Mono ones will do enough on their own. I think the Mono ones are all C tier. Man, Lightning might have a bit more to go through just because there's a bit more Cadets you can play and a lot of good Lightning summons that you can tack into the deck. But I am interested to see because I think it comes down to Fire Wind and Wind Lightning over what are the better Cadet lists. Crazy. I don't even know what to think on that. I don't know when he's gonna be back. He said it was on a phone call, so I guess I'm just gonna go. Next one is Jack. Jack is a 4-drop 8k cadet type 0. EX burst, which is nuts. When he enters the field, choose one forward the opponent controls, dole it. If you have 5 or more class 0 cadets, break it instead. Bomb. And then he has a special, Deliverance. Pitch a copy, tap him, pay a lightning, choose forward, and break it, which is so good. I've been wanting a good Jack forever instead of that 3-drop or the 1-drop, and this is it right here, baby. This guy's crazy. Cadets has so many EX burst in its set now. It's insane. You have Rem, you have Jack, you have Deuce, you have Trey. Like, if you want to, you can play the backup or the 2-drop Queen too. If you control 7 or more dudes for break, whatever, or just to get the dole off of 2. You have Cater. Like, there's so much EX in Cadets. It doesn't feel bad to eat damage sometimes. I played a game at locals with practicing this before Jack was revealed, obviously, before the full set was revealed, but with what we had, and I think I hit. Oh, if you're playing Wind Lightning like I do, you play Golbez as well. So I think I went like Odin, Golbez, and I was like, nice. Like it's crazy. The EXs just flow, and then like the next card I hit was like a Rem. Like it's insane. Yeah, this Jack is easily a 4. He's a 3 pushing a 4 because he's got a special. And with Ace drawing you cards, being able to ditch all those cards to either break something or just dole it, I think the versatility in options is amazing. Next one. Elite Riot Trooper, sorry. Standard unit, you either choose a 4 to 2 or less and deal 7k damage, or you draw a card. It's a 3. You have good targets. You can kind of pick and choose. Next card is Sync. Sync, in my opinion, actually, in a Cadets list... Oh, God, is she game-breaking in a Cadets list? She's close to it, but she's not there yet. She's a 4. I'll give her a 4 in Cadets. She's a 4-drop, Class 0 Cadet backup. Typo. When she enters the field, you can choose a job class 0 cadet forward in your break zone. If its cost is equal to or less than the number of cadets you control played onto the field. And then she can also remove herself. And realistically, because Ace draws cards, you always have fodder usually for it. You can pay 2 lightning, pay 2 of any color, tap her, put her in the break zone, and choose 4 and deal at 9k. Some reason, I love the trajectory they're going with all of these lightning cadets, where they just trade. Some of them are 1-for-1. Some of them are like weird little 2-for-1. Some of them just killed. Like, it's so good. Every lightning cadet has some sort of just bomb on it, and it's insanely cool. Next card is 7. I also wrote bomb. Literally Jack Sing 7. I'll just say bomb on them because 7 does the same thing. Duel 2 active class 0 cadets. Choose a job class 0 cadet forward. It gains haste until the end of turn. Nutso. Now, not only can I play if I want to in like a fire lightning list, play the 5 CP ace to search. I can give him haste, and if I have at least 3 dudes on board, I can 6k, or I think he's 2k for each, so I can like start 6. I can start pinging things, which is really the important thing. I can dole them to do things. I can dole 2 dudes up front to play 9, dole 2 dudes in the back row, and 9 now has 2 triggers, 1 on enter and 1 on swing that also go through. She's a 4 as well. It's kind of crazy how great she is for cadets. And like Snakebite 7's really cool. I love Snakebite 7. But this one is just insane. She also has a special which just says pitch a copy and tap her, choose a forward, and if it's equal to or less than the number of cadets you control, break it. So she just gets rid of a dude, which is sick. I hate that it's on resolution, but it's whatever. Who cares? I will say one of the cool techs I was thinking of with that Fire Ace way back earlier in this whole stream is Fire Ace plus Snakebite plus Amaterasu. Means you can basically sit there until they hit damage 6, canceling anything that tries to get rid of that ace auto-wise, and laugh at them because you're just building slowly as you're poking them out turn by turn. It's a 6-drop, so like Odins aren't breaking it unless they hit a 9-drop Odin. Like, it's crazy. Oh, hey, welcome back. We went through Sync, Jack, and 7, basically. All cadets. I put Jack at a 4, I put Sync at a 4, and I put 7 at a 4. If you want my reasoning, I can explain my reasoning for those. I don't think you've read Jack.
What they do, so give me a second. I think it. Sorry.
I'll backtrack for Jack. So Jack's a 4-drop EX burst that says when he enters the field, choose a forward your opponent controls, duel it. If you have 5 or more cadets,
you also
break
did
it.
Amaranth. Well, I was going.
Yeah, I also did Amaranth. I put him at a 2, I think, or 1. I put him at a 1.
I'm going out of 1.
So yeah, Jack's super cool because Jack's an EX burst that basically says break a forward. Duel or break a forward, but realistically it's like break a forward. And if I draw extra copies, I just special it, and I get rid of things anyways.
I think he's a 3.
Riot Trooper was a 3 because they all are. Sync was the next one. Sync's the one that plays dudes and then says I can pay 4 to sack her and 9k a dude. I put her at a 4 because she just recurs anything basically.
I'm gonna say a 3. If she
and
had the
then
expert, I'd say 4, but 3.
7 I put at a 4.
Well, if she added or
Granted, these could be biases, obviously, but 7 I put at a 4.
I'm gonna let you know they're 100% biased.
Well, I played the deck though. I know how good these cards are. 7 I put
Here's
at a
the thing,
4.
I played against it. I know how good they are.
7 gives your dudes haste and also just has probably the sickest special in the whole cadet list by just tap kill a dude basically because your board's made of cadets. So
I'm also
and
going
she's
3
a
on her.
2-drop.
She's real good. Here's the thing. They're all real good, but I'm going 3s.
That's fine. Next, whoa, what? Oh, that's Sync. 7, Soldier Candidate. When it enters, or sorry, when it's put from field to break zone, you may pay 1 when you do search for a card named Soldier Candidate, play it onto the field. I'll give it a 3 just because it plays any Soldier Candidate by dying.
It's the coolest one so far.
It is the coolest one so far. 2-drop 7 or 2-drop 5k, cat 7.
I'm going 2. I don't think they're all like
In the intended deck, I'll give it a 3.
Yeah.
Next card is Pain. James.
Oh, sorry, I double tapped to go to Barley. Pain. Man, they're really gothing up your YRP, huh?
Yeah, I don't know why they're mucking up these colors right now. Pain.
No, I said gothing up.
Pain
Carter.
at least fits in with Lightning Cat 10 stuff, so I'm okay with this. But
Pain's a 3-drop, Cat 10, Black Mage, Gold Wings, forward. When Pain enters the field, choose a forward of cost 3 or less your opponent controls and deal 7k. When a forward your opponent controls is put from the field in the break zone, choose one category 10 forward, it gains haste. That's pretty cool too.
So I will say, if you can fit a Black Mage package in with this Pain and build like a pseudo Cat 10 list, it'll be cool because like you can put Barley out, Barley can pick things up. You can play Seymour if you play enough summons. That way you can like sack a dude with pain on board using Black Waltz, and then Seymour gains haste and can go. It's cool. It's cheeky.
100% Black Mage fodder.
Basically. I said not worth time off color. Next one.
Yeah, I get that.
Barley, who has a full art. Why does this card have a full art?
Told you, artist.
3-drop, Praetor, Cat 10. When he enters the field, choose a forward in your break zone, add it to your hand. Cool, he recurs. He's not any experts, though. This is what I hate the most. Pay 5. Tap, put him in the break zone, choose a forward of 4 or less, and break it. Gross. Why am I paying 5 for that? This card's a 2. Because I have to pay 5. I have better cards that will pick me up and doesn't
cards
feel
in
bad.
Lightning that say pick up.
Yeah.
And heavy X burst.
It's only because he's Cat 10 that I would ever care.
Here's the thing, though. His outfit, on point.
Yeah.
His outfit's on point.
Shouldn't have been a full art. Next one, VV.
VV. 2-drop VV. Waff. Hey, I want you to know.
He's a Waff Lightning backup.
I want you to know, from the heart of my hearts, I funneled through this list 3 different times after seeing the one in water, and for the life of me could not find a single other Waff in this entire thing.
Until now?
Until I just read this one. And I'm telling you, I went card for card looking for one. VV 2-drop Waff, Black Mage backup. Why is it fucking Waff? It just does nothing. When VV enters the field, choose a forward, dull it. Neat. Who cares? Pay 2, lightning and a colorless, tap it, put VV in the break zone, choose a damage forward and break it. That's cool. On a 2-drop, that's not bad. But Kuja does the same thing on play. It's also a 2-drop, the old Kuja. I don't like it.
I don't like it either. It's a 2.
And I want Waff to be good, but that card's garbage too.
It's not gonna function in a Waff deck.
This is also another one of my favorite arts.
I like this art. Adrem.
Adromatech?
No, Andromeda.
Adramatech?
There's no T there.
Oh, is it Dramalek?
Adramalek.
Sorry.
Sounds about right. Cool. The Roth. Before paying the cost, you can remove a lightning backup. If you do so, reduce it by 2, so it costs 3. Deal 7k to all the forwards the opponent controls, and then it deals you a point of damage. Honestly, I'm okay with that. Lightning has a good chunk of EX burst. It can take the damage. It's a solid 3 at best.
I also think it's a 3.
7k is a good number right now. They forced 7k to be a good number.
Here's the thing, though. That's going to look sick as a full art. Or as a foil.
100%. Next card.
This card's going to look garbage.
Look at the 3 Rude variants, because the foil gives you the Reno in the background or not the Reno, it gives you the Shinra Electric Company in the background. Rude. 3-drop, 5k. Member of the Turks, Cat 7. When he enters the field, choose a job member of the Turks other than Rude in your break zone, add to your hand. Sick. At the beginning of the attack phase, during each of your turns, choose for the opponent controls and dull it. I'm talking too fast. This card's a solid 2. No, actually, I'd give it 3.
No, do you want me to make it better for you? They're standing on the opposite sides of a window.
Mm-hmm. It's really good art. Oh it's God. Really good art.
Because Nero's in the backside in the shadow.
Reno,
sorry.
Yeah. You said Nero.
Whatever. And Rude's on the backside with Nero on the other one.
With Reno.
Same thing. Who cares?
They're 2 different characters.
They're not characters I
care
about. Just
because you rearrange the letters in their name doesn't make them the same, James.
Yeah, I didn't notice that till just now.
No, so the different Rudes you can play...
That or it's an old picture and he has hair.
Honestly, you can play... actually, this phases out the old Rude that gets buff and has Brave itself. You could still theoretically make the argument for playing the 3-drop Rude that says if you control 4 or more Turks, dull all your opponent's forwards. But I think guaranteeing a selective dull is really good, especially with the Reno coming up. So I put him at a 3.
I think it's a 3 as well.
Sick. Reno. See? So Reno basic.
Here's the thing. I do also agree that his full art is a 5. His full art's a 5.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Both of them are. One's light and one's dark. That's so cool.
And they have the Shinra logo. Yeah, they're 100%
Yeah. Oh my god, I've been wanting these.
My favorite art is the Atomos one.
So Reno, 2-drop, which I love that they gave us another cheap 2-drop Turk instead of just Elena. 2-drop 5k makes sense on curve. Cat 7, when an active forward the opponent controls becomes dull due to your summoner ability, select one of the 2 following actions. Choose a job member Turk, it gains haste until end of turn, cool. Or choose a forward and deal it 4k damage. And then EM Flail is just ditch a copy, choose a forward, and up to one other forward, dull the former, and deal the latter 5, which is nuts. You can theoretically deal with 2 forwards efficiently because of just pitching a card.
What? Am I having a stroke?
I don't know, are you? I put Reno at a 3.
When an active forward your opponent controls becomes due to your summons or ability, select 2 of the 2 following actions.
Oh, you get both. Nice. Seem better.
It only activates if some dude becomes dull. That's so weird. I don't like the way it words it.
Well, that's how it's supposed to work. He meshes really well with Ace.
Yeah. By
4K'ing a dude. And he meshes well with Zach. He meshes well with Alcid if you really want to go that route.
That's
more likely you will. It has to go from active to dull due to your ability, though. So, like, they can't just dull it. But you get both, which is cool. Instead of just one of the 2. You get 2 of the 2.
Yeah. I'm confused on the way why they worded it.
I like him a lot. I think he's really cool, and I think the fact that he gets Turk's haste is really sick. Because if you build up a board, if you build up a board, theoretically speaking, and your opponent's got just a bunch of active dudes building a wall, and you have enough Turks, you just go cool. Trigger my Rude, dull your dude, swing, or give something haste, swing. Hey, restand the Sisney, swing Sisney. Hope that you can like swing with something else if you need to. I don't know, man. It's just cool. Yeah, 3. Next one. Water.
Full art is a 5.
Full art is a 5. Abzu. That's
our spoiler. 5. That's ours.
I think we put this at a 3.
I think we. I don't remember what we said when we were talking about it.
Neg 5. I think we put it at a 3.
I am going to. I think I might have said 2 because it is a 3 cost.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's cool, but it's not
going to
see a lot of play. There's not many 3 drops that want to get played.
Next one.
Abzu Shawat.
It's another messed up Abzu.
Grimly.
Cornero's pet. Corneo's pet. Sorry. Don Corneo.
Cat 7 monster. Corneo. Tap, discard a water card, choose a forward. It loses 1,000 power until the end of turn. Pay 1, put it in the break zone, choose 1 forward. Your opponent controls lose abilities until the end of the turn. This one we'll see play.
This one we'll see play.
This one's a 3 because it doesn't do anything else but blanket dude.
It's a basically pay 2 blanket dude.
But it says that Rome has a cool Choo-Choo-Lane on a stick.
Yep. It's hard to deal with.
And
if you try to deal with it, which of the fins goes, fuck it.
Yep.
Or it just does its own ability for it. Next is Famfrit, the Darkening Cloud. Before paying costs, you can remove a water backup to reduce the cost by 2, so it costs 2.
Cost 1 with a Una.
Cost 1 with a Una. Famfrit, the Darkening Cloud. Choose an auto ability triggering from a forward. Put that forward into the break zone, draw a card. You don't cancel the auto, but you kill the forward.
Water has their own auto negate now.
They already had one. Leviathan.
Oh, yeah.
James, you play it.
I've hard played at 3 of.
Like
in anything I can play it in.
I mean, I guess they might get the auto, but I guess the intrinsic value is they lost a dude and I just recouped the card that I paid. Like I recouped a card for Famfrit, so whatever.
Especially for a 1 cost.
I say 2 though. If it was a card named Leviathan, I'd say 3.
I'm gonna say 3. Only because it is technically a 1-drop Ama. And the best part of Ama, we have collectively flopped on multiple times, which is its ability to remove the dude on the board, but is also kind of the ability to make sure that auto ability doesn't do anything. And so, like, I'm torn between the 2.
I mean, wouldn't it be funny if you use this and then drew Leviathan and then cast Leviathan?
Yeah, here you go, Noah. The one, we've had this argument before, and it's where I finally got you to turn into playing 3 of the fucking FIDA. And I'm going to get you to do 3 of the Leviathan for the same fucking reason.
Never.
Because you always used to say, the best part of Ama is it kills a dude. So why I'm going to play, I don't want to play 3 of it. I only need the 2. And I got you to play 3 Ama because it kills a dude. And then you said...
No, I think I played 3 Ama because the deck needed 3 Ama. Because I didn't have anything for anything. There was no reason to play anything else.
I'm going to just kill the dude. I do hate that it doesn't negate it. I want it to negate it.
I need somebody to check up on this and make sure, but I honestly, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
Go find her lore.
Maybe I've shifted, but I think the best thing about Ama is the auto cancel. The best thing about Fina is that it's a free auto cancel. Basically, it's pay 2 instead of.
You told me the reason I would play 3. The only reason I would play 3 Ama, even consider, is because it kills a dude.
Oh, sure, for 3, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I would go up to 3 because of the kill, but I would only play 2 because of the cancel.
Yep, you only play 2 because of the ability.
But Fina's nuts because I don't have to pay 3 or 2. I mean,
just play. Here's the thing. It's not as good because it just kills a dude. But
yeah. Next one. Boop. Cagnazzo, who has a full art. This card's a solid 3. Actually, almost a 4. In my opinion. Cagnazzo, 2-drop Archfiend, Cat 4, 5k, curved. When it enters the field, choose a forward the opponent controls, return to its owner's hand. If you control a card named Golbez, put it in the break zone instead. This dude literally just says pay 2, bounce a forward. No cost restriction.
I'm going 3 as well.
And because they want to make a deck that builds around bouncing dudes and drawing cards in Archetype, this is like one of the cards you put in that deck, hardcore. So, yeah, card's super good. Next one, Quattro Queen.
0.
James's favorite card in the game.
0.
Yeah, it's a 1. Wolf doesn't play these colors realistically, and if it did, the Anthem feels bad.
It's not even an Anthem.
Fair.
Remember when I said it's worse than the 9 from earlier? The pay 1, tap it, give 1,000 first strike?
Because 9 gives first strike, but 9 only hits attacking. This doesn't need attacking.
Who gives 2 shits?
The first strike just outweighs it all, huh?
I got no support to say. I got a fucking VV that does nothing for WoF. And I get this fucking Quattro Queen, which is like a spin in the face because I have a full art fucking Quattro Queen that doesn't do shit.
That's so sad.
They haven't given us a single WoF monster that does anything productive.
All right, next one.
Do you know what I want?
I'll say 1.
Do you know what I want? I want a WoF monster that searches Phoenix. Searches a card named Phoenix.
Why?
Searches a card we can play. Give me a WoF monster that searches a card we want.
Next
We
card.
don't need Shivas.
Kraken.
I like
Kraken
the art
3.
on this card. The mono art.
Oh god, mono art's always nice. 4-drop 8k. Kraken is the job as well. Category 3. The cost required to cast your summons or monsters is reduced by 1. Cannot become 0. Gross. When it enters the field, choose a backup the opponent controls removed from the game for as long as Kraken's on the field. Actually, this card's fine. They can get the backup back. It'll come back tapped. I don't care. The fact that it reduces summon. Why would it come back in active?
It says removed from the game as long as it exists. It'll come back in whatever position it was in.
It'll come back in the position you would play a card in, which would be tapped.
Why would it come back in?
It would specifically state active if it was supposed to come back in active.
It would specifically say played. Play the card back. If it was supposed to come in back in the zone it was supposed to. I think it just comes back.
It comes back, but it has to come back tapped.
I don't think it has to come back tapped.
It would have to come back tapped.
I think it comes back in whatever zone it was in.
I'm going to let you keep making this argument.
Yeah, that's
I will put money down. It comes back tapped. There's no way they would allow that backup to come back inactive.
I mean, I would.
Yeah, you're bad.
My opponent removed it.
You're bad at card games.
I didn't do anything to it.
You're bad at card
I didn't
games.
play it. You
get
played
out of
it.
here. Yeah, I think this card's super cool. I put it at 3. I think reducing summon cost is fine. I think this paired with Yuna is like a funny haha meme, and it's almost doable.
It makes Leviathan a 4 cost.
It makes Leviathan a 4 cost. It makes Leviathan a 1 cost. It makes Anima a 1 cost. Tap Yuna Anima. I'll draw a card, remove your dude. Also, your monsters are reduced by 1 though too.
I think that's
so
the
your
best
2-drops
part
become
of it.
1-drops, and that's really cool.
I think that's the best part of it.
Blue Worm draw.
I just don't think it's needed.
I don't think it's needed. I think this card works better for summon decks, hands down.
100%.
Realm already does what you want for monsters.
Here's the other thing. I don't think summon decks needed either.
I don't think they need it, but I think playing it on 1-0 doesn't feel bad.
Sure. I don't think that makes it better than a 2.
My notes on this state. Sorry, I gotta scroll down to my water notes here. It's a solid card with good econ value. We had this whole discussion before, and I think anything that gives you good econ value is pretty solid. I still think Ultimisia is really cool because she pluses backup costs, but she's a dark card, which is the downside. Next. Cloud of Darkness. Card's a 1. Nobody's playing this Cloud of Darkness. even in a deck you would want to be in, you would just play the 6-drop so you can guarantee to put them to 1 forward instead of not.
And it's on a backup and not a forward, so it doesn't. You don't have to worry about it.
There's a forward and a backup. That's the fun part.
Ah, fun.
You can do either. They're both 6-drops. They both do the same effect.
Sick.
Next one, Corsair.
I also agree. 1.
James.
Corsair 2. 2-drop multiplayable cat 11 standard unit forward. When he enters the field, choose a forward cost 2 or less your opponent controls, return it to hand. When he enters the field from the break zone, draw a card.
Gilgamesh could play it if you really wanted
It's a
to go
forward.
way
Yeah,
old
that's
school.
why it's a forward.
You thought it was a backup.
I thought it was a backup. I'm still kind of sitting on 2.
I don't know what's playing this out of the break zone. I don't know what wants to play this out of the break zone.
Phoenix.
Gross.
Luso.
What Luso?
5-drop. Backup. Plays a 2-drop.
Gross.
Yeah.
Feels bad.
I won't disagree.
Cool. 2. White Mage, 3. Choose forward to cost 1 in your break zone, add to your hand, and draw a card. I mean, you're going to play a 1-drop somewhere, some way.
Honestly, I think that kind of teeters in 4. It's going to give you a card either way. I guess not. Not 3.
3.
It's gonna teeter either way.
Hey, you could pick up Leo. Water Leo.
Why would you want to do that?
1-drop Water Leo, and then you just play the numbers game.
Oh.
Yeah. That was a water deck. Cecil, 1. There's better Cecils to play if you're going to play Cecils. This Cecil has no home.
Better Cecils.
Yeah. I hate moving through like that, but yeah. 5-drop 9K, it's on curve, but otherwise, bleh.
Yeah.
Titus, I wish it had a full art and it doesn't. It makes me so sad.
4. Were you going to say 3?
Damn. Okay, James. 4, go ahead.
I agree with it. You were going to say 4, right?
I was going to say 3.
Wow.
But you said 4, and I can agree with a 4. I just think it's crazy that you said it.
Why'd we get rid of Althea?
Because Althea bounces things. And restands, technically, but...
Bounce things that added it back to hand so you could replay it. Same reason we got rid of Mignone.
Mione, because she also drew.
And they mainly focus on bouncing backup so you can do cool things. That's real cool that Titus gets to do that. It's real cool that he doesn't even make it. You have to bounce back a Cat 10 backup. He just says bounce back a backup. So water and whatever else, you can do cool things.
Okay, so I was going to say 3, but I can make the argument for 4 myself without saying, kind of saying what you say.
I'm fine to cut it down to 3 because it's definitely
No. 4 because he feels himself. He triggers his own ability.
Yeah.
It's more of, okay, so in the deck he should be meant for a Cat 10 deck. Titus is a 4. Reason being, he's a 5-drop 9K, Cat 10. He's a Guardian, very important, Blitzballer. When he enters the field, you can return a backup you control to its owner's hand.
Also very important.
Sure. If you do so, during this turn, the cost required to cast your next Cat 10 character is reduced by 3. When him or a Cat 10 character enters your field, choose a 4 the opponent controls, and it loses 4K power until the end of turn. Titus basically says, play Titus, bounce a backup. Now, if you don't have any forwards on board, you play Una search, trigger Una's ability, play the backup if it's like a brother, which is funny, because you get another search, or play Pain, and just keep going, right? Or if you just play Titus, bounce, let's say, Brother or Riku, free cast either of them, you're getting a -8 just from Titus alone because of how his ability functions.
Yep.
But if, like, my favorite thing to do is touch Brother and put Brother back, so I get another search and I get a -8, and then if I can use that search for anything, I'll go ahead and do it.
Warren Ryland.
Usually,
So I'm going to Warren Ryland.
Touch Brother. But yeah, no, honestly, I think Titus is super cool. I think Titus is 4. I wish this card had a full art. Honestly,
Here's
God,
the thing.
if this
You're
card
right.
doesn't get a full art in a legacy set, or like as a legacy full art, I'm going to be mad. I'm going to be so mad.
You know what? You're right. I'm going 3, but in Cat 10,
It's a 4.
I still want to say 4 because it bounces any backup.
It bounces any backup, James. Not only does it get rid of your stickies, it bounces anything and
there's
feels
a lot
itself.
Of Cat 10
There's so much Cat 10
characters.
characters.
Every Cat 10 character.
A Cat 10 character.
Like, there's a lot of
Remember the really stupid meme I mentioned ages ago when this card first got spoiled? Where you play 2-drop Water Una, so your next Titus costs 3. So you play this for 3, and you pick up a summon, and then you bounce a backup and pick up a summon, so you have 4 CP in hand, plus whatever else you had, and then your next Cat 10 card costs 3 less. So you go sick, pitch 4, or pay 4, play Broska's Final Aeon. 10k a dude. And then, what do they do? Huh? You just negged 12 and then 10k to dude. What do they do?
I'm trying to see.
I guess it's not an entry, but they don't want to touch it.
Because I think it matters when we look at it. Oh, sorry, it just automatically does it. I want to look at the...
This card makes Ultima cost 3, James.
I'm trying to go down to
Isn't that cool?
things that people play.
If you could bounce this back, you could play the other
Are you
Titus
ready?
for 2.
Sahagin Chief, Cat 10.
Cat 10.
Water will love that card. Bounce it back up. Neg 4, dude.
Tros, Cat 10. Spectral Keeper, Sanctuary Guardian, Cat 10.
Una backups are Cat 10. Bounce the 2-drop Una backup. Just put it back out.
Who cares? Shoot, you can bounce the 5-drop and put it back out to then for 2. Okay, hear me out. Bounce the 5-drop, put it back out for 2. Bounce Tidus back to hand, and replay Tidus. Oh, that's so funny. It's so stupid, but it's so funny.
Trying to see if there's anything cool that people would play. We said the Waka top 3 backup. Everyone should really know about that. Lulu, Cat 10.
Lulu's a Cat 10 that you can free play.
Yeah. Tros, the 3-drop untouchable Titus. Spectral Keepers, Cat 10.
Spectral Keeper's a Cat 10.
And then Water Lightning Monsters.
Just saying.
The 2-drop discard Unalesca, the Sin Negate, Barley Storm.
This makes the 6-drop Sin a 3. And then you Graviton special for less.
This is Final Aeon.
Quote unquote. Actually, that feels funny. That feels funny to play a mono water deck built like that. Just so you can Graviton Cannon and be like, kill my Sin now or you lose the game. It's stupid, but it's funny.
There's less Cat 10 stuff than I thought, but...
It's a lot of name clashing, which is fine sometimes.
I'm
just saying, in Title, this card should not be allowed. Title does not have a good format yet, like a tournament series format, which is fine. But if it does, Typo and Cat 10 are going to run rampant.
I think a lot of decks can too, right now too. Mobius, I think it...
I don't think Mobius is allowed in Title.
Is it?
I don't think Mobius cards are allowed in Title.
Because Mobius would just be...
I mean, I could give it to 7. 7 would be pretty good. But 6 would have been cool if they didn't get rid of so many 6 cards.
Yeah.
But like oh god, Title would be so much fun. Don't even get me started on how skewed Title would be. All right, next one. Titus is a 4. Dr. Sid, why does this card have a full art? 4-drop, Cat 12, 8k, research chief. You can only pay with water CP to cast Dr. Sid. When he enters the field, choose a 4 to cost 4 less the opponent controls. Put it at the bottom of its owner's deck. When a 4 the opponent controls leaves the field, draw a card, then discard a card. This effect will only trigger once per turn. I think this card's really cool. I think this card's a 3. Feels itself.
This card's a 2.
It triggers its own ability.
That's cool.
Plus, it means anytime something leaves. So if they like Chocobo,
it
cool,
doesn't
I'll
net
cycle.
you anything.
It cycles.
And cycling is cool.
But I will say, because it's
good?
water, I think the intended purpose is to play bounce cards. So like you play things that bounce. So like Tros draws you a card, this draws you a card,
And you funnel.
Titus draws you a card, and you just funnel.
Yeah. To get the pieces you need. That's cool. My favorite thing about looking at this card is Alfran swing, pull it out, bounce a dude. But here's the thing. It can already do that.
It actually bottom decks a dude.
Oh, bottom decks?
Better.
A little better, yeah. But like, here's the thing. It's just like,
It's cool. You should add it.
I might try it.
Like a 1-of.
I might try it.
I think you can get away with a 1-of.
And here's the thing. I do play all water backups.
Plays all water backups, basically. Next card. Broden. Broden's... What did I say this was? A 1?
If you've ever seen one.
If we've ever... so 3-drop, owner, Cat 7, backup. Broden does not activate during your active phase. So the second you play him, he's stuck there.
Yep.
And then when he enters, he draws you 2 cards. And the math I did was, if you pay 3, so you're going to tap 1 and pitch 1 for Broden, you'll draw 2, which will just put you at -1. But then because Broden doesn't restand, you're actually at a -2.
Tap and pay when you pay 3.
Or no, sorry. You It's
You break
tap pitch.
even,
You break
but
even.
you
You
don't
neg
get
one
one
because
back,
of
so you
Broden.
neg one 'cause of-
I was right. I was right the initial time. Yeah, you neg one because of Broden.
You
Overall.
neg one because he doesn't restand.
Yep. If you restood, you'd break even, and it'd be cool.
It'd be.
But he just stays locked there. So you know what you do?
Good.
You know what you do? Remove him for a Fanfrit. That's all you're gonna get out of him now. That's all he's worth.
He's absolutely worthless.
Or you can play Tidus, I guess, and bounce him back to hand for Lord knows what.
I won't even play him.
Yeah, one.
You'd have the specific deck you're looking for if you're gonna play that card.
Dude's got a fit though, but that's where I'm putting him. Porum.
One as well. Sorry.
Porum, I think I said combo reliant and name clashes, so Porum's a 1. She's a
Same thing as the other
backup.
column.
pay 1, discard 1, draw. So like a cycle is cool, but like,
A pay 1 cycle for no reason, just like.
why not just play the forward that does the same thing and gives you a crystal?
Yep.
Then next
discard
card.
column, draw 2, then ditch 1, 2, +1.
Matt.
Matt.
Go ahead, James.
Matt's a cat 7 forward soldier. First strike. When soldiers other than Matt gain, this forward cannot be chosen by your opponent's abilities. Dull, an active soldier. Choose 1 forward. It loses 2k power until the end of turn. He's real neat. He's fodder for the 8-drop. He gets played by the one that says play things, and that's about it.
He has good protection. If you can get him on board, I think you're basically set.
I'm going 2.
I'll say 2. No, deck isn't. No, 2. He's off color still.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Color, dude.
If it wasn't for the fact he's off color, he'd be a 3. So I'm going to go 3.
Hell, it'd be a 3. But he's off color, and that's how he stands. So he's a 2.
I'm going to go 3 because he is a 3 card.
You said if he wasn't off color, he'd be a 3.
Yeah.
But he is off color, so he's still
yeah,
a 3.
but that's what. But by my standards, even though he's off colored, because even if he was off colored, I'd make him a 3. I have to make him a 3.
Gross. Okay.
Because here's my thing. What if next set they print like 4 water soldiers?
They haven't yet, so I don't care.
That makes this card a 3.
Cool. Next set. Maya. 3-drop Vesna Krasna Witch. But she's playable off of Griever. Just funny little joke. Mobius, which means if Griever dies, you can remove Griever to like reduce things. When she enters the field, you may remove a category Mobius card in your break zone from the game. When you do so, your opponent selects a forward they control, put it into the break zone. Actually, she combos with Griever pretty well. Not gonna lie. And then tap, remove a category Mobius card in the break zone from the game. During this next turn, the cast required to cast your next summons reduced by 1. She's like a 2 realistically, but her Griever combo is
If
cool.
it wasn't for the fact her bottom ability says something about summons, like I want to build a Mobius deck that doesn't just resolve.
She also
around
name clashes with the better Mobius Maya anyways.
the 5-drop.
Better Mobius Mayas. There's better, but yeah. Next card.
She's real cool. I think she should have said Summoner and Witch.
Rosa.
But
I think this is the last water card we have here. Rosa's a 4-drop EX category 4 White Mage. She says when she enters the field, you can search for a card named Cecil or a card named Theodore and add it to your hand. She tutors. And then she has Shell. Ditch, copy, pay water. Until the end of turn, Rosa and the card named Cecil and card named Theodore you control gain this character cannot be chosen by your opponent's summons or abilities.
solid 3.
She's a solid 3. I wrote tutor, protect, she good mother.
Here's the thing. At best, of what's going to happen is she's a tutor for your Cecil.
The funny thing is, you can build a win water list with this Rosa and with win Cecil and sit there with a board they're never allowed to touch. As long as you see Rosas. Every time they try to Cecil you and they pay, you go cool. In response, Rosa. No. You just paid for nothing. And the Theodore...
They're cap 4s, right?
Yeah.
If you find a way... So, like, here's your combo, right? You have this Rosa. You have Cecil, obviously. You have to get an Une out. And then you have to get the Rydia out that says free play things. And then, without paying anything, you get to tap Une, pick up Kusith. Rydia free cast Kusith.
And just keep looping Rosas. At that point, you actually probably just win the game.
And then all you do is you set a Titus on board and you go, pass.
That's a big board state, my guy.
Yes. Your point, sir. It's all... Hey, here's the thing. It's all Earth Water.
It's all very doable.
Because
don't give me ideas. I don't need to try and play Cat 4
you
again.
play Earth Water.
An EX first.
You play Earth Water, Cecil.
Yeah, to play the wind, Cecil.
So you don't have to play wind. You just play Earth, Water, Cecils. Here's the thing. That is a 5-card combo that says we're going to sit here and do nothing forever. And you still have to find a way to...
Why am I not playing Sophie instead of Tidus? That's way better. That's actually no swings.
Way better. Yeah. The main thing I was...
I guess because Tidus, if they try to touch, I draw and remove.
Sure. I'd be board wipes.
If it's off a forward, we play Leviathan.
Here's the thing. You play Sophie, and you play Ursula, because it's a Cat 4.
Ursula is a Cat 4. And Yang can play Ursula from the limit break. We're going, boys.
The combos are so dumb. But
you might actually be able to get somewhere with it, though.
The idea? Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Continuing.
Last
little bit.
We're almost there. Light. We're on the light. Finally, we're hitting the end. I think we have 2 light cards, 1 dark card, and then all the limit break stuff. So Fusoya, who has a full art, which I think is really cool. The Lunarian. He's a 2-drop light backup that says when he enters the field, choose a forward, deal it 9k damage, remove the top 2 cards of your deck from the game. Actually, gross as hell. And then Flare, ditch a copy, pay 1, tap, choose a forward, deal it 9k damage, remove the top 2 cards of your deck from the game. I think this card pairs well with Lightning Fusoyas in a Lightning deck, so you can get your X-Death trigger faster. Because X-Death cares about cards removed. So if you really want to meme... Listen, James, if you really want to meme and you're like, I want to force X-Death as soon as possible, you can either play Mill, go into X-Death, or just play the Odin that removes top cards, and then play X-Death when you're like near that end, to hit your opponent's break zone, and then sit on this Fusoya. Kill their forwards, remove their backups. What are they going to do?
I think Fusoya is bad.
Oh, 100%.
2.
I like the other one better because the 7k ping and deal damage feels better than remove 2.
I do want this full art, but that's not me thing.
Very pretty.
I love his face in the background.
This is what I think is the best full art.
His face in the background is so sick.
Next one.
It's my second favorite one.
Yuna.
I love the
that I want because I like Yuna and she's searchable as a gold wing.
Simp.
Yeah, I will sim for Yuna cards. 2-drop, 5k.
You didn't need to add the cards.
Huh?
You didn't need to add the cards.
I needed to add the cards. I'm not simping for Yuna as Yuna.
You would not simp for Yuna as Yuna?
I think Yuna's a good character, but I'm not in love with Yuna. Nah. I like Yuna cards,
Some people love characters way too much.
Yeah, I'm not like that. 2-drop, 5k. She says you can duel 2 active forwards, any forwards. Select one of the 3 following actions. Choose up to 2 forwards, duel them, so it's a 2 for 2. Choose the character, freeze it. Or you can choose a summon or auto ability. If your opponent doesn't pay 1, cancel its effect. The funny haha thing... unfortunately, she has to duel forwards, which is like the meh. But you can keep doing that and just keep taxing. You're like, you only have cards in hand. You're tapped out. Sick. Pay 1. Pay 1. If only there was a way you could restand your dudes with a card called Rosa that restands dudes and a card called Sage that restands dudes. Huh? Crazy. You know who's gonna abuse the hell out of this card? Kyle. Hella Kyle.
The literal deck he played, was it last week or the week before?
Yep.
Yeah.
Kyle's going to abuse the hell out of this card.
He just trades units because he was playing a different
unit.
I'm trying to think if there's a cool way you can abuse it.
This one?
Yeah.
Only if you play things that restand on your turn, and only in win decks,
Is it only
realistically.
your turn?
Well, no, but it just makes more sense. Like, Yuffie restands all your forwards, so like you tap everything out, swing Yuffie, restand it all. Or you play... a bunch of win forwards, obviously, and you play Adele and you swing with everything, or like you tap everything and then you swing with Adele, restand them all.
I think it'd be really cool with Vikings.
That'd be really funny, actually.
Because you just put a bunch of shitters that don't do anything anyway, so bip, 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 swing with the ones that matter, pass. And you do it on their turn, bip, 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 swing out.
Yeah. Actually, that's not terrible if you build up a Viking board and then you're like, I can kill him next turn. I'll just leave him up, slap Yuna down, do something.
Like, if you're not able to get through things, you just go, Yuna. Cool.
She includes herself, too. Yeah. It doesn't say other.
Tap, tap. Tap, tap, dole, dole. Tap, tap, dole, dole. My turn. Restand, swing. And then you would have to play things like, you might end up playing, like, Wind Water. And you play Ashura. The new Ashura.
That says no bouncing?
No, it says activate all your forwards.
Did you say activate no bounce?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I
It's,
thought it was just no bounce.
Yeah, I'm looking up real quick just to make sure.
You're good.
In case I'm crazy person.
So yeah, Yuna, I put it at 3. I think she's a solid 3. I think she has potential.
She's a solid 3.
I think she has potential to be a 4. I don't like that it's 2 active forwards. I wish it was just characters, but it's whatever.
I think characters would be too broken.
4.
Activate all forwards you control until the end of turn. All forwards gain this forward cannot be returned to your opponent's hand, to the owner's hand by your opponent's ability, summons or abilities, and the power of those forwards can be decreased by your opponent's summons or abilities.
That's cool. Next card is Vegnagun. Oh,
so you just have to find a way to do that. So you can do things with like a Tomos and stuff. You play like a restand deck, but just Vikings.
Why does this card not have a full art Vegnagun? I wish it did.
I kind of wish to, because I think it's better.
4-drop Mobius Cat 10, War Machine 10k. When it's put from field to break zone, you may search for a card named Vegnagun, play it onto the field dull. Sick. Discard a dark card, activate Vegnagun, draw a card. You can only use the ability once per turn. Smart move in doing that. Because if they didn't, you could theoretically make a dark deck where you just draw yourself out. Just about. And then remove 2 cards named Vegnagun in the break zone from the game. Break all 4 as the opponent controls. 3. He feels himself. He basically is a 1-card pocket in and of himself. You want 3 copies of him, but he functions off of just himself. The only issue is he's susceptible to break zone removal.
100%.
So you want to have 2 Vegnagun in your break zone at all times. That way when they try to do something, then you can pop the Vegnaguns and you can remove them because they're going to go by anyway and break all their forwards.
You want to get them there at the same time.
This card sucks against Soirees, though, because Soirees can't be broken. Unless you blank their Edel. Then Soirees can be broken. Because Edel's blank.
I'll talk to you later. I have an idea in my head.
Yeah, sure. My idea is, hear me out, everybody. Somebody work on this. My idea is you just play Kingslave and Cat 8 Milch support and Vegnagun. And you just call it good. Kingsglaive already likes having cards on break zone anyways, so they can remove to play dudes, so who cares? And then Vegnagun just sits there for the board wipe. Lastly,
that's pretty cool.
Limit breaks. Machina. He's kind of doo-doo, but he's not terrible. He's a good, like, I'll try to solidify myself type of forward. He can gain up to 6k in power, meaning he can be a 10k, which is kind of cool, but he's only playable if you control no forwards. So after a board wipe is the best time to play Machina, and then you're done there. That's it. He has a typo cadet forward, meaning if I play with fire, then I can tap him to play 9, which is cool. So I put him at like a 2.
I think he's also a 2. I think Vagnagun's a 4.
I think this card is full art. Oh, didn't show it. No, too many skips. Red 13. Red 13 is a... Actually, James, take this. You
Red 13, Cat 4 or Cat 7, 4-drop limit break warrior fire forward. It's cost 2 for limit break. If you control 3 or more Cat 7 forwards, Red 13 gains haste, first strike, and brave. And when he enters the field, all the forwards you control gain 2k until the end of the turn. He is a very cool. I have my board. Here's an extra dude you won't be ready for. He's not good. He's not good by himself. He's only good when you have your board already solidified, and you don't want to spend too much to put another dude out.
He is the first striker, so he works with Sephiroth too.
Yep.
Which is kind of funny.
Yeah, but I don't think you'll ever see him together.
No, not really.
Though you could. I mean, they added a bunch of fire to it.
When you play him, though, he becomes a 9k for that turn. Everybody else gets boosted, and they go in.
Yep.
So I give him a solid 3.
I will also.
Actually, I lied. Sorry. In a Cloud Pod deck, I'll give him a 4.
Cloud Pod decks, yeah.
Because he's another Cat 7 that you can just play out of your limit break and pop off to build into something else. Yep. Next is Kalmanot. 6-drop, 8k. When he enters the field, choose a forward. If you control a dark forward, break it. While the art is kind of cool, not so much my taste. It gives me WoW vibes. I don't really care enough about this card. I don't feel like I'd ever want to play it unless I'm playing specifically in Sealed. In Sealed, it's really cool if you have a Vegnagun out.
I think if we had a specific Dark that Ice wanted to play, I think right now, I know I play 3 Shinryu, but I believe the main Ice deck plays the Ifrit combo. They don't play Shinryu. I just like Shinryu more, and I don't like the Ifrit in the matchup. So I don't do that. But you play a light version. You play a light card right now. So there's no reason to use it. But if there was a dark card like a Vagnagun, that was pretty cool. I don't think Vagnagun's good enough for it. But I do think that if we found a dark card, like we were talking at dinner, Emperor is pretty cool.
The 1-drop Emperor meme is really funny.
Yeah.
Especially because of this next ice card. Shuyin. 5-drop, 5k. He's always been kind of weak with his card power. 10.
He's an illusion.
Illusion. Limit break
He's not
1.
real.
He limit breaks
Noah.
1, which is crazy. When he enters the field, you may discard a card. When you do so, search for a Dark Forward and add it to your hand. So it's basically pay 7, grab a Dark Forward. What? Oh, James just thinking more stuff. I think shooting's cool. His whole purpose is basically to grab Vegnagun. Is really how that would work out. This card not having this card has a full art, so it matches with Len, or Lena, whichever way you want to say it, is really funny. I think the arts actually go together. Maybe not. I don't know. It's been a while since I played 10-2. I think I've only touched it once anyways. But yeah. He's cool. He's like a solid 2. I don't like his power. His power is really weak. I think his ability to search for any Dark Forward is really cool. What?
Nothing.
No. What, James?
You can use Shiyun to search for an Elden Arch.
Yeah.
When you have an Elden Arch already ready to go.
Yeah.
So you can do
and you
cool
use Paradise.
combos. Yeah.
As long as you have Elden Arch. Sure.
I'm thinking of infinite combos. Calm down.
Okay, James. Yeah, and he has a full art. Which, honestly...
It's a cool full art. He didn't need it.
He did not need it.
It just means I have to search for 3 of this motherfucker.
Because you like ice.
I'm not. It's because I'm trying to max out all of the...
Oh.
All the...
Next. Aerith. James, take her away.
Oh, sorry. I'm on the wrong screen still. Aerith. I'm glad this card doesn't have a full art.
Oh, my God.
5-drop. Cat 7 Ancient. Limit break of cost 2 forward. When everything is a field, you search for a cloud or a card named Zach and add to your hand. Tap, put it on the break zone, choose an auto ability, choosing only one category 7 forward you control and cancel it. She is really good. I have her at a 4. What are you thinking?
Yeah. She's a limit break card. She limit breaks 2, which I think is solid. I think her power is lackluster, but it should be lackluster.
Is an Aerith.
Huh?
She's an Aerith. We all know how this. We all
know how this goes.
We know the story.
No, not a Sephiroth. Searching for a cloud or Zach is really cool. Yeah. She finds her boyfriend or her almost boyfriend. And then tapping her to cancel an auto on one of your dudes is cool. It's the same as Cyan. I think Cyan's really good because of the single auto cancel. So like you get to protect something. She realistically costs 3 because of the search. She nets you the CP back.
Yeah. Sorry.
Were you looking at something?
I may have.
He's just over there on his
I
phone.
may have been.
Bro, let me talk about how cool this
I
card
may have
is,
been
though.
searching dark cards to see what things we could play with the ice. Stick.
Emperor, 3-drop, 5k. I'm okay with this. DFF, also sick. Cat 2. Limit break 2. When one or more cards are added to your opponent's hand from the break zone, draw a card. When your opponent searches one or more cards, draw a card. This card is just sick. He's weak, but he literally says, hey, if you're going to draw cards, I'm going to draw cards.
We have Maxi at home.
It is Maxi at home. It's the closest we'll get to Maxi in this game.
We have Maxi at home.
I want you to know, I'm glad that Win got a limit break that is generically good.
That is useful?
Besides
yes.
Zidane. Zidane's cool.
And Aerith. Here's the thing. Zidane's cool.
Aerith is only good in Cat 7, though.
Well, this is why I'm going to go through it. Zidane's cool, but like, it can feel lackluster sometimes. The
reason Zidane feels so good for me is because my Cat 10 deck likes to stack things. And
you get to push
I get to get rid of them.
EX.
Or if you're playing Astrologian and you put a EX on top, I get to say no. But yeah, continue.
But like, they chronically have gotten no limit breaks that are useful.
Yeah.
Sid Highwind, I love that you love that card. Card's garbage.
It fails sometimes. I will not lie. I've had a good chunk of whiffs and a good chunk of hits. I don't feel all this. At this point, I think I'm like 50-50.
That's not good. That's not a good thing for a card.
No, but sometimes you got to play it because that's just
because that's the only win one you got.
It's not even that's the only win one. It's like sometimes I play a 12 card deck or 12 backup deck. So I got to get there. Yeah. It's the fastest way to funnel through your decks.
But Sid Highwind's lackluster. I get that Zidane's cool. The only reason you play that Zidane is because you don't have space to play real Zidanes in your deck. Or if I play real Zidane. It's because it fills up your limit break space.
It mills.
Ace
And potentially draws me a card.
Ace
is a
only,
limit break space filler.
Ace is the good limit break that Wind got.
If you're playing pure Wind, yes.
As much as I do like, I think it's like Death Lord or whatever, I think that card's cool. And maybe a one of at
Death Gaze.
Yeah, Death Gaze at best. That card is garbage altogether because that's what Wind wants to do anyways.
It's overexpensive.
If you wanted to have it as a piece in your limit break deck, I wouldn't say you're an idiot for it. It's still a good piece. It just most of the time you're gonna find something else.
Yeah.
But
Luso or not Luso, Yuri, garbage. There's no good Chilinkas to pair with him. Nobody cares.
Literally, all they had to do was print a 2-drop Chilinka. It could have just been FFCC.
Well,
Anthem.
we have a 2-drop Chilinka, but she just breaks a monster and that's it.
Yeah, that's right, as a backup. That's what I'm saying. Like
that'd be gross.
Like Yuri just plays a 2-drop Aerith backup, 2-drop Chilinka backup that just said Anthem for all FFCC plus 1K. That's it. I'd be fine with it. Whatever. It did something. But now we have 2 more in this set that actually do something. Aerith does something for Cast 7. And
Emperor's just generically
the Emperor's
good.
just generically good, which is great.
I mean, he says when 1 or more cards are added, so obviously you don't draw for every card.
Here's
they
the
draw,
thing.
But like, it's
the other
so
thing
good.
is just like, he's easy
And if
to
you
kill.
don't like him, waste the CP on him. I dare you. There's another
kill him,
one right
yeah.
behind him. He deserves.
Here's the other
actually,
thing.
he deserves to be a limit break too.
I actually don't agree with that, but
I do.
I think he's too easy to kill. He's Brynhildr bait.
Yeah, but how many times do people kill Leo like instantly? Sometimes people just let Leo sit.
Yeah, but Leo doesn't say draw up to 2 times, up to 2 or more times a turn.
Definitely.
Leo says
2 or more.
it came in and did its one job and it gave you a card. That's it.
Did you hit a Kusith in EX Burst? Man, that's fucking funny. I just draw. Am I playing Lena as well? Man, that's funny. I just draw.
Dude, nice Tyro.
Yeah, right? Did you type?
I love that Wind got something that's useful.
Yeah.
This card, in my opinion, is a 3, but that's because it doesn't do too much. It's easy to kill. It's not going to do anything nutty.
Man, if this was a 7K, this card would be gross.
I think even if it was a 7K, it's easy to kill.
Next one. James, you like this card a lot.
I don't know what card it is.
Ceremobius.
Oh, dude, Ceremobius. 4-drop limit break, Crimson Archer, Princess. That doesn't really matter for most of the thing. She's a Mobius forward, cost 2, limit break. When she enters the field, you reveal the top 4 cards of your deck. Add 1 category Mobius from among them to your hand and put the rest in the break zone. Tap during this turn, the cost to cast your next category Mobius is reduced by 2.
For all of you who don't know, James likes playing Verstale, and his Verstale plays in a lot of Mobius, so this is just really good for him. Hey, she's searchable. Not like it matters because she's a limit break
That's
card.
what I said. She's a princess.
Yeah, she's cool. You play Earth, so I mean it matches.
I think she's a 3. I don't think she does anything too nutty. I think
she's garbage if you're not playing Mobius, right? But if you're playing her in what she should be played in. She's a 3.
She's gonna be like a 4 to a 5 in my deck, honestly.
Especially because she's a Sarah Mobius that you can kind of flicker on with other ones because she's a limit break card. So like if she dies, she dies.
Yep.
Next one is Yang.
5-drop,
8K. Limit break 1, Brave. When he enters the field, you may play a forward of cost equal to or less than the number of John Monk and or card name Monk you control from your hand onto the field.
I think he's bad comparatively to the other Yangs.
I would just play the 3-drop Yang. Or the 4-drop that plays in Ursula.
He's going to be real cool in this dumb deck we're building that's going to play Cecil, Rosa.
But we have to play Monks in the back row still. So we can free play our...
I mean, it's just Earth Water, so you just play cool Monk backups.
I mean, we only have Earth Monk backups, realistically.
There's no water?
No water Monks.
Dang.
Yeah. He's a king. That's cool. And he's a monk. So at worst, if we...
He's searchable.
Not searchable. Yeah, sure. We can pop him with Ursula for power. Next one, Kane. Kane's a 9-drop Dragoon. We love Dragoons.
We love
4,
9-drops.
8K. Limit break 1, first strike. If you control 3 or more Job Dragoon or card name Dragoon, the cost required to cast Kane is reduced by 5. So really use a 4-drop. When he enters the field, choose a forward in your break zone and add it to your hand. I'm glad that Dragoon's got a limit break card. That's a Dragoon, right?
Yeah.
They have something to add to their Dragoon counts, whatever the case may be. But realistically, this Kane sucks compared to other Kanes they could play.
I actually don't think it's true. I don't think Dragoons have a good Kane to play.
The 8-drop Kane is immensely better.
I think it's fine.
I think it's better than this. It kills a dude. This does not.
It does not, but it gives you what Dragoons want, which is board presence. It's giving you CP back to play another Dragoon.
Hopefully.
Which inside Dragoons, yeah, hopefully, obviously. Which
Actually, I lied. Oh, I can comfortably say 3 because it picks up any forward, which means it just picks up another Freya for Freya special. That's what matters.
Outside of that, it also says you're doing the thing, which is what they want, which is I have a big board of like 10Ks. They don't do much, but what are you going to fucking do about my 10? What are you do about my 6 10Ks, huh?
They just keep jumping.
I have these backups that say give first strike, give first strike. And here's the thing. You kill him because he's a big dude. He has first strike and you need to get rid of dudes. Aw, dude. Play it again.
Why is he a limit break 1? Screw that. Why even
do enough?
That doesn't even matter. You can kill him, and then they're like, cool, I'll tap 1, play next, just so I have a body.
Yeah.
Not Dragoon. And then I'll play Kane again if I need to.
Here's the thing. I'm happy with everything about this Kane. I'm fine.
I wish he did more. I wish he did Kane. I wish he did Dragoon things. I want to jump.
He did. What do you mean?
Nope. Next
He
card.
jumped from 9 to 4.
Next card, Sephiroth. This card's sick as hell. This card has to be an 8 cost or else it'd be busted. Do you want to read or me?
I can read it. Give me a second.
Go ahead. 1.
8, Sephiroth, limit break, war hero, not a soldier. That
It's
sucks.
a smart play.
Cat 7.
Man, if this was a soldier.
Forward, limit break of 4. 4 cost limit break. When Sephiroth enters the field or attacks, dull all the forwards. Oops, sorry. Text again. All forwards other than Sephiroth. At the end of each of your turns, choose 1 dull forward other than Sephiroth. Break it.
Try Ratsu in that one, motherfucker.
Okay.
You can't. I mean, you can't Ratsu his
yeah, but why would you not just Ratsu the thing that says dull everything?
That's the sad part. Is he is Ratsuable on that, so it's like 8K for nothing. But if he gets
do you
out,
know how you get around it?
he runs.
If you know this is gonna be a part of your game plan, do you know how you get around it? You just do the lightning anthem.
Oh, the Lulu.
Sure. I don't know what it is. I just know all of them have an anthem. So
to make him a 9K.
In my brain. Yeah.
If only he had haste.
Yeah, but that's just if you want to get around it. Here's the other thing. I believe Lightning has a billion backups that say break to give power and or first strike. So like
Work hard, first strike.
Yeah, like well, you don't need first. It's just usually they give power and first strike.
I think you got forwards like that. You could just play Axis if you really wanted to. Pop Axis. Oh, not Axis. Tread. So yeah, Sephiroth's a 3.
If he wasn't an 8 cost, I'd say it'd be a 4, but yeah, 3.
He's also Ratsuable, which also keeps him at a 3.
Yeah. And he doesn't clear a board state. He just makes a better one.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. He is, in my opinion, can't be undercosted. Like, you can't lower any of his stuff. He might be able to you might be able to get away with like a 6, maybe. But I don't think he's allowed to do more.
No, he's not.
I think he does the right amount. I think he might just be overcosted, but I don't think you're allowed to change it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's weird. Because, like, I think 8's too much for him, and I think a limit break 4 is way overcosted on him. But, if you change any of it, I think we all get fucked. So, yeah.
Hold on, give me 1 sec. There's a thing I'm trying to...
I'll read the next one, then. Don't worry.
Yeah, go ahead.
3-drop Graph, Mobius Grand General, or I think it's General.
Dang, that doesn't help. Okay.
It's a forward. Limit break at 2. When Graph enters the field, choose 1 forward you control, remove from the game.
Gross.
When Graph attacks, choose 1 forward your opponent controls. It loses 4K power until the end of the turn.
I hate this card.
Yeah.
It gets rid of your own dude, and it removes it, so you don't get break zone effects, which sucks butts. It's a limit break 2, which is fine. It's a 3-drop 9K, so, like, it's over curve, but, like, he doesn't have haste, so why do I care about his attack ability if I'm not going to get to be able to use his attack ability immediately? Or him to any degree. Just feels bad.
He's a 3-drop 9K, though.
Otherwise, it feels bad. Why am I playing a 3-drop 9K to remove a dude?
I think that's more of, like, an aesthetic thing.
Probably. I don't know. I didn't play Mobius. It doesn't exist anymore.
Well, it's just his character. He's the Grand General. He leads the army. He has to be out there first.
This is World War II.
But look at the art. Look at everything about the art. He's so far in front of fucking everybody.
I don't know, man. There could be people in front of him we just haven't seen.
Here's the thing,
If
though.
only this game did a thing like another game where it gives me an inside look of the area.
I don't know what you mean.
Pokemon Pocket.
Okay.
When you pull their
cinematic art.
Cinematic arts.
Here's the other bad part. If you play him by himself, he removes himself.
Yeah, bad. Card's a 2.
Honestly, this card's a 1.
There's better water cards, and we all know it. There's 3 good water cards that'll always
I
eat
think
your
almost
limit
every
break.
single water card in this set is better than him.
Even
what?
Quacho Queen?
No, unfortunately not Quattro Queen.
All right, next
But
one.
you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Lenora, 6-drop 2K. Whew, weird. Limit break 2. When she enters the field, choose a Cat 4 forward in your break zone added to your hand. Why am I paying 6? And then Tapper, choose a category 4 forward other than Lenora during this turn. The next damage dealt to it becomes 0 instead. 2 overcosted.
Yeah.
And 2 weak. Like, if she played a dude, it was a 6-drop 2K, and that's all she did was play a dude equal to the number of Cat 4 forwards, and it was a Cat 4, sure. But, like, she doesn't do that. She just feels bad. I'm going to pay 6 instead of playing Lenora. Here's this Lunafreya. Thank you, Trigger
If she
EX.
had I would be okay with everything on this card if she had the Rydia protection, the one from...
The good Rydia?
The one that says it gets counters to do cool things.
Yeah, the growth counter Rydia.
If she had that, I'd be okay with it, right? Because the most she's doing...
But otherwise, you sneeze and she dies.
Yeah.
Like, you're like, swing Zach Dola, dude. I guess I'll put the 5K on your 2-drop that you paid 6
Swing with
for.
this graph, kill your dude.
Bad card.
Yeah, I don't know what the goal is.
Next one.
Overcosted.
I think this is the last card. Golbez. Who has a full art.
Yes.
Which is sick.
Yeah.
5-drop Warlock, category 4, limit break 2, pay 1 and any X cost. Search for a job Archfiend of that cost and play it onto the field. You can only use the ability once per turn. So all your 2-drop Archfiends essentially cost 3 because you're searching for them by paying the 1. Also, because you're searching, Emperor draws you a card. Which is really funny. But a 5-drop 9K is really cool. I talked about Golbez a little bit before. Not only is it a Golbez that you can play whenever you want, meaning Shadow Dragon always comes out to break a dude, but if you really want to get into it, you always have a Baigen on board that you can crack with this existing, or the thing that little Leela was really good for, I'm going to play this arc for 4. And now not only do I get to break your dude and make you discard 2, but I probably put you so far behind by just doing that next turn I can use Golbez's ability to just start ripping your board apart with things.
I think he's a solid...
I give him a 3.
Yeah, I'd say 3. He's very
The
specific.
decks are built. He's literally built. A deck is built around a limit break card, which I think is really cool.
Yeah.
And I want to see somebody play this, and I want to see how it performs.
I'm thinking it's going to become more of like a Warp Bez thing, where like you're going to play this dude, and then you're going to Warp Bez on top of it. Like you're going to Warp Bez, so you get the Warp Bez ability. You're going to play this dude. Then how do you cycle it out?
What, this?
Yeah.
Just don't let Warpbez come in.
I guess.
He just doesn't enter. Who cares?
Yeah, 'cause he doesn't do
You
anything.
paid 3 for a potential. If everything hits properly, you drew 3 cards, so you net 6 CP out of it.
And he doesn't, yeah, because he doesn't do anything on the end. He just gives power to the thing, so who cares? Yeah. Because here's the thing. I plan on playing both if I'm going to test the deck, because I think warping the Warp Bez part is nuts because you get so many cool Archfiends.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely understand why this Golbez is better.
Yep. That's basically it. That's the whole set.
How are you feeling the whole set as a whole?
Well, because it hits things that I enjoy a lot.
Yeah, I know.
I'm okay with the set. I think the set's good. I think cadets have been needing a good push-up, and they've been giving us little tidbits here and there, and I think this is exactly what it needs for cadet. Never touch cadets for like 5 sets from now. They'll be fine.
I think they use that touch for 10 and be fine.
Sure. I'm okay with that, too. I think Cat 10 got a lot of really good cards and a lot of different playstyles that it can form as well. Yeah. Now it can really dip its toes into being a more storm-focused deck.
It still also does not have an end game.
Cat 10?
Yeah.
Cat 10's end game is just putting dudes out and ripping through your...
Yeah.
At least the way mine is just...
It's the same thing as Sky Pirates.
It's messing with your deck.
It's put dudes out and then kind of just push through.
Yeah, but we push through better than Sky Pirates because we have at least 2
You
cards
have
that
actual
say
removal,
pop
and I
pops.
don't.
Yeah, the removal pieces are so good. We have 3 dudes that do that now, I guess. I rate this set overall, if I'm going to go 1 to 5 on the most busted set in the game to this set's garbage as shit and won't matter, I will give this set a solid 3 because I think this set impacts 2 core or 2 archetypes and really buffs them up. Just like set 8's the set where fire got good for a lot of people. I think this is one of those sets where like it'll be like cadets got good in set 25.
Yeah, but cadets said they'd be good again.
And cadets has been solid since.
I'm teetering between 2 and 3. Understandably, cadets got so much fucking shit this set.
So much support. 7 got a lot of support.
Yep. I don't think the 7 supports anywhere.
How do you use it? It's all determinative.
That one's not as easy to see as cadets.
Yeah. Cadets is super easy to see.
Because I'm not sure the 7 support will matter. The soldier stuff I think is way too spaced for it to make big impacts.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that support's good. But that could be this is the first half. They'll give it the second half next set, and we'll see where it goes type of thing. We don't know. The warrior stuff, like we talked about early at the beginning, I think we're going to see a lot of it at the beginning of the format because it's new and it's cool, and it's going to be explosive.
This definitely isn't the set Warriors got good. This is just
warrior stuff. I don't think they're going to print more warrior stuff. I think this is your Karilla and Ramza. Like I really do. I think this is what warriors are going to get. So I'm not
just have to
thinking they're
figure
going
it
to
out.
get better. I think that stuff's good, but it's kind of like mid overall. It's not as good as Karilla, but I think that's probably the point, is to not make it as good because Karilla was really good.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The Golbez is cool. I think that's exactly where you want cards to be, is that Golbez, because it's everything around the deck kind of sucks, but if the deck functions how it's supposed to, it's going to kind of like funnel in with itself and kind of push what it wants.
It's kind of funny. Obviously, it's not like a full deck build, but essentially a core of a deck is built within the set off of Golbez.
Yep.
It's not going to be like 16 with Soirees. I think they learned their lesson to not do that.
Here's the thing. I think
Soirees dominated for like 2 full sets.
Yeah.
Easily.
I think that type of thing is fine, but I think that type of thing belongs in starter decks too. If you want to do the soiree things, what they should have done was just make a starter deck.
They should have.
And it would have just functioned better, right? You give a starter deck and you print a bunch of reprints. Like, you give reprints that people want on stuff. Like, the deck's going to want, like, Axstars, like the 4-drop Axstar. You put Axstar in a reprint. The Moogle, the FFB Moogle thing, right? The
Searcher.
The Searcher, you put that in it.
Luca. Luca. The Anthem.
Oh yeah, you put Luca. You put the warrior that says Cycle FFBE. You put those things in it, right? And then you build that starter deck. And it's not going to be great, but it gives somebody where to start, and it gives exactly what you wanted with the soiree stuff. Either that, or you just suffer what you're doing when you put it in the set, anyways. Because to me, it's the same thing. The only difference is you're providing it in, I think, a more enclosed nature if you do starter decks.
Yeah.
But I have no problem with the soiree stuff. I'm trying to think of what else they were really pushing this at. The monster support seems useless.
Only a few monsters seem worth it.
Yeah,
but like,
here's the thing. That's fine.
You're not beating out the traditional, what is now considered the traditional monsters.
Which is water, Rome,
Blue Worm, Apkallu,
yep.
Atomos. Atomos doesn't see a lot of play really anymore either.
In the water build, yeah.
I say that right now. Tori Kelly's going to prove me wrong once competitive season starts up, but whatever.
Here's the thing. Restanding's real good. We always talk about it.
It is real good.
Cat 10 got support. Cat 10.
I actually plan on putting Atomos into cadets.
Cat 10 got the support, but I think most of Cat 10 support has come previously. And the Titus is just one more stack on top, and then gets you the ability to kind of mix around wherever you want to.
She lets you
land. So it lets you
she speeds up the game a bit for you. She
lets you play different things. She lets you play a different game style.
Which is fun.
You can play a slower one. You can play the old version where you just stacked a bunch of dudes into your board. You sat there. You can play a slow game where it's just poking through with Tituses and controlling the board state. She lets you do a bunch of different things as well as just now do anything. I'm trying to think of what else came in this set. I love all the limit break support for archetypes that don't see much play right now. The monks.
Dragoons are still important, but it seems like every limit break. Let me try.
Here's the thing: I don't think Dragoons is good. I don't
You
think
say
Dragoons...
that, but Dragoons got chained to Nats, so
here's
Shane's luck or Dragoons and Shane.
Here's what I heard, and it's not down putting anybody. Shane went to like a 15, 20 some odd person event and won that event to get his invite for the other event.
Yeah, I figured as much. But the
And
fact
then-
that the Dragoons made it that far when things like Chaos or Wool were still being played is insane.
I mean, it does the same thing that Chaos
Or I
does.
guess Chaos wouldn't have been existing at that time because it was right before Nats, so Wool would have been existing still.
Yeah, but it does the same thing that Chaos deck does without,
Sometimes, yeah.
It just rushes down. It's a rush down deck. Same thing as Knights. Like, it tries to push as hard as fast as possible in most games, and then falls back on Freya to then reset the board game and do it again. So, like, it as long as it's consistent, you do good, and Shane is very good at shuffling a deck.
Yeah.
It's like his number one skill.
It is. I mean, shit. I've never had him show off some shuffle skills.
I'm trying to think of... Did I miss any of the main stuff that came out in this set? I think the summons are cool. They don't matter. Yeah. I think I'm going to go with 2. Because I think overall this is not going to impact the meta. I think Cadets will join the list of decks that are very playable this format. I think Cat 10 is going to join a higher tiered list of things that are bubble worthy, but if you're playing them and you lose, you'll feel bad. I think Warriors, like I said, we'll see them at the beginning of the format and they'll fall off. Doesn't mean they're bad. They're just probably going to sit in the bubble of everything.
It's just funny because like I played against oh my god, I don't want to butcher his name. It wasn't Andrew, was it? It was one of the guys that had won the local qualifier in Omaha last year.
I don't know names.
Or maybe KP won that and he was second up. But I played against him.
KP technically won ours.
Or did I play against him? KP did win ours.
But his thing fell to the other
No,
guy.
sorry, never mind. It was somebody else.
Something like that,
I played against Woldex with my Cat 10 when it was still in its infancy, and I was able to go not even, but I was a little behind. It felt like I still had shots if I played right. Now, if I were to go against a Woldeck, which we should actually try out once we get all the cards and everything, I think I can almost go even with Wool. Only because I think Yuna's ability to tell Ark to go fuck himself on picking a dude and me going, I'll just play this pain to remove 2 is really good.
I'm not sold.
I am. But that's just because I played against him.
From playing against you, consistency does not work for you.
Oh, I'm not there yet.
No, I'm just saying, like, as a whole, with the deck, the consistency does not work for you.
Oh, it's just a numbers fixing
the
game.
way Wool consistency works.
Oh, sure.
I mean, in
like I
game
said, it's a
plan
numbers
and,
game.
I mean, like, game plan and execution. Like, your game plan and execution is not the same every single game because of your draws. For Wool, it's going to be the same thing.
So it's a numbers game. I just play more of the cards that I need to see. It's not that hard.
I don't think the cards you play contribute to the consistency problem.
I don't know about that.
We'll test it.
The reason I think that deck has a shot at standing equal with Wool particularly is because I can almost permanently remove Refias out of the game by either using Pain early if they dump any, or just by stacking and removing them with Zidanes, or removing them by hitting them into damage, which is a lot of my things can do that. I have at least 2 cards that say stack a dude, and then I have Zidane that says steal the dude, so they never see it.
That's fine. I still don't agree with the statement.
You can disagree. I know where my deck stands, so.
Okay.
Its infancy, it struggled a little bit, had a chance, and I think now it has the ability to go further, especially the more I fine-tune it.
I think Wool and Mono Earth are the 2 best decks of the format, hands down, to a unfair point. So.
I think Wool's a problem. I think Mono Earth is actually going to drop. I think it'll still be good. I think it'll still be devastating, but I think it won't be. I think
Mono Earth has more losing matchups. Like it has more consistency than Wool, but if you have the right cards, that consistency doesn't function. Or if Mono Earth doesn't see the right cards, its consistency doesn't function. And that deck is all about seeing the backups, and if you can't see them, the game doesn't function.
It just doesn't work, yeah.
Yeah.
Overall, those of you that are watching, I think there's 5 of you now. Overall, we've had like 71 views with an average view rate of 28 minutes. Oh, not bad.
That's pretty good.
We appreciate everybody who stuck around. If you stuck all the way to the fullest, if you just tuned in, yeah, hot takes maybe. I did say hot takes maybe. Hope you guys enjoyed our set review. This will go up as a full video eventually,
Okay,
probably within the week.
Last thing. What do you think's the best card from the set?
The best card?
Best card, hands
single
down.
card
Single
from
card.
the set that makes the biggest difference, or just in general?
It could be your favorite. Pick one favorite. Pick best card. What's the best card in the set? Should have been the Legend full art $100 signed card. What is the best thing in the set? Best card altogether.
So favorite card in the set will be Sync. Because I think one of the biggest issues that Cadets has had is that they can't recur well enough. And Sync now says I can just play a dude and start building my board back up, which is really good. Mm-hmm. That's my favorite. Best card. Fuck. I could make an argument for so many cards. Honestly, I think Tidus. If it functions in the deck it's supposed to function in, like all cards considering, I think Tidus is the best card just because he does too much. And then if you don't remove him, like he constantly just chips away at your board.
I want you to know I wasn't prepared for my own answer.
Why would you ask then, James?
Because my brain thought of it. I know what my favorite card is.
What's your favorite card, James?
It's the Sarah Mobius.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Let me pull it up real quick.
What do you think's the best card, James?
Give me a second.
Wow. Asked the question and then didn't even...
I wasn't prepared, you know. I fucked up.
I'm disappointed.
I'm disappointed.
I believe in you, buddy. Come on, James.
I'm teetering between... I'm teetering between 2 right now. I want to say Barrett, but I don't think Barrett's the best card in the set. I want you to know, I am teetering on Aerith maybe being one of the better cards in the set.
Which Aerith? The Limit Break?
No. The 2-drop Sela dude.
That card's so good. That card's so good.
Yep. I'm going to say that card just for the sake of I really like that card and want to vouch for it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Runner-up would be Barrett because I couldn't think of anything else. And I was split between Atomos and the Corrupt. Mateus. Because I think those cards are also nuts.
That's fair.
And they are way more universal than Titus. Though, I'm not joking. Titus would be on that list of if I had to pick like top 10, top 5.
I mean, he just pops.
Like I said,
he feels himself.
We got rid of Chilinka. We got rid of Althea and Mion for a similar reason. Though they drew cards and made
they did draw
stuff.
But I mean, if I bounce a brother, then play brother, I draw a card.
Yeah,
technically.
It's just I think they teeter real close, but I'm gonna go with that Aerith because I think that Aerith's much better. I just don't think it's gonna see too much play.
That's fair.
And having an effect failure is real good.
All right.